Start off with a little Crucial K on the. Yeah. Just put your mic on mute till we get ready.
All right, I got you. My bad.
Oh, you're going crazy. Oh, you're going crazy. You're going crazy. You better march when I step. You better march when I step. Nigga, march when I step. You better march when I step. Nigga, better march when I step. Nigga, march when I step. March when I step. You better march when I step. Nigga, you better march when I step. Nigga, better march when I step. You better march when I step. You better march when I step. You better march when I step. Nigga, march when I step. You better march when I step. March when I step. Them Georgia boys. Hey, but we not from Atlanta. It's Boss Man the Blick and it's Crucial the K. When we come together, nigga, form on me hammer. Fuck it, I had no manners. They sleeping on us good in their pajamas. I bam them, nail them down like a hammer. Stop playing with them, gon' kill them, nigga. Damn, what's next, nigga? I don't even know. I'm a giant around this bitch, nigga. Fee, 5-4. I been round and around this game like a rope. It's about to go down like a motherfucking slope. If I had to be an animal, I'd probably be a goat. And I stay up in the hood, you can call me a coat. Can't beat me in rapping, nor beat me in trapping. Can't beat me in chess or tic-tac-toe. You better march when I step. You better march when I step. Nigga, march when I step. You better march when I step. Nigga, march when I step. Nigga, march when I step. March when I step. You better march when I step. Nigga, you better march when I step. Nigga, better march when I step. You better march when I step. You better march when I step. You better march when I step. Nigga, march when I step. You better march when I step. March when I step.
Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. What's good? What's good? Here's to the street back in y'all area. Y'all look beautiful in the chat, man. Shout out to Duran. Shout out to Mojo. I see you, David Johnson. We got Crucial in the area, man. Shout out to Crucial K. Shout out to the homie Boss Man Blake, man. Y'all make sure y'all go sub up the Boss Man Blake. Look in the description, you will see his link. Look in the description, you will see Crucial K in the link. Shout out all the way from New Zealand. My homie Wonder Cash. Carl Belton, salute to the tradesman. Salute 40 to Splatter. Y'all better march when I step, man. We about to step right now.
You better march when I step. Nigga, march when I step. You better march when I step. March when I step.
Now, I'm not going to hold y'all up too long, you know, with the intro or whatever, because we got a lot of information to get into. Also, man, I brought a special guest, man, a homie of mine that's, you know, been a big brother figure for a long time. You know, I grew up around him. My brother was great friends with him, and that's more of how I know him from my brother. He's older than me. So I brought him up so he can come in and chime in with me. He is a content creator over here on YouTube also. His channel, I'm going to drop his channel link. But, yeah, man, we're going to get into this content, and he's going to be my co-host. I also invited some more Brunswick people. I don't know if they're going to pull up or not, but if they do, more the merrier. And that way we can go over the content, go over the information that we have. Now, I'm going to just throw it out there right now, man. Y'all do not attack me. I'm just dropping the information, man. I understand that, you know, we might be talking about y'all favorite rapper, y'all favorite person, whatever it might be. But all I am is the content creator, y'all. You know, I ain't putting out the paperwork. I ain't saying nothing that ain't already out there. All I'm doing is giving my content creator observation. Now, let me introduce my homie before we get into the details and everything. Can you hear me, OG?
Yeah, I can hear you, Pimpin'.
Okay, if you want to introduce yourself, man, let me go to your channel so I can go get your link real quick.
All right. What's good, peoples? You already know what it is. This is OG Ghost, you know what I'm saying? AKA, I hold it down the OG way, Full House, you know what I'm saying? I do music. I got pods. I got, you know what I'm saying? I do little skits. I you know what I'm saying? I just try to have fun. I speak on real shit. So you can follow me if you want to find me.
I'm about to drop your link.
You about to drop the link, but on Facebook, get me on G4 Hicks. You can find me there and on TikTok. You know what I'm saying? I'm always taking somebody's shit and trying to make it make sense. So that's what I do. And I've been knowing Craig, like you say, I was cool with his good friends with his brothers, and I always watch how he move and how he do his shit. He low key, he move, he don't mess with a big crowd. You know what I'm saying? I always respect a man that can stand alone. A lot of these niggas can't stand alone. They got to be in crowds all the goddamn time.
That's a big fact, man. Shout out to the homie, man. And if there's anybody else from the WIC out there, man, y'all want to pull up, man, let's make a great representative of the city, man, and show people how we can have a great conversation, you know, and a great debate. You know what I'm saying? Because we ain't going to agree on every goddamn thing. You know what I'm saying? We know how to disagree. Exactly. We know how to have a little fun with each other.
It's all about respect, getting your opinion across, and making some sense. Because if it don't make no sense, then somebody go come at you.
Oh, yeah. So that's what we gonna do, man. I invited my cuz up here too, man. I just inboxed him. So see, and I know he has a different way of thinking than I do. You know what I'm saying? So I wanted him up here because I do want some pushback. You know what I'm saying? I don't want nobody disagreeing with me. You know what I'm saying? So I want some pushback. So cuz if you in the chat, man, go ahead and make sure you let me know when you hit that link, because let me look. All right, because I'm on OBS. And I use StreamYard as like a backup kind of thing to let my guests up, because to let the guests up on OBS is a little difficult. So I like to just use StreamYard and OBS. So that's how.
So you're using them both at the same time?
Correct.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm gonna put you on game on everything, man. I'm gonna school you on everything I know, man. Whenever you ready.
All right.
But shout out to Appetite. Shout out to G Mama Body. Shout out to everybody that's coming in now. I apologize to all y'all, like I have to do sometimes. I set the live for 11:30 this morning. And again, as soon as I was about to start my live, I had some utility people come to my house and all that stuff. So I had to push it back. I tried to push it back to like 2:30, and then they still wasn't gone. So, and y'all know me, I'm old, so, you know, I got to take me a little power nap. So I had to take me a power nap.
Bring out the information.
Yeah, because I know once I go live.
Trying to get my damn voice clear a little bit. I was clogged up from goddamn last night. I was drinking it on that damn pod you came up on. So that's what we do. We show love.
Right. And y'all, I just dropped the link to the pod that we had last night on his channel. So y'all go check that out, man. They did really good, man. It's hitting on almost 3,000 views right now, man. Bro was lit last night, man. So we was on there having some fun.
That was crazy.
Right. So y'all will see a bunch of the Brunswick guys on there, man. We have fun or whatever. So I do want to make it a habit, the ping pong, going back on his panel sometime, having fun. They come on my panel, man. We can get some real reactions.
Yes. And we try to get what we can get. We trying to build up. So come on my panel. Some people start rocking with you and vice versa. So we trying to build and shit.
That's all we're trying to do.
Content creators, but that don't mean we got to be at each other's throat, because we have our own styles on how we do shit.
And that's a fact. And bro got some real music, man. Some real good music. But like I say, man, I might have messed up the timing with everybody, man. So when I do that, sometimes I try to stall a little bit to give people enough time to catch mine in the algorithm. And now and then, when I'm talking positive, sometimes they like to slowly roll my shit through the algorithm. But when I'm talking shit, oh man, they had that bitch.
Okay. It's crazy, man. It's crazy how you can be up there as calm and talking some real shit, but as soon as you turn up, it just go up. It's crazy.
Yeah. I thought I put his link in the chat already. Let me do it again. There it is again. You see it right there, Appetite? I just posted it again here. I ain't gonna pin it just yet because I gotta pin my what's the name up there. I'm gonna pin my anonymous link up there. But here's his link right there. And if the mods, periodically, if y'all don't mind sharing that link, so we can make sure everybody enjoy his content when he goes live. I think he go live every Friday, right? He might have dropped down. Hold up. Yeah, I think he dropped down for a quick second. And, he might have got kicked out. He'll be back. But But until he gets back, we'll go ahead and get started. Like I say, I was trying to, kind of slow roll a little bit because I know I had to keep setting back the live and everything. So a lot of people, they probably didn't realize that I'm live. Oh, there you go. They probably haven't realized that we live just yet. So, but we're going to get into the information, though. So let me pull up everything.
Yeah, my bad. I'm not used to being, I'm so used to hosting. I hit the wrong thing on my shit. That shit went out. I said, okay, I ain't touching shit. I ain't touching nothing.
Yeah, you ain't got to touch nothing. I mean, unless you want to just hit the mute button when when the video plays.
Yeah,
besides that, you should be good. I got control of everything over here. So let's get into what we got, the information we got. So let me put this picture up here so y'all know who we talking about. We got Pooh Shiesty up here. If you are a day one of Ears to the Streets, y'all would have seen one of my first videos.
I can't see the picture. All I see is
what?
my thing. I can't see.
You in StreamYard. Let me pull everything through StreamYard. That way, because when I'm just doing it through OBS, you'll have to look on the what's the name. But here,
because I can't see nothing else. I ain't on my computer right now.
Okay. So I'm gonna pull all the videos through StreamYard, but right now I'm just putting up a little loop video where they could just see Pooh Shiesty.
Okay.
Ain't that major. But everything else I'm gonna pull through here so you can see it too.
All right. Go ahead, do your thing, Pimper.
So like I was saying, we gonna start off with just the information, you know what I mean? And then we'll give opinions and we'll go across, the board with the opinions and the street news or how people are looking at it in a street way. I'm not in the streets no more, bro, not in the streets no more. So, but we'll give our perspective of what the rules was while you're in the streets. You know what I'm saying? From our understanding, because the street rules are changing every day, apparently. So we can't really tell you what it's doing in 2026, but we know what it was when we were there. So let's start off right here, and we're just gonna get the gist of what's going on while we wait for the live to do what it do, and we'll go from there. So everybody knows that Pooh Shiesty is signed to Gucci Mane's 1017 record label. Now, being an artist on a record label means that most of the time you're gonna get a advance, and then once you get your advance, everything after that, nigga, it goes into the big dog's pocket. So if you come in and say they sign my dog OG, right? OG gets signed for, let's say, $1 million. He gets signed for $1 million. They give him $1 million up front. OG got to make, and they say, hey, I want 3 record deals out of you. 3 albums out of you. So OG has to do those 3 albums. It don't matter how much that label make. OG only gonna get that $1 million that they gave him up front, and most of that, from my understanding, they gotta pay it back whenever they, get vehicles, whenever they buy jewelry for you, all that shit. The only money I think goes actually in your pocket is your show money. So when you sign that deal, it don't matter how long it take you to make those 3 albums, your ass gotta sit in that deal. Now apparently, Pooh Shiesty went to prison after he was hot as fire grease. So when you go to prison, only person that's suffering is, of course, you and the person that signed you and gave you all this money that you supposed to be recouping that money for him. Now, Pooh Shiesty then came home, and, of course, the anticipation of him coming home, everybody want to hear. Everybody want to hear what you got to say. Everybody want to hear your music. The first day out song that he made was Hot As Fish Grease. I'm slipping over words. Hot As Fish Grease. Everybody was loving the first day out. I think it hit like top 12 or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's doing really good. And he knows if he drop an album right now, it's going to do real good. It's going to do real good. So he's been getting offers from other labels, particularly another guy from Memphis, because the Memphis scene is really hot, Yo Gotti. Now, I'm about to tie some things in here That's just only coming from my perspective because, I'm just putting pieces together. Now, we know Yo Gotti is not cool with Gucci Mane. Do you remember that, G4, about how they had that fallout?
Yeah, they was good for a minute. I think that they've been not fucking with each other for some years. I think that shit happened some years ago. I want to say about 3-4 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. When they fell out, I can't even remember exactly what it was, but I know it was something. It probably had something to do with some money. You know what I'm saying? Definitely probably had something to do with some money and signing somebody, but I'm not sure, so don't quote me.
I think it was about that female.
I definitely know them niggas fell out and they wasn't rocking no more.
I think they fell out about a female. If I remember correctly.
That's even worse, bro. That's even worse.
If I can remember correctly, Gotti and that might have been Dolph. Oh, yeah. Okay, my homeboy Terrain in the chat just said, he said Gotti slept with his wife. Slept with Gucci's wife.
Yep. I forgot all about that.
And they was dissing each other. So that's what this is why I'm putting these pieces together, because no, this stuff ain't being said, but you kind of get the gist of, okay, you supposed to possibly go on to Gotti, and Gotti saying, hey, nigga, if you get out of that contract, I got 15 mil over here for you. Allegedly. This is what's the rumor.
Yeah.
And if
so he trying to get his artists.
I don't think he's trying to get his artist, but he probably looking at it like, hey, I know you're hot right now. Hey, I'll sign you. You know what I'm saying? You got that little 2-3 mil when you sign with Gucci, but right now, nigga, if you can get out of that, I got 15 or 10 for you right now. So it might not be nothing personal against Gucci, but at the same time, it's business. You know what I'm saying?
Business. Yeah.
And with and then how Gucci handled the Big Scarr thing. If y'all not familiar with the artist Big Scarr that died a couple of years ago, only artist that Gucci kept on his label was Pooh Shiesty, Fujiano, and Big Scarr. Big Scarr, I like Big Scarr. You know what I'm saying? I was listening to his music the other day. I got on one of my playlists. He's a young dude, about 22. He kind of got a Pooh Shiesty kind of style, just a little different. You know what I'm saying? But apparently he's Pooh Shiesty's cousin. So while Pooh Shiesty was locked up, Big Scarr overdosed. And Pooh Shiesty did not like the way, and then his family did not want to return the 1090 chain that Gucci Mane requested back. They was a little salty. Yeah. And we're going to go through. I'm going to play all that stuff, but I'm just telling it, from my memory.
Okay.
Because I've been paying attention to this, for the longest. So they didn't, Gucci was telling the family to return that 1017 chain. They felt like, Gucci, you only sent us $10,000 for Big Scarr funeral. You know what I'm saying? They was complaining about the 10 grand that he contributed to the funeral, which I think is a little I think is a little ungrateful for, that man saying anything, you should be happy. Just because he signed to you, that don't mean he's responsible for everything you do. If you got your advance, whatever you do with it, go get you some life insurance or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because that's how the game goes. And then I'm not obligated. That's more of a family thing. So me doing that was just trying to show love. So like you say, you got to be grateful for what you can get when it ain't an obligation.
Right. So the family, they got a little, butt hurt because Gucci only sent 10,000 and he was requesting his chain back because that's a representative of his family. I mean, of his label, and he give all his artists chains, Yeah. They wasn't feeling that. Pooh Shiesty wasn't feeling that. So he already secretly kind of like, man, when I get it, he probably was thinking, and I'm just thinking how he probably was thinking, being that was his cuz and all that stuff. He get out like, man, I don't want to fuck with this nigga, man. This nigga, if I die right now, this nigga ain't gonna give a fuck about me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I don't want to be with no nigga like that. When you thirsty and you trying to get the contract out the gate, you know what I'm saying? You don't give a damn about none of a nigga record and all that. You thinking you signing with a solid dude.
Because the 10K about the funeral, I understand that. You got to be grateful. But then on the other hand, that's kind of cheesy and lame. Maybe they want to keep that to remember him and the way he was there. How you going to try to take a memorabilia from the family? Like if you gave it to him, that's his chain. That ain't your chain. You didn't loan it. Is it a rental?
apparently, apparently that chain only good while you're alive. Shit.
Exactly. Yes.
That's crazy. So
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. But go ahead, my bad.
So no, you good. That's what you doing great shit here. That's why I brought you up here. And anybody else want to come up here and join the conversation is just be respectful. But yeah, so apparently that ruffled a little feathers with Pooh Shiesty. That ruffled a little feathers with him. Everybody know he wasn't feeling that part of it. So he gets out. He still got to make music. He still got to follow his obligations of the contract. But, of course, he's still on house arrest. So he can't tour. He's not fully available. He's only available when, it's time to work. So, apparently, he and his father wanted to get out of this contract. They went to the Home Depot. I mean, not the Home Depot, but the Office Depot. I'm about to say the Home Depot. They went to the Office Depot. Went and printed up some paperwork to void the contract that Pooh Shiesty is in. Now, I would like to know how much that contract was for, you know what I'm saying? And I probably can find out some more details about it. I wish I would have researched that before I started it live so I can see exactly what would be the difference of what he's trying to get and what he had.
Yeah.
So, obviously, he wanted out of...
That'll tell a lot of the story.
It will. So, obviously... they wanted out of the contract. They went and printed up some stuff so they could void that contract that they already in. And they got them on video surveillance doing this. And I'm just running y'all down before we go look at the white folks saying this. I'm saying what the white folks saying. So they went to, get some copies of the paper so they can, before they set up this studio session, supposed to be studio session. They went to the studio. The studio wasn't open when they got there. They had to call some people or whatever to come open up the studio. They came, opened up the studio, blah, blah, blah. But instead of making a song, there was a detour. They took Gucci Mane in the studio room and allegedly, forced him to sign the paper, and then they let him leave. But while they let him leave, they decided to rob all the other guys, take their jewelry, take their watches, all of that stuff like that, some iPods, some earpods, and all this dumbass shit. And, now 2 months, this happened in January, now we're here in April, and the feds have decided to, build a case. Now, I know a lot of people like, why did the feds get involved? Well, the feds get involved anytime you cross state lines to commit a crime. And these guys allegedly drove from Memphis, Tennessee to do this. Brought those guns across state lines, allegedly, because there's a plot twist. There's nobody on camera with a gun. So all of this is allegedly, as far as the gun parts and the robbery parts. So, yes, Gucci Mane had to allegedly tell them the description of the person that did what he did, but I think that's all the cooperation he did. But in the streets, if you give any statement, you do any type of cooperating, anything, period, is considered snitching. That's not my rule. That's the street rule.
Mm-hmm.
You want to throw anything in there before we start? I think I done.
Oh yeah, I'll touch on that a little bit. You know what I'm saying? With the snitching, I think it's so tricky because I was laughing when you said it earlier when you was breaking down how it was back in the day for us coming up and how it seems like the street rules just changed by the day or by the week now. You know what I'm saying? Because if you a street nigga and you doing street shit, then you're not supposed to tell. You're supposed to go and deal with whatever the consequences is because you're a street nigga. You don't go calling no cops and all that when you on that level. But everybody don't stay a street nigga. You get older, you get more mature, and you grow up. So then when you grow up, you ain't still doing street shit. So now you turned into a civilian. So when you're a civilian, that's what civilians do, call the cops. So it's a difference when you talk about snitching and street snitching, because you know what I'm saying. Even as one more example, if me and Craig go do a crime and I get caught and he don't get caught, and then I tell him that he was there, that is bona fide snitching. But if me and him doing the crime and somebody witnessed the crime that we don't know, that's not snitching. That's a witness. It's a difference.
But what if that person that witnessed is supposed to be a street nigga? Is he supposed to still do the right thing?
That's a good question. That's a good question. That's a good. Boy, that's a good question, because it's like what when you ain't got nothing to do with the situation and you just witness it. What do you do? Where do you fall in as a
right? Because they can make you an accomplice if that's the case. They be like, nigga, we know you was there. We see you on the camera. We know you saw it. Tell us what you know. And you still like, man, I don't know nothing. All right, well, we're going to charge you too. Man, hey, man, that nigga name was
now,
such and such.
You throw that aspect in it, it makes it even more tricky because, like you say, if it's footage and you see them, so it makes it seem like, well, I know you got a record. They both got a record. Mm-hmm. They got away. Maybe you just didn't get away. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So are you going to tell on a nigga? If you're going to tell on a nigga saying your ass and you ain't had shit to do with it?
He still ain't got to say nothing, because then you still got to have proof. So you still don't say nothing, because if you know you ain't did shit, there's no reason for you to be in there all nervous, acting like, oh shit, they gonna find out. No, if you know you ain't did shit, stand on that shit and just stay on it, no matter what they say, because they gonna try to scare you up, boo you up, say all this crazy shit. If you had something on me, I wouldn't be in an interrogation room. I'd be in a cell.
Right. So let's get into the video. Shout out to him and McFly. I see you in the area, my guy. I see K Morgan in here, Shay, BJ, salute.
Yeah, shout out to everybody in the chat. I can't see it from my side, but shout out to everybody.
Yeah, I got you pulled in a different part of the stream yard, so you can't really see the chat. I could put you on my other one real quick if you want to, so you can see the chat. Here, you have to hit the other link. Here, let me set that up for you. And you can stay right there too, but if you want to hit this other one, you can see the chat. And this one, I just used this. I have two StreamYards open. I use this one because I don't actually start the StreamYard, and the other one it'll have schedule up there, so don't be confused.
I'm just like, I wish I could see how you how you got it.
I'm gonna have to walk you
through things like that.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to walk you through it one day.
Go back to class and get some more lessons.
But look, you can't look in the chat. Hold on, let me. Here, I'm gonna put it in your inbox real quick on Facebook.
All right.
So y'all, so who else I seen in here? My biggest hater in here. Shout out to Kwame Brown. I know you would love to come watch Ears to the Streets.
Oh, what's good with you, Brown? What's good with you, Pippa?
Oh, you saw a word that I mispronounced, Kwame? You gonna go do a 5-hour live Ears to mispronounce a word again? But get mad because
he be going in and when I be watching other sports shows, they be bringing him referencing Kwame about the takes that he be taking. So you doing your thing, Pimp. You need let me come on that show one day. We got them get crazy on that bitch. Tell some old stories.
All right. So let's go. Let's get into the video of finding out the details from the white people first, man. You know, we it ain't true unless the white folks say, "Oh, I put that link in your chat," so you could just come.
All right, I'm gonna go check it out while you do that.
You could just go over there in that one, and you'll still be up here, and you'll be able to see the chat there. I'm gonna leave you up on this one too, but if you can, it don't matter. Just So let's go through this live and find out what they know.
All right, a live look at Dallas on this Thursday evening. Our next story takes us to Dallas, where federal prosecutors there have charged Memphis rapper Pooh Shiesty and 8 others with robbing 3 men at gunpoint and kidnapping them at a Dallas record studio earlier this year. The court documents only refer to the victims by their initials. One victim, called RD, is described as the owner of the 1017 record label, which
Now, my cuz, me and him was having a conversation about this, and when it first started, and he was like, man, I ain't never seen no paperwork where they just, use people's initial. And off the top of my head, I can't think of no paperwork that I saw where, they use people's initials either. I couldn't think of one just right off the top of my head. But I guess apparently it's a thing. You know what I mean? If the
initial, like it, because how sometimes you put your signature on something, then it's a couple little spots where you put your initial, but your signature is still on the paper somewhere.
Well, not in that fashion. I mean, like when they're talking about the suspects and the witnesses and everything, they put the suspects' full name, but when it came to the witnesses and the witnesses and the victims, they didn't use their full name. They just gave them initials, and I guess because of their stardom or whatever, and they thought that they would be doing them some justice by not putting out their names like that. But everybody know who RD is, man. Everybody know who goddamn Gucci Mane real name. But you don't know all the other people real name. So everybody know Gucci Mane straight. He can hire security and all that. But what if you just the white boy or another witness or something like that, and nobody knows your name, but they start putting your name out there in this public paperwork, and you got these guys out here that might be trying to silence you. So you know what I'm saying? You know, it makes sense. But, you know, I just wanted to point that out because my homie did point that out, and I agree with him. I'm like, nah, I don't recall, you know, off the top of my head last time I seen, you know, them just use somebody's initials. But apparently it's a thing. Salute to Bezo 912. Salute from Hinesville. Hey man, that's Bronze pretty. Well, I ain't gonna say it's Bronze. Y'all own city, but you know y'all neighbors.
Which was founded by Grammy-nominated rapper Gucci Mane, whose real name is Roger Davis. DOJ saying that the incident began with a dispute over a record contract. Fox 4 Dallas reporter David Sentendry is here with more. David, what can you tell us?
Oh, you can see the video, right?
I see it froze.
Oh shit! You know what? Right, you know what? Let me pull it. My bad. Let me pull it in on StreamYard. That's what I need to do. All right, there we go. I be so used to doing this up here by myself, and sometimes I'll use StreamYard, sometimes I'll just window share. So but when I got somebody up here, I have to use StreamYard so they can hear and see it also. So I just had to remember
just see a frozen picture right now.
Okay, it should be up right now. You can see it now.
Nah, it's still frozen.
Yeah, I got it froze right now, but it should be. Oh, you know what? I forgot you. I got you on the other one too. Bet. All right. I'm gonna mute you on the other one, but you still in that one that you was in. But you should be able to see.
I'm still over there.
Yeah. You good though. I want you to stay over there. That way, you know, say you can still see the picture or whatever. But I got you over here. Nah, you good. You ain't got to do nothing. You could just you could just.
All right.
Yeah. I'll mute your mic on that one though, but you still good on the first one.
All right.
Yep. And here, let me pull up the video over there too so you can see. I don't know which one you're actually in, but I want to make sure you be able to see it on both of them.
Yeah.
Okay. How about now? You can see it?
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
Bet. All right, let's go, y'all. Oh, why I did that stupid shit. I hate when they do that. Oh, you know what? I know what it did. This is where we need to be at. All right, y'all. Mic check. Everybody good? You good too? You can see everything?
Yeah, I can see.
Okay, bet.
Yeah, I can see everything. I had it muted.
All right,
I can see.
Cool. All right, let's get back to the video. Here, let me resize this shit. They fucked up for a second. All right, let's go.
I can tell you this was disguised as a traditional business meeting inside a recording studio, but then it turned into an ambush.
Go make your bed.
Lontrell Williams Jr., a well-known rapper by the stage name Pooh Shiesty, was on house arrest for a firearms conviction related to drug trafficking when the Department of Justice says he led a group to rob and kidnap 3 people inside a Dallas recording studio back in January.
Y'all hold on 1 second. I'm about to reset this StreamYard because it made my picture goddamn mini. I don't know why I did that, but let me refresh that real quick so it can make my picture back right how it was. All right, we back. Yeah, let me pull that back in. And that shit'll resize the damn picture. I don't know why it does that sometimes. All right, So we should be back Gucci. No pun intended. Like I said, I don't know why I keep resizing it on me, but it is what it is. We'll just rock with it.
January. The motive? So Pooh Shiesty could get out of a record contract with rapper Gucci Mane's label, the new 1017 Records.
We're not talking about low-level rappers here, guys who are trying to make it.
TMZ tells Fox 4 to let go of Pooh Shiesty would have been a financial blow to Gucci Mane's record label.
He had a lot of art.
And that's a fact. You know, letting go of Pooh Shiesty, and that's what we was talking about yesterday. Like, a lot of people are like, excuse me, they be like, man, he ain't rob him because they only thinking about the jury and all that type shit there. Nah, nigga, the big money is the contract, nigga, that got their John Hancock. You say the way them reporters say Gucci Mane. You can still hear, bruh, I ain't mess up nothing, did I? You might be on mute. Nah, you good. Okay. But yeah, the big business is that John Hancock, y'all. It ain't about the jury and all that shit. That man don't give a fuck about no ring and no goddamn watch. It's about that signature.
Artists under his label, and then he made a decision that he was going to let go a lot of those artists. One of the very few, though, that he held on to happened to be Pooh Shiesty, because, again, Pooh Shiesty is somebody who's got a lot of fans. He's got hit music, and certainly somebody that Gucci Mane could be profitable.
According to a criminal complaint, Pooh Shiesty was upset with contract terms. Surveillance images show Pooh Shiesty, his father, and 7 others before they enter the studio.
So, right here, y'all, they got him on video. They got all of them coming in the studio. Now, this is not a crime to come to the studio and all this stuff like that, but, you know, it does put y'all at the scene of the crime, if there was a crime. You say, I heard somewhere Pooh had already took some money from Gucci on the under-the-table deal. Gucci found out and refused to let him go. I bet. That man got a lot of money invested in this dude. And then he had to sit by while this nigga was locked up all that time, bro. You know what I'm saying? After you gave this man all this money and shit. Bro, that's holding up business. Now you get out of prison, you got the hottest song in the nation. Now you talking about you want out your contract, nigga, why you hot? Hell nah, nigga, I just had to wait 5 years, nigga, for your ass to get out of here. He took some money from Gotti. I mean, we don't know that 100%, but hell, I wouldn't put it past him. Yeah, want to put in something, bro?
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Mic check.
Yeah, we can hear. Oh shit, you know what? I had knocked myself off the stage. Yeah, my bad. I knocked myself off the stage. Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm just making sure.
Okay. Okay, I think they got you on 2 mics though, but you should be good. I'll just mute one of your mics. I don't think you got to come off mute because I got you on 1 mic where you good. The other mic, you know what I'm saying, you just good.
All right.
Yep. Yeah, I'll meet you over there. And that way over here you good. All right.
Once inside, Pooh Shiesty pulled what appeared to be a black AK-style pistol, pointing it at the head of a victim, labeled RD, demanding RD sign contractual release paperwork. RD complied. Gucci Mane's legal name, Roderick Davis, matches those initials.
The victims in this case came to Dallas to conduct legitimate business, and they were met with firearms and violence.
That wasn't the end of it. The feds say the group robbed the victims of expensive jewelry and cash.
One of the victims was actually choked by one of the defendants to the point of near unconsciousness.
Pooh Shiesty.
God damn, that's fucked up. Damn, down there choked the nigga out.
That's what he said?
Yeah, man, they choked one of the victims. They down there choked the man damn near on consciousness. I mean, you know, to consciousness. On conscious, I'm sorry. All right, damn. You can still see it in here, right?
Yeah, I can still see it in here.
Okay, bet.
Shiesty
It's
lives
just
in
like
Frisco.
the hearing is like it's cutting when it's talking, but I'm just hoping it ain't delivering out like that because I can still break through with what you're saying and still understand what's going on.
Okay. Now what it is I got you over there on that other one. Like I say, we can still hear you fine over here. I just wanted to make sure you was good.
Yeah, you can kick that other one out the show because I'm already right here, so it won't mess you up.
Nah, I got you muted over there. That way you can still see the chat. But I'm gonna just keep you muted over there. You ain't got to mute over here, cause you good over here. Cause we hear
I
you.
just shut it down on my phone. I thought it was up, so I ain't even got it. So we good.
Oh, okay, bet then. Yeah, I had figured it out. So yeah, we gonna be good either way.
According to the complaint, but investigators say most of the alleged accomplices traveling from Memphis, Tennessee, were staying at a Dallas hotel the day of the ambush, including accomplice Rodney Wright Jr., a rapper with the stage name Big 30. Social media post reportedly shows suspect Terrence Rogers wearing a variety of jewelry believed to be stolen during the robbery.
Now you gotta be dumb as hell to rob a nigga for jewelry. And then go post on Facebook with the fucking jury on. But I mean, that's
bro, that is the dumbest shit. Like, bro, I thought your robbery was supposed to be a secret.
Man, I would have sold that shit so fast, nigga. I'd have had that shit sold before I left Texas. The fuck you talking about?
Hell no.
These niggas go rob a nigga and want to go look like them and shit. But I think niggas be thinking just like, nigga, come get it back in blood type shit. You know what I'm saying? They kind of just daring a nigga to come, go to war with them.
Exactly. That's what that was. And that's how that face looked like. Yeah, nigga, I got your shit.
Right.
Even stolen sneakers. There's also a post.
Hold on, what? What? Nigga stealing shoes? Man, stop, bro. Stop it, bro. Like, in my opinion, bro, I believe this would have been a good, well, I ain't gonna say a good move, but I think it would have benefited Pooh Shiesty if only thing they would have did is took Gucci Man into that studio by himself while his people outside or whatever thinking everything all good and did the same thing, just made him sign that paper and get the fuck on. Nobody saw anything, but y'all would have left those other folks shit alone.
Yeah.
Then he would have had to prove.
That would have been smooth now, like you say, because it would have been just Gucci Man word against their word. They were like, man, I ain't put out no gun. What I look like, man? I just got out of jail. What is you talking about?
Right. He signed me out of my contract. Y'all see it on camera? Shit. Do he look stressed? Yeah, you got to prove that we did this the wrong way.
Exactly.
And then even if you would have got charged with a crime, there would have been a minimum. You'd have got maybe charged with, if they don't got the gun, they don't got you on camera with the gun, they can't charge you with a gun.
Well,
only thing they
any
can
murder, you already know. They can know you did it all they want. They still got to find the murder weapon.
Exactly. So, them niggas got greedy. You bring some broke ass niggas and now they seeing all this jewelry and all that, and now you want the nigga jewelry, you want nigga iPods and you want nigga shoes and shit, bro. That's hood broke ass nigga shit, bro.
Yeah, he brought some dusty gully niggas. They weren't coming there to listen to him anyway. They had already made their mind up. We finna rob all these niggas for everything.
Right, and I think they said one of the niggas actually wanted to shoot one of the dudes, like he was moving too much. And Shiesty had to tell her, nah, man, don't shoot him. I ain't gonna lie though. If I knew I had that nigga in there, man, like that, bro, you probably would have had to shoot me. If I hear a nigga say, nah, don't do it, that showed me right there, nigga, y'all really don't want to do this, nigga. Y'all nigga playing.
Mm-hmm.
You in Texas and you got armed security. So all I had to do is goddamn fuck around and take one of this pistol just from this nigga Shiesty. And you know how hard it is to handle a rifle, nigga.
Yeah.
But you move your eye one time, nigga, I'm taking that rifle, nigga. Fuck you talking about?
Stay locked in.
Yeah.
Stay locked in.
Y'all niggas wasn't trying to. Well, he did have one nigga ready to shoot something, so he was ready to be done.
Highlighting a large amount of cash. Footage from Memphis shows federal investigators collecting evidence at the home of Pooh Shiesty's father, Vontrell Williams Sr. That was on Wednesday, the day most suspects were arrested.
We remain committed to investigating violent crimes like these.
Now, I'm going to point out something, y'all. Now, y'all just heard how they say they just found some evidence at Pooh Shiesty's daddy's house, right? I got another video that just got dropped yesterday or this morning or whatever. That I seen Seti Nash drop. Shout out to Seti Nash, man, because he was the first person on YouTube that came out and told everybody Gucci Mane got robbed. He dropped that news way in January. Everybody was calling him a liar. Nah, not Gucci. Nah, nigga, you dumb as hell. Nigga, stop your lying. Nigga, Gucci would never let a nigga do that, this and that, this and that.
Yeah.
And that man, he was
so the shit happened and everybody didn't know right when it happened?
Everybody didn't know. It was only a few niggas that knew. At least on social media. The only nigga I seen, because I'm an avid watcher of Seti Nash, he was the only nigga came on here and say, I'm just going to break this news. Gucci Mane got robbed. Goddamn. He tried to take Pooh Shiesty out of it. He said that Pooh Shiesty came in there. You know, he tried to get he got the contract signed. He left, and then some niggas came in after him and robbed. He tried to keep it street and not try to snitch on the niggas, but he was like, for sure, Gucci Mane lost his ring, lost his watch, this and that. Niggas was like, nah, nigga. They start pulling up videos. See, he still got his ring right here, this and that, this and that. They was calling him a liar. They come out. He was the only nigga telling the truth. Everybody else, they was saying, nah, I don't believe that. Ain't nobody said nothing about that. He was the only nigga that knew. And he was even offering to get Gucci Mane his shit back because he knew the niggas that had it.
Oh, damn.
Yep. And so now
he doing a lot to this shit, boy.
Boy, it's a whole bunch. Yeah. You saying Pooh Shiesty had time to escape to Cuba? Nah, you can't go to Cuba no more, Fatita. You know they ain't got no lights right now. Trump got them boys fucked up, so and he with the Fed, so the Fed they gonna come get you from over there. Fed don't give a fuck where you go at, nigga. They tapped in.
Yeah, exactly. They coming to see about you.
Yeah. You Fed property. Hold on, let me switch. Let me get past this commercial. Yeah, you Fed property, nigga. You the property of the United States of America. It don't matter where the fuck you go at, unless you go to North Korea or Russia or some shit. Hold up, all right.
We mentioned Pooh Shiesty lives in Frisco. That's a suburb of Texas. Again, Frisco. It's about 30 minutes north of Dallas where Pooh Shiesty lives. He actually lives in an apartment right next to the Dallas Cowboys training facility. Everyone else involved is believed to have come from out of town during this event. Again,
now, that's going to be crucial right there. Because now you don't really have Pooh Shiesty in a federal case outside of the gun, but you don't have him on camera with the gun. So, of course, they're going to deny that. But everybody else, y'all came across state lines to commit a crime.
So basically when they robbed them, they came in and made sure they knew where the cameras was, and they made sure none of the weapons showed in the camera. Sound like
either that or Gucci or whoever owned that studio went and got that camera surveillance before the police got called and they got rid of it. Could have been, okay. Either or. I don't know. I wasn't there.
Wait. So you saying they got Gucci at his spot, ain't it?
Nah, it was at a studio in Dallas.
Oh, was that a neutral studio?
Yeah, none of them from there. Okay. You know, none of them from Dallas. But see, being that Pooh Shiesty is under house arrest, I mean, at the halfway house, and I think it's in Texas, not in Dallas, but I think it's in Texas. And I think Pooh Shiesty daddy got a house outside of Dallas, but they met at a mutual spot in Dallas at a studio, I guess, that, they trust and do work with. Because they're saying that when they got there, the studio wasn't open. They had to call somebody to come open up the studio so they can do music. And that's why Gucci had bought some cameramen, because he thought that they was going to, just, hey, let's record some shit.
Oh, okay.
You said Appetite say, do Gucci stay in Dallas? I don't know if he stay in Dallas or not, but, when you rich shit, you might got a house something everywhere.
Okay.
And 9 suspects we're talking about, 8 of them in custody. Fed still looking for one more who's believed to...
Damn, 9. I just realized what they saying. They saying 9 suspects. Damn. Hey, God damn. Somebody gonna tell.
So how many people, they saying 9 people ran in there?
9 people was a part of the, on the side of the crime.
Oh, all
All I know is Pooh Shiesty, Big 30, and you got 7 other niggas that, you know, had something to do with it. I know one nigga was stayed in the car, I believe. So I don't know about
the
the other
getaway
niggas.
driver to be ready to take off.
Yeah, ready to get the fuck out of there.
Possibly be in Georgia. Austin?
David Sentendry with us tonight. David, always appreciate you. You heard a little bit of the press conference in David's piece. Let's play the full thing out from the beginning. Here it is.
All right, so let's listen to the white folks, man. This is the press conference. You know, you can't. This is Department of Justice, so nobody could say this is just bloggers talking. This is just niggas speculating. We're hearing it straight from the folks' mouth. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit, so you know. I think it's probably like, what? It's probably like 5 minutes, if that. But we ain't gotta listen to every single word. Let's just get the meat and potatoes, and then we'll go to our next exhibit. I'll speed it up 1.5.
Good morning. I'm Catherine Miller, the Acting Public Affairs Officer for the U.S. Attorney's Office of the Northern District of Texas. Today, you're going to hear from Ryan Rabel, the United States Attorney for the Northern District of Texas, Jeremy Wright, Assistant Special Agent in charge of FBI Dallas. And we will have a brief question and answer session after their remarks. Please identify yourself by your name and your media outlet when asking questions and confine the content of your questions to today's press conference. At the podium, joining Ryan Rabel and Jeremy Wright is Executive Assistant Chief of Police with the Dallas Police Department, Terrence Rhodes, Assistant U.S. Attorney Robert Withers, Assistant U.S. Attorney Claire Demers, and Assistant U.S. Attorney and Violent Crimes Chief Jeremy Fugate, all of the Northern District of Texas. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ryan.
Good morning. I'm Ryan Rabel. I'm the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Texas. Thank you for coming. This week, 9 individuals, including well-known musical artists, kidnapped and robbed at gunpoint numerous victims at a music studio in Dallas, Texas. 8 of the 9 were arrested yesterday in Dallas, Memphis, and Nashville. These individuals who are charged and arrested include Lontrell Williams Jr., also known as Pooh Shiesty, Lontrell Williams Sr., Rodney Wright Jr.,
also known as Pooh Shiesty Daddy. Hey, it's so funny to hear these white folks say these rappers' name. Pooh Shiesty.
Yeah, they can't pronounce this shit right.
Gucci Mane. They try to pronounce it just how it's spelled, man.
Jr., also known as Big 30, Kadarius Waters, Demarion Gibson, DeMarcus Glover, Corday Johnson, Darian McDaniel, and Terrence Rogers has not been arrested yet, but will be soon. The complaint alleges that on January 10th of this year.
Nah, they ain't got all their street names. Shout out to Sister T. I see you in the area. Sister T in the area. Sister T, I already know you're going to go over this now. You go ahead and listen to Iz now. You know Iz going to give you the insight. So, you know, I know you ain't no hip-hop head, but I know you will dive into the hip-hop news. So, you know, if you need any information, let Iz know. I'll send you whatever you need. I got you.
Here, 3 music.
I even got the paperwork. So if you want to go over the paperwork.
Industry professionals traveled to Dallas for a scheduled business meeting. Lontrell Williams Jr. arranged this meeting purportedly to discuss the terms of his recording contract with one of the victims. As alleged, once these 3 men were inside the recording studio, Williams Jr. and 8 co-conspirators, several of whom traveled from Memphis, Tennessee, executed a coordinated armed takeover. As alleged, Williams Jr. produced an AK-style pistol.
Hey, but they made that shit sound scary. Executed an armed takeover. Shit. I guess that's kind of what it was, though.
Yeah, because they called some out of towners. Some nigga came from out of town. They rode. They thought about this shit all the way on the trip.
Right, and that's kind of why it made it a Fed case, man. Because it's like it's a conspiracy. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all drove across state lines for this?
Because
somebody had to bring them guns, and y'all ain't bring them on no plane.
Yep.
First, one of the
and that's to go try to say they was already here. You had somebody already in Texas to have some scraps for you.
And the only problem with that is if that was the case, then it would have had to be the daddy, and he ain't supposed to have no guns. Pooh Shiesty ain't supposed to have no guns, so they had to bring him from Memphis. Somebody gonna have to, you know, they gonna press them niggas to see which one of y'all niggas brought him.
But didn't he say his daddy was one of the people? Didn't he just call out the daddy name? Was one of the people they arrested?
Say that one more time.
Didn't the guy that was just talking to agent, didn't he just say when he was calling out their names and giving their street names, he said Pooh Shiesty daddy was there too, right? He got arrested. So that's what I'm saying. He probably already had the straps waiting on them when they got there. You know what I'm saying? Because he was a part of it. So who's to say he didn't have the guns? I don't know, allegedly. You know what I'm saying? Let me make sure I say that shit.
I know if I was an FBI agent, I mean, I don't know shit about the law like that, but if I'm an FBI agent, one of y'all better tell me who bought these motherfucking guns to the party. Somebody got to tell me something.
Yeah.
Or y'all about to get a conspiracy.
Yeah,
Everybody
I need to know
about
where
to
the
get
guns come from. Yeah, if I'm an FBI agent, I definitely need to know where them guns come from.
Right. And all you need is one nigga to tell you that there was a gun on the scene and it is over. All these niggas better be solid and say, I don't know what you're talking about. They can fuck this case up. I ain't gonna lie. All they gotta be like, if they ain't got us on camera doing this shit, I don't know what y'all talking about, man.
Exactly. Keep the same goddamn story. Don't let them come in there and say, well, I just talked to Pooh Shiesty. He said, nah, man. Bring Pooh Shiesty. Let me hear him say it. Let me hear him say it.
Facts.
Because they gonna
really,
lie. See, a lot of people weak-minded though, Craig. They don't be knowing when you go in there with these cops, man, they try to run game on you. They'll send one detective in there, try to get hard, then the other one to come in there, act like you're your friend, you need something to drink, you want something. Man, I'm gonna aggravate the fuck out of them. Y'all gonna get tired of that questioning me. Because I'm gonna be an asshole the whole time.
I mean, at this point, my fault, y'all. I had my mic mute for a second. Let me repeat what I was saying. At this point, Pooh Shiesty, he really just have a probation violation. They ain't got him with no guns. And, you know, they knew he was in Dallas and all that stuff like that. But if you ain't on camera with no guns, all we got is, you know, word of mouth, hearsay.
Yeah, hearsay, exactly.
So I know everybody thinking he fucked up, but he ain't fucked up yet until somebody go to running their mouth.
Yeah, all they got to do is just shut the fuck up.
Right.
Don't say nothing.
So see, it ain't armed robbery yet because we about to find out. I got another clip that they just dropped today where they didn't find any evidence at the house. Not no guns, not no property, none of the stuff. So everything right now is just word of mouth from the other witnesses that was there, and they say they saw them make Gucci Man sign the paperwork. They got robbed out of their AirPods and all that. Now their Apple Watch and AirPads, they had that what that shit called, the tracker in it. So whoever it went at, they was able to track it. But that doesn't necessarily mean Pooh Shiesty took it. So
sign a release from the recording contract at gunpoint. The remaining conspirators displayed firearms and robbed the other victims of Rolex watches, jewelry, cash, and other high-value items.
Listen closely, y'all. He just said the remaining conspirators. He didn't say Pooh Shiesty robbed anybody. He just said Pooh Shiesty had the contract dispute and wanted to get out of the contract. The other guys robbed him. Pooh Shiesty could say, I ain't know what them guys did when they was in there. I was in the studio going over the contract. Gucci Man will have to get on the stand and say out his own mouth, yeah, this nigga made me do this.
Yeah, he gonna have to say Pooh Shiesty did it or whatever his government name is. I forgot what they said, but he gonna have to say he did it. He gonna have to say he did it because if they ain't got no cameras, they ain't got no evidence, they ain't even got an eyewitness in there because they ain't gonna tell on each other. So it's all I know. But you talking about 9 people though, Chris? That's a lot of people to not talk.
You right.
A lot of people to not talk, boy.
But if all of them family, like, you know, Pooh Shiesty say, you got the daddy, but the daddy, he already done snitched before in his past, and if he's a federal informant.
So he got snitching in his blood?
I guess. And I don't even think Pooh Shiesty knew. I don't know if he knew or not, but his daddy is still on the payroll for the feds. So yeah, depending on if them niggas willing to sit down, go ahead, they gonna sit down, but they might not sit down, as long as, people are expecting.
One of the victims was actually choked by one of the defendants to the point of near unconsciousness. Defendant Wright barricaded the studio door with his body to prevent the victims from escaping.
Defendant Wright is Big 30, y'all. If y'all don't know who Big 30 is, that's Pooh Shiesty's cousin, another rap artist that I like Big 30's music. I ain't gonna cap. Big 30 be snapping.
The ringleader of the conspiracy, Lontrell Williams Jr., was on home confinement at the time of the offense.
Who is Pooh Shiesty? If y'all don't know these names, Montrell Williams Jr. is Pooh Shiesty. He was on, so he can't say he wasn't there. But being there is not the crime. It might be a violation.
Definitely.
It's a violation, but it's not the crime.
So he wasn't supposed to. So he drove from Memphis.
Nah, he was in a halfway house in Texas though.
In Texas. Oh, okay.
Right, and from I think they're gonna say it in this, but I got another video where they're gonna say it. He was on the phone with his PO or whoever, his supervisor, whoever was supposed to be monitoring him, and they was telling him, "Nah, nigga, you ain't supposed to be out of town. Get your ass back." And he was saying, "Nah, I'm supposed to be out for Rick." And they're like, "Nah, you ain't, nigga. Go on back to the house." So they know he was there, but they was giving him a pass. Hey, go on, take your ass back to the halfway house, nigga. They didn't know a robbery was going on, but now that a supposed crime was going on, they can say, "Oh, that's what you was doing there."
Yeah. Okay.
As alleged for a prior firearms
Oh, what up, Pick and Choose TV? Shout out to Slim.
conspiracy charge and conviction out of the Southern District of Florida. Towards the end of his prison sentence, he had been granted home detention. Part of the terms of his home detention were that he would not commit another federal offense or possess a firearm. His father, Lontrell Williams Sr., is alleged to have helped plan and execute the federal kidnapping as charged in the complaint. And as described further in the complaint, within hours of leaving the Dallas studio, a number of the defendants were on social media displaying some of the items that appeared to be the jewelry that had been robbed from the victims.
Peep out the words, appear. They appear to be. That don't mean that that's the shit. So if they ain't got the shit where they can, run the serial numbers and all that, that's not no huge evidence. But it is dumb if the niggas took the shit and then get on social media with the shit on. Yeah, that ain't gonna help your case.
The charging document outlines some of the evidence, just some, establishing the defendant's roles in the federal offense. This is as follows. Electronic monitoring data placing Williams Jr. at the offense location, which would put him in violation of his home detention conditions. Cell phone records and license plate reader data corroborating the coordinated travel of multiple defendants from Memphis, Tennessee to Dallas. Rental car records confirming Williams Sr. rented a vehicle that was used by the group. Surveillance footage from the offense location, a nearby office supply store, and a hotel where several of the defendants stayed following the offense.
All of this, people, understand. All of this is circumstantial evidence. That's what this is called. It just putting them at the scene of the crime. They looking at all the cameras that they got around the city saying, hey, yeah, we know that these were y'all in these two cars. We know that y'all stayed at this hotel, so we know that y'all was there. If there was a crime committed in that building, you can't say that you was not there. So all of that, what he's mentioning now, is circumstantial evidence. But the thing that they don't have is them on camera with the pistol. With any guns. So he just explaining what they got. And if you listen closely and if you understand what they're saying, it's stuff, but it's not like concrete.
Fingerprint evidence as well that was recovered from the crime scene, matching at least two of the defendants. Social media posts by defendants displaying what appears to be stolen property just in the days following the offense. Greyhound bus records confirming the travel of multiple defendants from Dallas.
Say what?
What?
Man, I know goddamn well y'all ain't with a multi-million-dollar artist and y'all niggas had to catch the bus back home. I know you fucking lying. I know you fucking lying. Oh, hold on. I think my homie dropped off real quick. He said he had to get on his phone. There you go. All right, you back? You still there, G4? I think he dropped down. I think he said his phone went dead. He'll be back up here. You back, G4?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, there you go.
Listen to my computer. My phone's going dead, so I'm on my computer now. I'm about to cut my light on in a minute.
That's a bet. Okay, I just wanted to make sure you can still see and hear everything.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm set up now.
Bet. So, like I say, y'all gotta listen to the words that they say, you know, apparently, and, you know, all that stuff like that, you know. Everything ain't written in blood. I mean, written in stone.
To Memphis the day after the offense.
But like I said, it's crazy that these niggas just committed this crime with, you know, allegedly committed this crime, and niggas had to get on the bus to go back home, man.
What?
You heard that part?
No, I missed that part.
Yeah, the nigga just said that. Hold on, I'm gonna slide it back just a little bit. He said that, you know, some of the guys had to, you know, catch the Greyhound back home. They got Greyhound records of niggas, you know.
A nearby office supply store and a hotel where several...
And the nearby office supply store, that's where they went to go get the contract copied and printed. So they got y'all niggas can't say it ain't a conspiracy, because, you know, y'all niggas had to go, you know, y'all had to go print the shit up.
Defendants stayed following the offense. Fingerprint evidence as well that was recovered from the crime scene, matching at least two of the defendants. Social media posts by defendants displaying what appears to be stolen property just in the days following the offense. Greyhound bus records confirming the travel of multiple defendants from Dallas to Memphis the day after the offense. The victims in this case came to Dallas to conduct legitimate business, and they were met with firearms and violence as alleged in the charging document. This case should serve as a warning to others who believe that using violence and intimidation tactics to rob others in our community is a viable way to conduct business. I'm here to say that it is not, and that if you choose to do this, we will, together with our law enforcement partners here and the other ones in the Northern District of Texas, will bring you swiftly to justice. I want to thank the FBI Dallas Violent Crimes Task Force, the FBI's Memphis Resident Agency and Nashville Field Office, the Memphis Safe Task Force, the Dallas Police Department, the United States Attorney for the Western District of Tennessee, Michael Dunovit, and AUSA Greg Wagner, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of Texas, my dear friend and colleague Jay Combs, and the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Middle District of Tennessee, including my colleague Braden Busek, for their outstanding contributions in this multi-jurisdictional investigation and prosecution. I'd also like to highlight the extraordinary work. None of this happens without the extraordinary work of our AUSAs in this office, and I'm here to say we have the best AUSAs in the entire country. That includes AUSAs Robert Withers, Claire Demers, and my violent crime chief, Jeremy Fugate. This case really underscores the importance of standing up for crime victims, no matter who they are or where they...
All right, so that's what they had initially, y'all. That's what was said initially and everything. So now we're going to get into the new, I guess to say the new spin in this situation. The new spin in this situation is, you know, there might be a loophole where these guys can, you know, get away with what they got going on if everybody shut the fuck up. Only if everybody shut the fuck up.
They gotta shut the fuck up, Craig.
They gotta shut the fuck up. So let's get into what the new update of the situation. Hold on 1 second. Let me switch to my other channel real quick. So, like I say, shout out to Seti Nash, because I had just seen this right before I went live. And I was like, oh, shit. Hold on, let me pull it up real quick, y'all. Give me 1 second. Shout out to the chat, man. If y'all just joining in on the chat, y'all make sure y'all hit that like button.
Exactly. Definitely. Shout out to everybody out there in the chat, man. Appreciate y'all coming up, doing your thing, man. Ain't nothing like people showing love and supporting. Shit.
Right. So shout out to Seti Nash. Like I said again, he was the first one to break this news, and now he's breaking the more news about these folks really ain't got shit. You know what I'm saying? According to what the news say. I mean, like I said, we're gonna listen to the white folks first, and then before we speculate, because they the ones got all the details. So let's see what they got to say about the situation. Hold on, let me make sure I pull it in StreamYard also so you can see it. Give me 1 second, y'all. Come on. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I can see it.
All right, you see it now? Okay, bet.
Yeah.
All right, let me make sure everybody in here can see it nice and clear. Make sure you on the screen nice and clear. There you go. All right. So let's go back to let's see what Seti Nash had to. I didn't see this this news report, so I'm gonna just play it off of his channel, and I ain't gonna let him give his opinion, because his opinion is his opinion. We'll give our opinion, but let's see what the video he showed
come from.
Actually proven in the paperwork, and we overlooked it.
Tonight in the arrest of Memphis rapper Pooh Shiesty. He and 8 others are charged with kidnapping rapper Gucci Mane. Shiesty's father, Lontrell Williams Sr., and another Memphis rapper known as Big 30 appeared in federal court today. Action News 5's Caitlin Miller was in the courtroom in downtown Memphis. So Caitlin, fill us in. What happened today?
Yeah, Joyce, so they're actually still in there, but what I can tell you is that a special agent from the FBI, Marcellus Hobbs, from the Dallas Violent Crimes Task Force, took the stand, and defense attorneys for Lontrell Williams Sr., Pooh Shiesty's father, and Rodney Wright Jr., also known as rapper Big 30, asked Hobbs a key question. Is there any hard evidence, like video surveillance, showing either man possessing a gun or threatening anyone? And Hobbs said no.
No. What you think about that, homeboy? They got in that federal court.
There you go, right there, right. She just basically said it right there. So if they know that, shit, in jail it seems like they pass out phones now. So they had to hear that and know that. So once they heard that, they should know, like, well, damn, they ain't really got no real evidence on us. You know what I'm saying? Minor charges that they can come up with. You can't really stick no hard time on me if you ain't got no evidence of no felonies, no weapons. You know what I'm saying? Shit, all it is hearsay right now. Shit, until you get some proof.
Exactly.
They ain't said nothing they really got besides picking them up and allegedly doing all this stuff. But who rob them without a gun?
Right.
And somebody will give you something, give it up without a gun. So,
and who willing to come to trial and sit on that stand and go? I mean, maybe the cops. Those two, if you got 2 security guards, yeah, they're willing to sit there and say, hey, I seen this and that happen, but they probably can't say what happened in there with Gucci and Pooh Shiesty as far as the contract signing. Now, as far as them getting their jury took or whatever, those guys that actually did the robbery of the jury and the iPads and the fucking shoes and all that and the choking out, they probably fucked. They're gonna get at least armed robbery or whatever. But even if they ain't got no guns, they can't say armed robbery. They might can put them with robbery, something that's a little lesser. But they can't say that they armed robbery if you don't have the gun, and you don't see them on camera with the gun. That's hearsay.
Yeah, because this dude got went to jail around here in Kingsland. And he didn't rob the store with no gun, so they talking about some robbery by aggression, by intimidation. No, that's
intimidation. Yeah, I was locked up with some niggas that had robbery by intimidation. Niggas that they didn't catch the gun or whatever, and that's just something they'll have you plea out to when they know that they ain't really got a case.
Yeah, exactly.
He also testified that no concrete evidence was found in Wright's car or Williams' homes when they were arrested.
No concrete evidence was found in the home or the car. Now let's rewind back to what we heard when they originally arrested him, which was the video we just watched first. Didn't they say they found something in the house or something like that?
I thought they did. I'm not sure. I can't remember because I've been listening to this, so I can't. It's been so much drop. I can't really tell. I can't say.
And that's why I pointed it out when they said it. I was like, all right, y'all take a mental note of that. They just said when they, when they went into the house, they found stuff. Now they, when they get in court, now all of a sudden they ain't got shit.
Because when they thought they found something, they didn't realize it wasn't really nothing worth saying they had. Obviously, it had to be something because they ain't going to hold shit back when they're trying to lock niggas up.
And the key thing is they didn't find no guns. If they would have found, if they would have found guns in that house, one of the pieces of jewelry, now you got a case. But if you ain't found none of the, alleged stolen stuff, you ain't find no guns, but you do have the, ankle monitor info and the phone info and the car info and all that, cool. But we need the stuff from the crime.
But even so, the judge ruled there is still probable cause for both men and all defendants who appear today based on cell phone data, outside surveillance video, and victim statements that stand uncontested. Right now, we're still waiting for the detention decision, so we're watching to see whether they'll be held or released as we move forward. Thanks, Joyce. This is Caitlin Miller.
All right, Caitlin. So Caitlin gave us the, Caitlin gave us the rundown. Hold on, I don't know if there's some more still on this. Hold on, let's get past this commercial. Oh yeah, there's plenty more. So let's see what else they got.
You know how y'all just sit around on Saturday?
Okay, that was all of that part. Now, we also have the paperwork. Now, I can let somebody else read the paperwork, but I got the paperwork myself, and I can read pretty decent. I was one of them people that I can read loud in class when they said, hey, somebody stand up and read out loud. So, so let's get to the paperwork, y'all. Y'all ready for the paperwork? Now, hold on. Before we get to the paperwork, I want to show y'all something real quick. Now, this is why I think that a nigga like Big 30 is like, yeah, man, let's go ahead and rob this nigga, man. Fuck this nigga. Because Big 30 ain't like Gucci Man. Did y'all know that? Did you know that, bro?
Nah, I didn't know that. I ain't too in depth with it. That's why I've been listening and checking it. I heard about it the other day, and then they brought it up last night a little bit before we got off the pod. So that's why I was listening, trying to get the information. So that right now you dropping the jewels and the facts and the paperwork on everything. So I'm absorbing. So I ain't even know them niggas that he had beef with him like that.
Right. So when Pooh Shiesty first signed to Gucci Man, they went and met Gucci Man. Big 30 went and met Gucci Man. And I think he was excited that he had met Gucci Man. So he started making posts and shit, tagging Gucci Man and showing pictures and shit. And Gucci Man said some shit like, man, I only met you one time, nigga. Why you keep showing all these pictures connecting me with you and all that shit? So it kind of made Big 30 look, kind of thirsty and look, weird. You know what I'm saying? So Big 30 went on Adam 22, No Jumper. And let me pull this up so you can see it too. He went on Adam 22, No Jumper, and he spoke on the situation. Well, they actually asked him about it. So here's him, telling how he felt about, how Gucci Man kind of played him, you know what I'm saying? Kind of made him look like a groupie, kind of.
Okay.
So here you go right here. Y'all know I'm ears to the streets, man. I gotta bring this to y'all, man. What you say, PAFF? Stop talking about Kwame, man. Man, this video is not about Kwame. You over here, all that D-riding and shit, man. Go sit your ass down somewhere. Your boy was just in
I
here.
ain't pay that shit no attention. I'm like, what is he talking about?
This is what these niggas do, man. This be that goddamn. I keep telling these niggas dick ride is not a sport, man. Goddamn, y'all won't let me do anything without y'all coming in here windmilling for another nigga, man. Goddamn.
Crazy.
I'll go to roasting that nigga on another live. He done got his live for this week, man. Goddamn, let me do my content. We ain't on that channel. He on the other channel. He got his own. That's Wabbit Patrol. We on Ears to the Street live right now.
Exactly. You come in with some random ass comment. We on a whole nother. You talking about a whole nother situation? He just come here with a random ass comment.
That's what these niggas do, man. I'm used to it at this point, but it is what it is. So let's listen to this shit with Big 30 though.
And what?
So, like I say, Big 30, let him explain this. He gonna ask the question and let him explain it.
I don't know about all that, but I know he found a couple of that for sure.
How did you feel? All right, and one thing that did go viral with Gucci, how did you feel? Like, I think you had posted a picture of Gucci, and then Gucci was like, nigga, I met you one time or some shit. How did you feel when he had said that? And then what was your relationship like now?
I mean, as soon as I seen this nigga threw us out, because it was me and Shiesty the first time meeting him. So we both like hit him like, damn, what's up with this good up? You know what I'm saying? And I ain't gonna talk about what we said in the message.
Yeah. You ain't gonna talk about what was said in the message. I don't think that was favorable. Because you gotta realize they two fresh niggas off the street. Guwop just gave Shiesty a bag. He just gave him a feature because I remember that song that they had made with him, Big 30, and Pooh Shiesty. So, Big 30 probably thought he was cool with Gucci too. Like, yeah, nigga, you did a song with me and shit. I met you. He probably thinking they friends now and all that shit. And Gucci, he looking at his business like, little nigga, I don't know you. Nigga, you just the little nigga that was with the nigga I signed. You know what I mean? So I showed you love, but goddamn, nigga, stop all that motherfucking, you know what I'm saying? Trying to act like we goddamn besties and shit. But they had a conversation on the phone.
Like we've been on a guy's trip together.
Right.
Yeah. But long story short, Gucci was like, man, I was tripping, I'm gonna fix it. Who did that, bam, man? He flew a nigga out to Miami. Did free song, free video with a nigga, you know what I'm saying? Apologize like a man, you know what I'm saying? We left that little shit behind it. For sure.
You might have left that little shit behind, but you fragile the nigga ego, bro. So a nigga gonna be thinking about that get back one day, but you thinking about like right now, like, man, fuck that, let's get this money. But I'm pretty sure that shit kind of still had his feelings feeling some type of way.
Yeah, exactly. All you gotta do is look at him, how he talking, his tone, the words he using, his mannerisms. You can tell that he's bothered by that shit. That's why he ready to move past the question.
Right. And he probably was kind of blowed that the nigga even asked the question, like, man, y'all some messy ass niggas, bro. I'm here. You could be asking me about my music and all that. You want to ask a nigga about some shit like that, trying to spark some shit back up. Because this is before all of this situation. So imagine if he would have said, man, yeah, that was some lame ass shit that nigga did and this and that, this and that. Gucci would have heard that like, nigga, you know what I'm saying? So he had to say it in a political correct way, you know what I'm saying? But we know, bro, as a man, bro, that that had to make you feel some type of way.
And his man's. That's why he got his head down looking like he doing something.
Right.
Yeah. Gucci just wanted to sign me back. Like,
that's what I was gonna say, because he was one of the niggas that wanted to sign you early on, right?
He wanted to sign me for sure.
And why didn't you why you ain't go with the Gucci route?
Which I had already signed.
Oh, it was too late. It was too late.
Yeah, what year did you sign to Moneybag?
Okay, so he signed the Moneybag, which Moneybag signed to Yo Gotti.
Okay.
So, like I say, now Pooh Shiesty trying to switch over to, saying Yo Gotti or whatever. But like I say, you got to get out of this contract with Gucci Mane. We know Gucci Mane and Yo Gotti don't get along. So.
Yeah, definitely.
Shout out to Brew Life HVAC. Salute to you, bro.
19, I think.
Okay. And so you had the conversation about signing the Gotti. How come you went through Moneybag?
What you mean?
Like, had you had conversations with both of them, or?
No, it wasn't no shit like. Gotti just took us out to eat and just was talking to us about the music business and shit. Like, he probably was finna sign us sooner or later or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
So that's all I'm gonna play of that. We ain't gonna get into too much of that, but this kind of shows you that they been having kind of a close relationship with Gotti, and like I say, they probably like, well, whatever Gotti and Gucci got going on, they probably didn't see the extent of it. They probably didn't care. Everybody just trying to get a bag, you know what I'm saying? So they probably didn't read too much into it. But then y'all got to remember, this is before Big Scarr passed away. Big Scarr was Pooh Shiesty's cousin. And when he passed away, Gucci Mane wanted the chain back. When Gucci Mane didn't get the chain back, he did a minimum on Big Scarr's funeral when Big Scarr passed away. Pooh Shiesty didn't like the way Big Scarr was treated after he passed away. So him coming home, he probably didn't even want to be signed to Gucci just out the gate. He probably didn't want to deal with him no more, period. You know what I'm saying? He probably didn't even have a contract dispute until he got home and all this unfolded. Go ahead, my bad.
Oh no, you good, you good. You good, and it's like, I guess I can use the metaphor as the Power. Remember the Power series when Ghost was trying to get out the drug game and go legit, and Tommy wanted to stay street. You know what I'm saying? He wanted to stay street. So I think that's what that situation is. Gucci Man is trying to go straight and be legit. He done been in jail. He ain't trying to do that. And then I think with Yo Gotti, he's still a little bit got that street swag. So they probably feel a little more comfortable with that because a lot of niggas can't let that street life go, bro. They can't let it go.
Right, because Gucci probably all business. He done got married and shit. He probably ain't wanting to hang out in no club. Nigga, you ain't gonna be in no video with me with no guns and all that shit. And Gotti kind of the same way. He ain't gonna be in no video with no guns and all that. But, you know, they probably see that all these Gotti artists are blowing up too. And then, you know, from a city standpoint, of course you want to do business with a nigga from your city. You want to make your city look good.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So I that could have been a factor also. So let's make another switch up. So we heard that I was just making that point of, you know, that could have been an underlying thing, you know, about how them boys fell out. Now, like I say, you have people that are talking about Pooh Shiesty daddy is a snitch also. You know, Whack 100 came out and said it. If y'all are not familiar with Hernandez Govan, that is the guy that was accused of setting up the Young Dolph murder. If y'all remember, we covered the Young Dolph trial, the Young Dolph murder, everything. Hernandez was the guy that when Big Jook, which is Yo Gotti's brother, allegedly put the hit out. He's the one that went and found the other two guys that were going to take the money for the hit, allegedly. He ended up beating the charge. Now he's a YouTube sensation. Everybody's calling him up for Memphis News. And he's a real street dude, you know, allegedly. And he definitely has a lot of information about what's going on in the streets. So we're going to get into what he had to say about the situation, you know what I'm saying? Because he had some inside details about shit that hasn't came out on YouTube. You know, he was telling the story about how them niggas, when they was in there robbing Gucci, they was in that bitch got there unscrewing this nigga earrings and shit. Like them niggas, you know, them niggas got disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? So
damn, my damn throat, man. I need some damn tea.
So what we about to go at now, though, we about to go to the paperwork real quick before we get into, you know, the street news. So let me pull up the paperwork.
She's talking about let them know, ears. Let them know.
Man, they know, man. They know ears in the streets. I do my homework. I don't just come on this bitch. Every now and then I come on here and I go to talking.
Well, you did your homework, nigga.
Every now and then I come on here and I just give my opinion, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, when there's stuff, when I can get research and all that stuff like that, that's what I do. I go and, you know, I go get as much research as possible. And, you know, I present the evidence and I tell people, don't attack me. Attack the, you know, the evidence. If you don't like the evidence, you know, that ain't my fault. I ain't got nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
So, right, what we got up here is the paperwork, y'all. And I got this paperwork. I want y'all to see. What does this say? Can you see the screen? Can you see the paperwork, bro?
No, I can't see it.
It should be. How about now?
Yeah, I can see something.
Okay. So we got the paperwork up here. Yeah, I'm gonna take you off the screen real quick, off my main screen, because it's making it look crazy. But you can still see it though, right?
Yeah, I can still hear it.
Okay. And we can still hear you. So y'all, this is the paperwork. I ain't gonna get no paperwork off of Facebook or no shit like that. I went and got it straight off the department. The United States Attorney's Office, Northern District of Texas. This is public information. All right, so let's read what happened from the standpoint of the feds. 9 men, including well-known musical artists, federally charged for kidnapping at music studio in Dallas. Immediate release, U.S. Attorney's Office, Northern District of Texas. This week, 9 individuals, including well-known musical artists, were federally charged for kidnapping and robbing at gunpoint numerous victims at a music studio in Dallas, Texas, announced United States Attorney for Northern District of Texas, Ryan Raybound. 8 of the 9 were arrested yesterday in Dallas, Texas, and Memphis, Tennessee, and charged defendants, including Latrell Williams Jr., Pooh Shiesty, Latrell Williams Sr., Pooh Shiesty Daddy, Rodney Wright Jr., a.k.a. Big 30, Kadarius Waters, Terrence Rogers, Demarion Gibson, DeMarcus Glover, Corday Johnson, Darion McDaniel. As alleged, and I'll highlight it for y'all so y'all can read along. In case is, mess up a word or whatever, y'all can help me out in the chat if I can't pronounce a word. As alleged, 9 defendants traveled to Dallas, Texas to kidnap, rob victims who thought they were coming in town for a business meeting. Instead of discussing business in a civil matter, the defendants resorted to violence and intimidation to achieve their purported business objectives. U.S. State Attorney for another district of Texas, for anyone contemplating using violence to intimidate as a business practice, I'm here to tell you that it would be vigorously investigated and prosecuted in another district of Texas. This case also highlights the outstanding contributions of the colleagues across the United States, blah, blah, blah. We ain't got to get into all that. Okay. The Western District of Tennessee employs a whole team concept with federal, state, local partners to aggressively pursue all violent criminals who dare to commit crime or seek safe haven within our jurisdiction. Here, agents from the FBI Safe Streets Task Force strongly supported by task force officer from the Memphis Police Department, Shelby, blah, blah, blah. Here, let's get into the fucking complaint. I don't want to hear about all that, them boosting about themselves. Yeah, that's all they doing. Strong partnerships with local law enforcement. Bitch, we don't give a fuck about all that fuck shit, man. The complaint alleged that on January 10th of this year, 3 music industry professionals traveled to Dallas for a scheduled business meeting. Latrell Williams Jr. arranged this meeting purportedly to discuss the terms of a recording contract with one of the victims. As alleged, once the 3 men were inside the studio, William Jr. and 8 co-conspirators, several of them who traveled to Memphis, executed a coordinated armed takeover. And I think this is just what that man was saying on that camera. So we're not going to read all this, but I'm going to go to the paperwork, the indictment. But they do have a lot of still images in here. Now, this first still image is of the guy that got choked out. Now, as you can see, he had a couple of scratches on his arm, as you can look and see.
On his wrist.
Yeah, on his wrist. It looked like he had some on his neck or whatever.
It looked like a finger. It looked like a finger printed in that nigga.
Yeah, nigga literally tried to put their fingers around this nigga neck and tried to strangle this. And this way y'all fucked up when y'all choked out the white boy. These niggas tried to choke him out for slavery. Shit. Why y'all ain't try to choke Gucci like this? Gucci probably would. Gucci would have really had one of y'all niggas knocked off if y'all to play with him like this now.
For real.
So they tried to go after. Why y'all had this much anger in y'all though to do the white boy like that, man? Come on, bro. And if y'all would have left everybody alone, I'm gonna say it again. If they wouldn't have stole the man iPods and the shoes and choked the man out and all that, and they would have just got the contract signed and got the fuck up on, they would have had a great case right now.
Yep.
And he could have probably got out of his contract. So those are photos. Defendant Wright barricaded the studio door with his body to prevent the victims from escaping. Court records reflect that Latrell Williams Jr. or Pooh Shiesty was on home confinement for a prior firearms conspiracy conviction out of the Southern District of Florida. Part of the terms of his home detention were that he could no longer not commit any other criminal offenses, and his father, Latrell Williams Sr., is alleged to have helped plan to execute the federal kidnapping. We heard all that. As described in the complaint, within hours of leaving Dallas studio, the defendants added posts on social media displaying what appeared to be some of the stolen jewelry depicted in the photos from the complaint. So these are the photos. This is the dumb nigga that went and showed the watch.
Damn fool.
Now, do you think and I ain't never seen this watch. This rich nigga shit. This out of my bounds. But if a nigga gotta get on the Greyhound bus to get home, do you think he can afford a watch like this? I mean, come on, bro.
Hey, that nigga got to ride the Greyhound, bro. You got your priorities all fucked up.
All fucked up. Because it says screenshot of the video posted from Roger's social media account depict a Rolex believed to be stolen in the robbery. Bruh, you ain't riding no Greyhound bus, but you got a Rolex to flex with, man. This dusty nigga shit right here.
Dusty nigga shit. Right?
So here's another nigga. He got on the 1017 chain. Nigga, you ain't signed to Gucci, man. How you get a motherfucking 1017 chain? Oh, Lord. The nigga went and took a picture with a 1017 chain and he ain't signed to the group and he gonna be the main one like, I ain't take nobody's shit.
Common sense ain't common no more.
Damn, boy. He looked like a dumb nigga. I bet this the nigga that's named Damn Fool. It's one of these niggas named Damn Fool. Hey, boy, you fit your name. And nigga, another Rolex watch. He had the 1017 chain and the watch, y'all.
Wow.
Screenshots from Glover's social media account depict him wearing purportedly stolen jewelry. As outlined in the complaint, some of the evidence established the defendant's role in the federal offense includes electronic monitoring data placed on Williams Jr. at the time of the offense location in violation of his home detention condition. Cell phone records, license plate reader data, corroborating, and coordination travel of multiple defendants from Memphis to Dallas. Rental car records confirming Williams Sr. rented a vehicle used by the group. Surveillance footage. Why they let them boys ride the rental car back to Memphis?
You took the words right out of my mouth. I'm like, what the fuck they doing on the Greyhound bus if they got a rental car?
Man, they treated them boys like some real goddamn crash outs, some crash dummies. Yeah, y'all. Hey, I tell you what, y'all ain't gonna get nothing out the deal when I sign the contract. But man, y'all can rob them niggas for whatever you want to, man. Get their jewelry, their watches, all that shit.
He ain't been on no damn Greyhound since you got out of the Army. I ain't been on the Greyhound since I was driving over the road and they had to put me on that bitch to come get a truck.
Yeah, I ain't been on the Greyhound in a minute too. Shit, I mean, I can't even remember the last time. I mean, for one reason or another.
I don't even see him on the road moving.
Shout out to Iceberg. Salute to you, bro. So, what else we got? Okay, so surveillance. Okay, we stopped at the hotel. So, okay, so surveillance footage from the offense location, nearby supply store, which we talked about. They had to go and get the voided contract printed up. A hotel where several defendants stayed following the offense. Fingerprints, latent fingerprints recovered from the scene, matching 2 defendants. Social media posts by defendants to plan what appears to be stolen in the days following the offense, and Greyhound bus records confirming the travel of multiple defendants from Dallas to Memphis the day after the offense. If convicted, each defendant faces a sentence up to life imprisonment. The FBI Dallas Crime Force investigate the case, assisted by blah, blah, blah. We ain't got to go through all that. So now let's look at the complaint. Now, this is the real paperwork right here. Can you see this? It should say sealed. Oh, hold on. Maybe he got dropped off on accident. Oh, there you go. He's still here. So I see it still on there. So maybe he had to pause for a second. Shout out to Third Eye Edits, man. Salute to you, my brother. So we got the paperwork right here, straight from the offices of the U.S. Attorney's Office. So this is no, YouTube bootleg paperwork or nothing like that. We're reading straight from the feds. U.S. State District Court. This was filed March the 30th, and all that stuff. They got all the defendants right here. Criminal complaint, all that stuff. So pay attention, people. Offense description: kidnapping, conspiracy to commit kidnapping. What do y'all notice about this paperwork? What do you notice, big dog?
You said what now?
I said, what do you notice out the gate about this paperwork? Now, this is real paperwork. You got all of the defendants up here. This is straight from the, U.S. District Court, whatever. This is the criminal complaint. Now, these are the charges, offense description. Kidnapping, conspiracy to commit kidnapping. All of them are charged with this. What do you notice about this paperwork? Off top. I'm going to tell you what I noticed.
I don't know, man. I'm not sure. I can't see it.
Hold on, you can't see it?
No, I'm saying I can see it, but I'm saying.
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna tell y'all. You say it happened in January, Iceberg. Nah, that ain't. It did happen in January. They just decided to go ahead and go forward with the criminal complaint. March 30th. I'm gonna tell y'all what I noticed. Y'all know I know the shit that a lot of people don't be noticing. It only says kidnapping and conspiracy to commit kidnapping. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all they gotta be. Now tell me how easy will it be for them to beat that?
With nobody though, did it?
But if you block the door, or if you don't let somebody leave on their own will, So now, if you're gonna say you got kidnapped, what you gonna have to do?
You gotta testify.
You gotta testify. You gotta come up there and tell how you got kidnapped. What was the conditions of your kidnapping? Did they hit you with a pistol? Did they tell you no, you can't leave? Did they block away your escape? How did they stop you from leaving?
Did they stop you at gunpoint? You know what I'm saying?
But we don't see no gun charge. Now, why is that? Now, the feds do have a thing called superseding indictment. Do everybody realize what a superseding indictment is? A superseding indictment. Yeah, right. That's when the feds can come charge you with, say, this kidnapping, conspiracy, kidnapping. But that's just to get you, riled up. But then they can put together some more evidence and put more charges on you. They can bring some more stuff that they can just say, hey, we wasn't ready then. We're going to see if you can beat this. And then we got some more shit to goddamn throw on you too. So they could be coming with the second wave of a super
season. They had in the box and just pulling out a charge.
Right. As they're getting more evidence, but they go ahead and throwing this out there now so they could go ahead and get you, booked and everything where they ain't got to worry about you leaving or, trying to flee or whatever. And they'll bring the rest when they get the rest of the evidence put together, when they get more witnesses, when they get more, video footage or whatever, they get some more snitches. But as of right now, we ain't seeing no theft. We ain't seeing no theft by a certain amount of money, this and that. We don't see no gun charges. We don't see no aggravated assault. We don't see none of that. And this is a loophole. Because you're going to have to get a lot of testimony for kidnapping. We don't see armed robbery. So y'all keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Affidavit in support of application for criminal complaint. Brittany Garcia, special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, being first duly sworn in, hereby dispose of the following or whatever. I'm a special agent, blah, 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 blah. Let's see if there's anything. Based on my training, I'm familiar with the ways that the criminal conduct their business, including various methods of which robberies and kidnaps are conducted. I have used various investigation techniques such as interviewing witnesses, interviewing defendants, conducting surveillance, executing search seizures, arrest warrants. In my federal investigation, I'm familiar with how criminals use their cell phones, vehicles, social media accounts, affiliates to facilitate, and commission of the types of offenses. The affidavit is based on my personal knowledge as well as information provided to me by other law enforcement officers and other individuals who have participated in this investigation. Since the affidavit is being submitted for a limited purpose of establishing probable cause for the complaint, y'all know what the hell I mean. I have not included every fact known to me concerning the investigation. Please take that into account, people. She has not included every fact known to her concerning this investigation. Based on the facts set forth below, that's where that superseded indictment gonna come in at later. In my opinion, there's probable cause to believe that on or about January 10th in Northern District of Texas and elsewhere, the following individuals violated 18 USC blah blah blah. Knowingly combining, conspiring, and agreeing with other persons known as unknown to commit offenses against the United States, to wit, unlawfully seizing, confining, indulging, decoying, kidnapping, abducting, or carrying away for ransom or reward for a person. They got all the people named, their date of birth, social security number, all that stuff. So the targeted suspects, probable cause, overview of the kidnapping. So here's the overview of what happened, y'all. On January 10, 2026, at probably 4:50 p.m., victims who will be referred to throughout this affidavit by their initials. So that's something that the feds can do. Or collectively as victims. RD, which we know is Gucci Man. That's Roderick Davis. We don't know who MM is. We don't know who BP is. These are all the victims, people. The people that they didn't put their name, they're the victims. The people they put their name, they're the suspects. You don't have to protect them. All three of them they're saying were kidnapped and robbed at gunpoint at a music studio located at Dallas Parkway in Dallas, Texas. This location in the Dallas division of Northern Texas. She's saying that, but why they didn't charge them with armed robbery? That's something to think about, people. They didn't charge them with any guns, but they're talking about this shit in the paperwork. A lawyer is going to eat this shit for dinner. Going to eat this shit for dinner. At approximately 1 p.m. on January 10th, the victims flew into Dallas, Texas, alongside RD's head of security, which is Gucci Man.
He got a good question in the chat. He say, can't they also get Pooh Shiesty for being around, because he's not supposed to be associated with felons if he's on felony parole, right?
Correct, but we don't know if any of the guys he was with was on felony parole.
Felons.
Now, we do know his daddy, because his daddy, we're going to get into his paperwork in a minute. We do know that nigga had done work with the feds before. But can you hang with your own father if he's been, convicted of a felon?
Yeah.
That can be a question.
You know what? It's crazy, because if you're a felon, you're not supposed to be around any known felons. But if your father a felon, you mean to tell me I can't go see my daddy?
Exactly. Now, Big 30, I don't think is a felon. The other niggas, you got 9 niggas, 7 niggas, whatever, how many it is. Somebody in that group of felon. I believe one of them niggas got to be a felon. Somebody. I heard that one of the other niggas was on house arrest too, but I think it's in this paperwork we're about to read. But I heard that one of the other niggas was on house arrest also. So, yeah, that part, we know he definitely can't be around guns, but if they don't got him on camera with a gun, or they didn't find no guns, that's going to be hard to prove. You know what I'm saying? So, unless Gucci Man say, yeah, the nigga had a gun in my head, I don't think they can, charge him with a felony having a gun. Only thing I think they can do is violate him at this point. In my opinion, until I see something different. So, okay, what was we? Herefore referred to as TD. So, for a scheduled business meeting between RD, which is Gucci Man, and suspect Williams Jr. Williams Jr. is a hip-hop artist known as Pooh Shiesty and has been signed to a recording contract for RD Music label 1017. So we know that RD is Gucci Man. There's no disputing that. So niggas can say whatever. So if we see anywhere in here where it says RD said something to the people, I'm just saying, you don't get mad at me. Challenge the evidence. So we know that is. You can say RD could be anybody. No, that's Gucci
His
Man.
dad's no felon.
Huh?
In the comments, the chat said his dad no felon.
Yeah, his dad is a felon. I'm gonna show y'all where his dad is a felon, and he been cooperating with the feds also. So yeah, if you ain't heard it yet, you gonna hear it first on Ears to the Streets. It probably won't be the last place. But his dad is a certified snitch. Been snitching since 2019. Allegedly. According to the Fed paperwork. We gonna see it straight from the Fed.
Yeah, because I had a sandwich and I ain't supposed to have cheese on it, and that nigga told I had cheese on my sandwich. I'm just bullshit.
So, all right, so he say, so they were scheduled to meet. Business Junior was upset with the terms of his contract because he probably got shitted. But he was thirsty when he wanted to get. How much can a nigga sign you for right now, bro?
You may sign me for?
Yeah, how much right now can a nigga sign you be for show? Well, I'm gonna throw out a number right now with your catalog right now. I say right now, G4, I'm gonna give you $2 million, bro. I believe in you. You taking that $2 million now?
I'm gonna take that $2 million.
Now you know how the business is. You know, if we gotta goddamn, do your videos and get you this and that, we gonna deduct that. You know how the music business is, right?
Yeah. They gonna
so
do
you
that
gotta
too,
pay
but
back.
that's
You gotta pay
all-
back whatever your
That's
signing
what I'm
bonus
fucking
is. All of that stuff.
See, but that's why I'm gonna fuck them up when they come at me about all that because I'm good. I don't need y'all to do my videos. I know how to shoot my own videos.
Right. So they gonna do all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So $2 million be good for you. But say the first song you do is like the song with Pooh Shiesty did. You know what I'm saying? And you blow up beyond expectation. Well, you already believe in yourself, but you don't really realize that, you know what I'm saying, it's going to go like that.
I get what you're saying. See, you see, because right now I don't have the $2 million. So when you put that $2 million in my face, it's going to definitely be based on the contract. See, when I take the $2 million, what am I signing for? How many albums do I owe them?
Say you owe me 3 albums for $2 million.
Yeah, we have to negotiate that a little bit better.
Well, I mean, if I'm coming to you out the gate, you ain't made $2 million on your own. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, hey, G4, I need 3 albums out of you, bro. I got $2 million right here. That's okay, 700.
Right.
That's a little bit over 750 an album.
I can give them three albums. Then I'll keep making my money by performing.
Yeah, perform, and once you done with those 3, then you can renegotiate whatever. But immediately right now, I'm making you a rich man.
Yeah, because
don't worry about what I'm gonna make off of you.
I'm gonna give them 3 albums right now off top. They're gonna be like, yeah, boom, I'm gonna give you these off top, bro. I already got that.
And what niggas don't realize is you can't worry about what the man gonna make off of you. You just taking your money.
Yep.
So, okay, I signed you for $2 million. I done hooked you up with Lil Durk. I done hooked you up with all of these big known rappers. That way you can blow up. Everybody rocking with you. You making hits. You just made the new hit, Get It Back in Blood with what's the name? It's all on every studio. That bitch done went platinum and platinum over and this and that. Now, yeah, you hot as fish grease. Now you go to jail. Who taking the loss now?
The company.
Exactly.
The company taking the loss because now you locked up. I can't make nothing off you in jail. I can't make nothing off you in that bunk in that 4x8.
Now I can be a shitty ass CEO and say I'm dropping you, nigga. Fuck that. But Gucci knew because Gucci went through it himself. When that nigga get out, that money gonna flow. Cause he gonna be the hottest nigga out when he get out. All you gotta do is play the waiting game.
Yep.
But you still can make money off him while he locked up because he still had hit songs. Cause even if I invested $2-3 million in you, off of the shit that you already did before you got locked up, I probably done made 20 at a minimum.
Yep. And on top of that, you probably got plenty of music that y'all ain't pull out. You can just pull out a song, so we drop in a single for Pooh Shiesty, free Pooh Shiesty. Everybody go jump on that shit. Everybody.
Right. So say you get out 5 years, you signed that contract 3 years ago, 5 years, whenever you first signed it, you done went to jail, you done had to buy lawyers, you done had to buy commissary, you done had to take care of all this shit while you're locked up. You know, you can't make no money, but you spending a lot of money. You get out 5 years later, I don't know how much of that $3 million you got left, but you still under this contract. You only did 1 album. You got 2 more to go. You ain't getting no more money. Because I gave you the money out the gate. So now you make a song as soon as you get out, that bitch number 12 on the Billboard. You still making me money. I make another 20 off you from this new song.
See, now when you break it down like that, I feel like I done got shitted.
Now you feeling like you got shitty. But you did. That was your fault you went to prison, my nigga. You could have been out of this contract.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Or you could have went and got your own $3 million without me signing you out the gate.
Hey, I might run up in that bitch and make them motherfuckers try to sign me out this shit too. Goddamn, it release me out this damn contract.
So you got a man that's sitting here and, now he got this new, he getting out of prison. He looking at his new song, number 12 on the chart. You ain't getting no new money, nigga. Only how you gonna get some money if you go on tour, but it's your fault your ass is in the halfway house and you can't go out of the state and you can't go on tour. So the only money you can pull in, if nigga you sell, if you go fucking diamond, you know what I'm saying? That's what you go out, and you ain't even gonna get that money because I gave you the advance. Everything on the back end come to me. So right now you coming to do music, all this shit, you ain't getting no new money. No new money. 5 years down the line. So now you hearing these other niggas like, man, bruh, if you wasn't on that label, nigga, I'd give you 15 mil right now. Another nigga telling you that.
Boy, you starting something when you say that, because all that nigga seeing is like, damn, 15 mil. All I gotta do is get this nigga to sign this shit, and he got desperate. They came up with a dumbass plan, because even if that shit would have went smooth, bruh, if I sign the paper, if I'm Gucci Mane and I'm saying, if I sign that paper, make it make sense why I would sign that.
I was just about to say that. I was about to say, now you put yourself in the artist position. Now put yourself in the nigga that signed the nigga. Now you put this money into this nigga before he had money. His daddy had a studio and a label of his own. You could have signed to your daddy, but your daddy didn't have that money to put behind you like that. So that's why I signed you and gave you the bag. So now, now we here, you out, you ain't all the way out, but you made a hot song, cool. You recouping me some of my money, cool. Now you looking at it like, damn, bruh. And then let's say your guy that came to you, you know what I'm saying, and said, hey, nigga, I give you 15 mil, nigga, if you was free, but shit, you got 2 more albums for that nigga. I can't do shit with you. Man, you like, man, god damn, my nigga, I'm broke. I need this money, this and that. So you go to, your CEO, and now let's put you back in the CEO shoes. This nigga that you been waiting for 5 years, you done took your L, you know what I'm saying? Because the nigga got locked up while he, under contract. Yeah, you made a little something, but nigga, you ain't made it all. So now this nigga coming to you like, hey, bro, let me out of this contract. And you like, hold on, what, bro? Bro, come on, bro. I ain't made my money, bro. You telling me I just waited all this time? Come on, bro. You know what I'm saying? Hey, at least give me one more album. I might let you out after you know what I'm saying, one more album, but you got to at least give me something, my nigga. So you be like, all right, I'm gonna give you something, man. Meet me at the studio. Let's go meet at the studio. All right, cool. So here I come. You come as the CEO, come to the studio, thinking you about to make a song with your artist, and then now the nigga putting guns in your face, telling you to sign the paper.
Your ass stupid. And this shit you off guard. Your life flash before your eyes because you don't know what level of a robbery or what's going on right now when that motherfucker come out and it's in your face, bro.
Right.
Your eyes, because you don't know if this person behind the trigger is behind the gun go pull the trigger or not.
That part. All right, so I just wanted to break that down to y'all so y'all can understand the aspect of the CEO and the aspect of the rapper. Both of them feeling like they in the right. Both of them feeling like, hey, I'm about to get shitted. You know what I'm saying? What will you do? Y'all can think about that on your own. Let's continue reading. So approximately 1:45, CW and TD, the victims arrived scheduling the meeting location. I guess those are the managers or maybe the security or something. A music recording studio located within a larger office building. When CW, TD, and the victims entered the office building, they realized the recording studio owned by an individual referred to as JN, it was closed. While they waited for the studio to open, the 5 went to the liquor store, purchased liquor and rigged solo cups before returning to the studio. Williams Jr.'s father, Williams Sr., called JN multiple times on the day of the meeting. Approximately 2:53 p.m., JN answered the phone and learned that Williams Sr. was attempting to book a recording studio that afternoon for Williams Jr. Now, I've been a recording studio producer, or, I've had my own recording studio. A nigga called me and said, hey, bro, I'm trying to record. Nigga, all I hear is money ringing in my ear. Like, y'all, because I know these are big artists. Nigga, y'all about to pay top dollar. So, hell yeah, nigga, I'm about to rush to the studio. Nigga, open that bitch up for y'all. So that's pretty much what they saying. They was calling, trying to get the studio open because they got Pooh Shiesty there. He on home confinement, so he ain't got just any time to do this. So they got to do it, all Gucci Mane in here in the ching ching too, because first day out went crazy. So another song, especially if he on it, it's about to go crazy. At or around 3:15, JN opened the studio for RD, MM, BP, CW, and TD. So we know two of them are the security. I don't know which two, but we know two. We know one is the cameraman, and we know another one is probably, I don't know. One of them is Gucci Mane, of course, and the other one is, I don't know. Maybe a manager or something. Or just probably another cameraman. Investigators later collected and reviewed surveillance video captured at another, not at the studio, at another business located in the same office building on the same floor as the recording studio. Because so y'all niggas can't say y'all wasn't there because other people got video footage of y'all niggas there, which shows Williams Sr. outside of the office building approximately 3:27 p.m. on January 10, 2026 left. So they got a photo right here. Y'all can see. Here's the office building. Y'all got Pooh Shiesty Daddy sitting outside right here talking on the phone. So Williams appeared to be speaking with someone on his cell phone after entering the building at or around 3:28 p.m. Now, y'all got to realize everything was done with by 5 o'clock. At approximately 3:39 p.m., an employee of the studio arrived to assist with production. So one of them guys was the producer. So that's probably that extra guy we was thinking about. When the employee arrived, Williams Jr., Williams Sr. were standing at the back of the door of the office building, engaged in what appeared to be an argument over the phone. At approximately 3:43 p.m., Williams Jr., Williams Sr., Wright, which is Big 30, Johnson, which is one of the goons, Waters, Rogers, and Gibson, and Glover, and McDaniel, those are all the goons. They had what?
Those are all the goons.
Yeah, those are all the jack, but those the niggas that came for the action.
Yeah, them the trigger man.
Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Gucci should have probably peeped that out. Like, nigga, you bought 6 niggas with you?
Yeah, you need all these niggas. Like, you a street nigga, you should have knew something was about to go left.
Right. But he probably figured, man, shit, I got my security with me, you know what I'm saying? This nigga on papers and shit. We cool, we ain't got no problem. But at the same time, Gucci got to know that this nigga is mixing and mingling with Yo Gotti, which I got smoked with. Because Big 30 signed to Young Gotti. Or Moneybag, who is signed to Young Gotti. So there's the connection.
I'm going to get so high, I ain't going to need no flight or two.
Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat, man. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button on y'all way in. Shout out to who that is? Daryl Holloway.
But shit, Craig, I gotta get up out. How long you gonna be on?
I'm gonna be on until I get through with all the information. Hey, if you done with what you gotta do and you want to roll back up, man, you'll be more than welcome. Make sure you message me though, because I might not be looking at my computer like that. So I'll see if you message me.
Because I know I want to come in because I know you was gonna have the information. Because I know these niggas gonna come back with this conversation next week on the show, and they didn't. And because we didn't never really get to close it out, we was kind of chopping it up back in the backstage. So I definitely appreciate the details of the invite up here, man. You know what I'm saying? So for show. And the info is facts. I like the way you work, nigga. I like the way you work.
Oh yeah. We're gonna show the details, man. We'll show the details. Like I said, I put the link for G4 in the chat, man. Y'all make sure y'all follow the homie G4, man. Another Brunswick native, man. He has a very great show. We did a live last night. Hold on, let me make sure I dropped that link for. Let me make sure I drop that link so everybody can go follow up the homie.
Yeah, definitely follow. Come check it out. Check out the music on the page and let me know what you think, man. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, I'll let y'all in the chat. And like I say, I fuck back with you, but if not, we gonna link the fuck up anyway.
Right. I'll be here. Like I say, I'll be here probably at least another 2 hours or so.
Come on. All right, people, hold it down. Y'all be safe.
Let me drop his link real quick so y'all can. He's very consistent on this content, man. He goes live every Friday, I believe. So y'all go check out the homie. All right. So let's get back into the paperwork. All right. We got Kwame in the area waiting for me to stumble over a word, y'all. That's how petty and lame that nigga is. We got a nigga gonna sit around for hours waiting for me to stumble over a word. Kwame, I want to hear you read out loud, sir. I know you would like to always go get somebody to read for you, sir. I'm doing something that you're not capable of, and that's reading out loud. Yeah, I'm gonna make this paperwork a little bit bigger, man, so y'all can read along with me, man. Just in case I fuck up a word, y'all can come back and let me know what words I misspelled. I misread. Hold on, let me make sure I'm on camera. Yo, some of us niggas are so handsome, man. We don't mind being on camera. Some of these niggas with these patch ass eyes, they don't want to be seen. They don't want to see. They don't want you to see when they got a swollen eye. I know it's the only reason you watch me. That's what you say. Yeah. But as soon as I point out he don't pawns, and as soon as I point out his little shit, well, you gotta point out whatever I say. See, you're allowed to make an accident. You're allowed to make a mistake. All that crying and shit, man. Come on, bro. All right, y'all. Let's get back into the content, man. So anyway, you can't talk, bro, until you actually read out loud, sir. I don't think you can read out loud. You was one of them kids in the class that couldn't read out loud, But like I said, these are the goons. They entered the east side of the office building. The target suspects walked through the lobby area of the office building before going inside the studio to the left. One individual with dreadlock hairstyle, later identified as Gibson, can be seen on video exiting the office building and shortly thereafter returning with a bag slung over his shoulder. And they got him on camera, y'all. So the guy's coming back. Y'all can see the guy right over here. They told one of the guys to go out, one of the, goons to go out. He came back with a bag. Now, this bag, supposedly, allegedly, is supposed to have the guns in it. Right? The 9 individuals entered the studio's control room, where inside the victims were watching a football game. CW was positioned in the studio lobby while TD remained in the vehicle they arrived in. I think these are Gucci Mane's security. One of them stayed in the car. One of them was positioned in the lobby. He only got 2 security guards, and this should be a teachable moment to all these rappers that are going to different states, and they think, hey, I got me 2 security guards. I should be good. Shit, all it takes is 5 or 6 niggas to come with bigger guns than your security guard got. You fucked up. So, explicit below are photos of the studio lobby, left, studio control room, right. So this is what y'all seeing. To the left is the studio lobby and control room, and here's the guy that they sent out to go get the guns, because they didn't originally bring him in out the gate because that would have looked suspicious. Where was I? Okay, so studio control room to the right and studio recording room bottom. Okay, here's the studio control room. This is a nice studio, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So, taken from Dallas Police Department, DPD, body camera and crime scene photographs captured on the night of the offense. So, this is the studio, y'all. This is a very nice studio. Everybody get to see everybody can see everything good. Make sure. Yeah, let me blow it up. Everybody see everything good? Okay, cool. The victims overheard Williams Jr. talking on his cell phone, potentially with a probation officer or a parole officer. Get the fuck out of here. So they heard Pooh Shiesty out there talking to his parole officer on the cell phone, stating that his caseworker had given him permission to be out for rec time. Because y'all know, if you're in a halfway house and you got a parole officer, or whether it's state or fed, when they let you go home, they'll let you go home for like 24 hours or something like that. I know when I'm gonna just tell my situation. When I was in a halfway house when I was getting out of prison, and like I was trying to tell that dumbass Kwame Brown, like when you getting out of prison, you're still technically in prison, but you're in the halfway house. That's what it sounds like, halfway in, halfway out. I had to stay there for 9 months, just like Pooh Shiesty was about to have to stay for a certain amount of time, just like BG and all of these people that y'all will say they out, but they're not really out. They're in the halfway house. They have to return to that halfway house, but they would give you what they call rec time. And your rec time is when you can go home, you know, but you only got like 24 hours and you got to be back at a certain time. No excuses. So he took his rec time and decided to go out of town. And I'm pretty sure his parole officer was like, nigga, yeah, you got rec time, but you supposed to go to where you told us you was going to go, which is probably at home. You got to give them the address exactly where you going to be at. You can't go nowhere outside of where you told him you was going to be at. So him going to the studio and probably instead of just his daddy house, his probation or parole officer probably on the phone like, hold on, nigga, you ain't supposed to be at no motherfucking studio. You supposed to be at this place. So that's pretty much what this says, stating that his caseworker had given him permission to be out for rec time for what the victims could hear. So people are hearing him talking to his parole officer, and he's telling them, hey, I'm supposed to be out for rec time, but they can hear his parole officer saying, nah, nigga. Williams, damn, I guess Kwame gonna get me because I said the word Williams wrong. My bad, y'all. That boy can't talk. He can't even say Williams. Fucking dumbass nigga. This nigga spending his free time watching me go over something so he can hear a word get pronounced wrong. So Williams Jr. was informed that was not the case, and he needed to return immediately. That's why I just explained that to y'all about rec time when you're in a halfway house. You know what I'm saying? You can't just go anywhere when you get your rec time. You got to go exactly where you told them you was going to be going. And you only get a certain amount of time. And his parole officer said, nigga, I don't give a fuck that you about to record with no fucking Gucci man. Nigga, get your ass back to where you supposed to be at and get your ass back to this halfway house. Nigga, you is not free, nigga. You is not free. You at a halfway house. So Williams was informed that was not the case, and he needed to return immediately. Williams agreed. Williams Jr., I'm sorry. Williams Jr. was wearing an ankle monitor, and that's probably why they knew exactly where he was at. Like, nigga, you saying that you going to your baby mama house or your daddy house, but nigga, we just got an alert that you at a studio. And they probably called that nigga right before he was about to hit the record button, leading the victims to believe that William Jr. was on house arrest, which everybody knew he was on house arrest. But, you know, those civilian guys like the producer and the other guy that got his that got choked out and all that stuff, you know, they probably don't know, you know, all the details. RD, which is Gucci Man, told Williams Jr. they could reschedule their studio session, which I know probably pissed Gucci Man off because, nigga, how you gonna tell me to come to the studio knowing you ain't even supposed to be here? And, nigga, they still gotta pay for this studio session. Y'all just waste these people time. But Williams Jr. requested to speak with RD privately in the attached recording room. This is where the setup come in at. And like I say, if they would have just went in there privately, they would have did the same shit, made him sign over that contract without them messing with those civilians. He might have could have got away with this because it would have been a he say, she say type of situation. But they wanted to bring some stupid ass street niggas that went a little too far and they fucked up the whole play by taking dumbass shit like shoes and earpods and shit like that in a 1017 chain, and you not signed to the 1017 label. Taking Rolex watches and then have to catch the Greyhound bus home. Just dumb. So anyway, Junior requested to speak with RD, Gucci Mane, probably in the attached recording room. RD agreed and entered the recording room with Williams Jr. and Williams Sr. and Wright, which is Big 30. So it's 3 people in this room, and they got the bag, the big bag. Meanwhile, MM and BP, which is probably the cameraman and the producer, remain in the control room with the 6 other individuals. So you leave the white boys in here with these Memphis goons. And, you know, they looking at the niggas' chains. They looking at all kind of the shoes and all that shit. These niggas ain't never had nothing. And continue to watch the football game. BP, which is one of, you know, old boys' homeboys, offered to share the liquor they purchased with the targeted suspects. And at least 2 of them accepted, grabbing red cups and making a drink. Now, that's going to be crucial because remember when they say they had the fingerprints? They got the fingerprints off of those cups. So those guys could have probably said, hey, we wasn't even there. We ain't had nothing to do with it. They probably wouldn't even been able to identify those guys if they didn't have fingerprint evidence. Inside the control room, Williams Jr. produced purported contract termination. That's what they went and got from that Staples. They went and printed up contract termination papers or release paperwork from a bag and told Gucci Mane, RD, to sign. When RD declined, hell nah, nigga, I'm not signing you out of contract. Williams Jr. became agitated, and the pair started to argue. MM and BP could see inside the recording room and initially believed RD and Williams Jr. to be discussing business. But as MM saw the conversation intensifying, he texted CW, who was still in the music studio's lobby. He texted the security, saying, hey, man, these niggas in here arguing. I think this shit is getting a little out of control, bro. Security, y'all might need to get in here. We got 6 niggas in here with shiesty masks and shit. Goddamn Gucci Mane and them niggas in there arguing. Gucci probably feel like he could beat goddamn Shiesty and his daddy up. So without a gun, he probably ain't worrying about that shit. And as bad body as them other niggas is, shit, he probably felt like we could take all them niggas. With security. As the argument inside the recording room ensued, Williams Jr. instructed Wright to get his bag. Wright complied, leaving the recording room before returning with a bag. Williams Jr. then pulled what appeared to be a black AK-style pistol from the bag and pointed it at RD, demanding again RD, who is Gucci Mane, sign the contractual release paperwork. Wow. Now, if this is not on video, this is just hearsay. And according to what we watched a little earlier, it was not on video. RD complied, signing the paperwork for Williams Jr. while Williams Sr. and Wright stood by RD. Was not allowed to leave the recording room while he was held at gunpoint. Wright pulled out a cell phone and purportedly to record RD signing the paperwork. So Big 30, the fat nigga at the door, he pulled out his cell phone because they wanted to look legit. Because of course, if they would have put it on Instagram or whatever and said, hey, look, Gucci Mane is letting Pooh Shiesty out his contract, we wouldn't have known that he was doing that at gunpoint. Nobody would have known that that was happening at gunpoint. So he pulled out a cell phone to try to show him or whatever. He pulled out a cell phone, purported to record RD signing the paperwork while being forced to say that he released Williams Jr. from their contract. Now, what if that nigga would have turned on the phone and all that, and while he signed, he was like, "Hey, y'all, they forcing me to do it." Now, I don't know if he was live or he was just recording it, so it probably wasn't recorded. I mean, it probably wasn't live, so I'm just fucking around. So after the release was signed, Williams Jr. took RD's wedding ring. Oh, man. Goddamn shiesty. Now, that was petty as fuck, bro. If you'd have just made the nigga sign it, hey, we got that, let's go. Nobody could have said that you did anything wrong. It's your word against their word. You wanted this nigga wedding ring, his watch, his earrings. And you know Gucci had those screw-in earrings, right? So we gonna hear in a minute from a nigga from the dude Hernandez Govan tell how, you know, them niggas was in there unscrewing Gucci Man earrings and shit. I know that had to feel like a major violation. A nigga just literally stripping you out of all your jewels and making you sign paperwork. So Pooh Shiesty took the nigga wedding ring, his watch, his earrings, and whatever cash the nigga had in his pocket. After Gucci Man RD signed the contractual release paperwork, Williams Jr. provided the paperwork to Williams Sr. and asked him if the paperwork was good. He asked his daddy because you remember, his daddy has a recording label himself, so he knows about contracts. Williams Sr. advised that the paperwork needed to be dated, so Williams Jr. forced RD to add a date next to his signature. As RD, Gucci Man, Williams Jr., Pooh Shiesty, and his daddy, and Wright, Big 30, exited the recording room, the remaining subjects, the goons that was outside, Waters, Rogers, Johnson, Glover, McDaniels, and Gibson, produced handguns and AR, AK style pistols and began demanding property from BP and MM, the producer and the cameraman. Now that's where y'all fucked up. BP was pushed onto the couch in the control room. BP was pushed onto the couch in the control room. My fault. Somebody was calling my phone, kind of threw me off. Okay, BP was pushed onto a couch in the control room while an individual known to BP as CMO, damn fool. Oh, man. I know you fucking lying. I know it wasn't no nigga in there named damn fool. Boy, you is a damn fool. So he was calling out his homeboy, "Hey, damn fool, get this nigga shit. Get that nigga, get them earrings, nigga, get them iPods, get them shoes. Hey, damn fool." As a part of Junior's crew, later identified as Rogers, searched the pockets and stole the man's wallet. BP's chain and a necklace bearing a moniker 1017 was stolen from his neck by another subject who he knew as Glizzy 375. What? These niggas got some crazy names. Glizzy 375. Later identified as McDaniel. During the robbery, McDaniel repeatedly threatened to shoot BP for moving. They ready to shoot the white boy, man. But Williams Jr. instructed McDaniels not to. Hey, chill, bro. Don't shoot nobody, dumbass nigga. We got the signature. Just take the nigga shit. You know what I'm saying? Let's get the fuck out of here. Wish they shouldn't have did that. Nigga Pooh Shiesty should have told his homeboys, stand down, bro. I got everything from Gucci. We good. Let's get out of here, nigga. I'll just pay y'all, nigga. I give y'all nigga a little, $500 a piece. Y'all niggas be good. So he threatened to shoot BP for moving, but William Jr. instructed him not to. BP further identified an individual he knew as Baby Slime 375, later identified as Johnson, as being involved in the kidnapping and robbery. As being involved in the kidnapping and robbery. And that during the control room robberies, Johnson possessed a firearm and held BP and others at gunpoint. Both MM and BP identified an individual they knew as KD, later identified as Waters, as also being involved in the kidnapping and robbery, possessing a firearm and holding them at gunpoint. So from right here, the two white boys, they knew, or I don't know if both of them was white, but the producer and the cameraman, they knew two of the guys. They knew what they knew of them. MM was choked from behind at the point of nearly losing consciousness during the kidnapping and robbery, resulting in scratches on his neck and wrist. This is the white boy. You know you can't do that to a white boy now. You know, so whoever did that, they definitely could still get time. MM was robbed of his Rolex watch, a Louis Vuitton bag containing multiple other high-dollar watches, Apple AirPod headphones. Why would a nigga rob you of Apple AirPod headphones? That's stupid. And his wallet at gunpoint by Glover. MM confirmed his Louis Vuitton bag, AirPods, and wallet each had an Apple AirTag, a location tracking device attached. Oh man, you big dummy. You big dummy. So the man had a AirTag in his Louis Vuitton bag, which he should, because you know that's something that could be stolen. And AirPods. I don't know if AirPods have like a tracking device in them, but you know. But the wallet had a tracker in it. So wherever that shit went, you can't deny that you had it. NM later told law enforcement that he was able to identify his robber by an Instagram handle. So, which was later identified as DeMarcus Glover. MM provided investigators screenshots of the last recorded locations of the Apple AirTag, specifically the last location for the AirTags on the Louis Vuitton bag and AirPod was off the Dallas. It don't say after that. So it just stopped right there. Say it was off the Dallas. So yeah. As the altercation inside the control room ensued, Wright walked over to the studio door, but to the lobby, closed it, and blocked it with his body. This is Big 30 now. So they're saying that Big 30 went to the door and blocked everybody from being able to go out. He's a big boy. So this is his role. But it's not a major role, but it still could be considered in Georgia to be, there's kidnapping and then there's false imprisonment. I don't know how Texas roll, but false imprisonment is like a downgrade of kidnapping. So if he didn't have an actual gun in his hand, you know what I'm saying, that could be a reduced charge. He has the least to do in this shit, which they might pressure him to snitch if he's, you know, if it's in him. He might say, nah, I don't want to say shit. Because that crime right there, you know, it might only, you know, with that and the accomplice of a robbery, he might be looking at 10, but he might be willing to do 10 to save, you know, the bag. To save his so-called brother or cousin. Or to save his life because, you know, he would never be able to go back to Memphis if he told. Preventing the victims from leaving. So, my bad. Let me go back so we can read that in context. As the altercation inside the control room ensued, Wright walked over to the studio door to the lobby, closed it, blocked it with his body, preventing the victims from leaving. CW and TD, the victims' security guards, watched Wright barricade the door and attempted to force their way into the control room, but were prevented from entering with handguns drawn. So his security, they draw their handguns, they ready to go in there and save Gucci. But you know, Big Boy was standing in front of the door. They managed to partially open the door because Big Boy's still on the door and they can see, but recognized that they were outnumbered by the armed targeted suspects. Them niggas had big guns. Y'all niggas got handguns. RD was pushed onto the couch in the control room, causing the victims to believe they were going to be executed. Damn. Williams Jr. placed the bearer of a firearm to the back of BP's head. Not Gucci Mane's head, the back of somebody else's head. And ordered him and RD to leave the control room and the studio through the west entrance of the office building. So it was Gucci Mane. So it was Gucci Mane and somebody else. Like, all right, now y'all nigga get the fuck up out of here. We got your goddamn jury. We got your money. We made you sign the contract. Y'all nigga go out that way. Don't go out the way that we came in. Then instructed CW and TD to escort them to their vehicle, which is his security. But that's some bold ass shit. You rob a nigga, you tell his security, now take that bitch ass nigga the fuck out of here. Ain't that some shit? They ain't worrying about a nigga waiting for him when they come outside or nothing. That's crazy. How you let the nigga that you robbed leave before you? That's some bold ass shit. As the victims left, MM turned to Williams Jr., asked him if they were really taking his watches. The white boy, nah, that's some white boy ass shit. Y'all really gonna rob me, dude? Y'all really gonna rob me? You gonna take my Apple Watches, dude? Come on, dude. This is preposterous, dude. Them white boys wasn't scared. You really gonna take my watch, dude? Come on, man. Ain't no nigga doing no shit like that when a nigga got a chopper at your head. Ask them if they really gonna take his shit. Yeah, nigga. But they had to be, in their head, they had to be thinking, y'all gotta be the dumbest niggas ever. Really, bro, you gonna take my watches? You do know that's an Apple Watch, right? You do know I can track that watch, right? So the white boys had to be, you know, they mind was blown that niggas could be this stupid. You said what they say is, you really gonna take my watch, dude? All right, based on later recovered surveillance video footage, the targeted suspect left the studio and office building through the east entrance at approximately 4:48 p.m. So all this shit happened in what, about 2-3 hours? North Tollway, just south of Sam Rayburn Tollway in Plano, as the targeted suspect drove north on the Dallas North Tollway after the offense. They would have passed through this area. The last location for the air tags on the wallet was a parking lot that services both the apartment where Williams Sr. currently has leased an apartment and where Williams Jr. is believed to reside, in the Star in Frisco, Texas. So these niggas making millions. They living in apartments still. The last place that the AirPods or whatever they call it, the tracking device, picked up at, it was in the parking lot of this nigga's apartment in a whole different city. So how can you say you not took these people's shit, but the last place that it was tracked to was your apartment complex? Now, they have surveillance footage on the outside. Now, I believe they had surveillance footage in the studio, but I believe Gucci probably instructed them, nah, get that surveillance footage. We're going to use this as our bargaining chip. But he probably ain't get all of the shit. This looked like it's coming from another studio, because this is one of those buildings where it has multiple offices and stuff in there. So this is surveillance footage from another studio. But in that studio, because it's hard for me to believe that they didn't have video surveillance footage inside the actual studio. It's hard for me to believe that, especially with all that expensive equipment. But somebody removed that. But they do have it from other places. So you can see every one of these niggas, but you can't identify none of these guys. This guy got on the Shiesty mask. All of these guys got on Shiesty masks. There's no, you ain't seen nobody with no actual gun. So everything is still hearsay. Exterior surveillance videos recovered from the neighboring building showed a white Buick Enclave and a black Dodge Charger Hellcat and a black Dodge Ram with a district roll bar affixed to the bed of the truck traveling northbound shortly after the kidnapping and robbery below. So here get the cars. These niggas following each other. You know. According to the law enforcement database, Wright's father, also named Rodney Wright, owns the 2020, which is Big 30, just to let y'all know. So Big 30 driving his daddy car. Big 30 drove all the way there in his daddy car. These niggas be having all this money putting on their head, money phones and all that shit, and these niggas still driving their parents' car, man. This shit, staying in apartments and shit. No wonder this nigga trying to sign his way out of contract. According to law enforcement database, Wright's father, also named Rodney Wright, owns a 2020 Dodge Charger Hellcat bearing Tennessee license plate. All right, so license plate readers place this Charger in Texas, including the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. During the relevant time period, okay, I'm sorry, let me read that together so it makes sense. License plate reader LPR placed the Charger in Texas, including the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex during the relevant time, particular at 2:18 p.m. Scanned on January 10, 2026, captured the Charger following in close proximity to a black Dodge Ram bearing Arkansas license plate, and they put the license plate number. The Dodge Ram appears to have same distant roll bars as the Dodge Ram captured on surveillance video near the offense location later that afternoon. LPR scans at around 5:04 p.m. on January 10, 2026, placed the Charger traveling in close proximity to a white Buick Enclave bearing Texas license plate, and they gave the license plate number. This Enclave returns with the Hertz rental as a registered owner, so that's the rental car. They ain't even let them nigga drive the rental car back to Memphis. They made them nigga catch the bus. On or about January 14th, investigators subpoenaed the Hertz Corporation, Hertz rental car, for information associated with the Enclave. On January 14, 2026, Hertz responded, providing information including that a white Buick Enclave bearing Texas license plate had been rented by Williams Sr. on December 29, 2025, with the return date of January 11, 2026. The records further revealed the Enclave was still rented to Williams Sr. at the time of January 10, 2026. So he took he had the shit for damn near 2 weeks. Took it back the day after the robbery. So after the kidnapping and robbery. Location information provided by Hertz in response to a search warrant detailed in the moments of the Buick Enclave on January 10, 11, 2026. These records collaborate the LPR scans and confirm the Enclave was at or near the scene of near the offense location. So law enforcement initially believed that the Hellcat was registered to Wright, but upon further investigation learned that it was actually registered to his father. Okay, so C. Williams Jr., electronic location monitoring. Williams Jr. is currently serving a 63-month sentence, which is supposed to be a 5-year sentence for a violation of 18 U.S.C. code, blah, blah, blah. Conspiracy to possess firearms in furtherance of violent and drug trafficking crimes that he sustained in the Southern District of Florida. According to records received by the Bureau of Prisons, Williams Jr. was approved for home detention on or about October 31st, 2025. This boy only been out about 5 months. No, not even that long. October, November, December, January. It didn't take this boy but 3 months to crash the fuck out. And he ain't even out yet. He in a halfway house. Because if he got convicted in 2022 and he had 60 months, then 2026, and he probably got time served. He got convicted in 2022, so he was right there at the 5-year mark. And usually a halfway house will let you come there within like the last 9 to, I think it's 14 months now. They done changed it. I think it's like the last 10 to 15 months of your sentence, you can go to a halfway house. As a part of his conditions of home detention, Williams Jr. agreed to not possess any deadly weapons or knowingly be in the company of a person possessing the same. Additionally, Williams Jr. is required to wear an electronic monitoring device monitored by the Bureau of Prisons. Investigators received partial records associated with Williams Jr. electronic monitoring device, including location data from January 9, 2026, January 10, 2026. These records corroborated the information investigators received regarding Williams Jr.'s movements, including his location at or near the offense location January 10, 2026. Now, column D, Staples. Now, they're going to tell about what them niggas did at Staples, right? Remember I said that they went to go get release papers copied at the Staples? So, point 29. How many more of these things we got? We still got a lot to read, y'all. Not much, because I think it's going to show a lot of pictures in a second. So, on the day of the offense, at approximately 1:50 p.m., Williams Sr. was seen on video entering a Staples located at 3333 Preston Road, Frisco, Texas. His rented Buick Enclave can be seen on surveillance, the same fucking, Buick that was rented. And this is Pooh Shiesty's daddy, right? So, video parking near in the front of the store, after which Williams Sr. enters the store, walks to the copy printer machines. Investigators obtained a copy of a receipt that confirms that a transaction occurred at the copy printer machine at 1:59 p.m. The time Williams Sr. has seen on the video, the surveillance video near the machines. Due to the close timing of this visit to Staples prior to the offense. So this is kind of like premeditated. This is letting you know that you ain't just go to that studio to record music. You went to that studio, already had these papers printed out, and a plan to, you could say asking him to sign you out of the contract, but obviously forcing. So, investigators believe that Williams Sr. and Williams Jr. went to the Staples for the purpose of printing off these contractual release that was presented to RD, Gucci Man. Okay, so cell phone records. Let's look at the cell phone records. Investigators obtained cell phone records for Williams Jr., Williams Sr., Wright, Johnson, Waters, Rogers, Gibson, and telematics location data, and records for the Dodge Charger Hellcat, the Dodge Ram. Cell phone records from Glover and McDaniel are pending. The records indicate Wright, Johnson, Waters, Rogers, and Gibson traveled together. They called these niggas up from Memphis to Dallas, Texas, in a Dodge Charger Hellcat, which was in a Dodge Ram, which we know one of them was Big 30's daddy truck. That man ain't even got his own shit. He drive his daddy shit. That's crazy. They left Memphis January 8th, arrived in Dallas in the early mornings of January 9th. The data from Glover's electronic monitoring device aligns with these cell phone records. On January 10th, from approximately 2:28 p.m. to approximately 2:46 p.m., Williams Jr., Williams Sr., Wright, Johnson, Waters, Rogers, Gibson, and the Dodge Challenger Hellcat and Dodge Ram were in the area of the Windorse Tower, a location Williams Jr. resided prior to moving into his new residence at 12 Cowboys. Now, they just doxing the shit out of this nigga now. In particular, the Dodge Charger Hellcat and the Dodge Ram were equipped with wireless data capabilities. So y'all know when y'all hook y'all phone up to your vehicle or whatever, now it tracks everywhere you go. So just know, you do a crime nowadays, nigga, you doing a whole bunch of shit to tell on yourself without you knowing. You can get in a car. That car most likely got a tracking device on it. if it's a new car, especially if you rent a car. You hook your goddamn phone up to the Bluetooth and all that because you want to listen to your music. Now you're tracking everywhere you go. So before you commit a crime, just remember that every fucking toll booth you pass on, they taking a picture of your tag. Probably every mile or two that you go, they got these new cameras that gonna snap a picture that can see straight through your front windshield. Every red light you go through got a camera that can snap a picture of you. So all they got to do is, wherever the crime scene is at, all they got to do is find the cameras that's in that vicinity, and pretty much you toast. You got to have a stolen car, an untrackable phone with you, a shiesty mask, wear gloves, have some shell catcher with your gun if you're going to shoot somebody, and do it by yourself. And you better be quick to getting out of there, because when you leave wherever you commit the crime at, you better get somewhere real quick, switch cars, get somewhere else that's in probably a residential neighborhood, switch cars again, go somewhere else, switch cars again, get out of the city, get out of the country, and let the shit cool down. And let the evidence get, shaky. And if you still manage to still be a suspect, like I say, be by yourself, don't tell on yourself, you probably could get away. That's a lot of steps to get away with a crime. I ain't lying. But this just telling you, this shit all got told to them by AT&T. On December 1st, 2025, Glover pleaded guilty to felony charges of conspiracy to commit auto burglary. So this nigga here, he just an auto thief. He just a straight up goon. And auto burglary in Desto County, Mississippi. I don't know if I said that right. DeSoto. I'm sorry. DeSoto, Mississippi. I could be saying that wrong. Y'all don't tell Kwame Brown I spelled I pronounced the word wrong that I ain't familiar with. Y'all know he gonna do an 8-hour live about that. According to records received from the state of Mississippi, Glover was released on a $250,000 bond and was required to wear an electronic monitoring device monitored by the Justice Network of Mississippi. That's a weird ass name. Way in Frisco. What the hell? Monitoring way in Frisco. Okay. They all traveled together to the area of the offense location, arriving at approximately 3:00 p.m. Now, at the least, this is going to be a conspiracy, y'all. At the least. There's too many things that they're tying these niggas in, and if they get it at a conspiracy, I think you could get 15 years for a conspiracy. That might be murder, though. A conspiracy to commit robbery, but like I said, you're going to have some guns. Or you're going to have Gucci Man sit down and testify. Even then, it might be shaky, in my opinion. The data from Williams Jr. electronic monitoring device and location information for the Buick Enclave aligned with the cell phone records. Williams Jr., Williams Sr., Wright, Big 30, Pooh Shiesty and his daddy, Waters, Rogers, Gibson, the three of the goons, the Dodge Challenger Hellcat, the Dodge Ram traveled together from the area of the offense location, leaving at approximately 4:50 p.m. to the area of the Scarr in Frisco, Texas, arriving at approximately 5:07 p.m. Now imagine you staying in a regular apartment complex and then you see Pooh Shiesty coming out of that motherfucker. You be like, damn, nigga, I thought you was rich. Like, nigga, how you stay in the same apartment as I stay in? Ain't that some shit? Man, no wonder that nigga was desperate to get out of that goddamn deal. But that nigga, boy, he wasn't getting no more money. Williams Jr., Sr., Wright, Johnson, Waters. Oh, I already read all that. Okay. Wright, Johnson, Waters, Rogers, Gibson, Dodge, and the Dodge Hellcat and the Ram traveled together from the area of the Star. I read that. Okay, no, I didn't. They traveled together from the area of the Star in Frisco to the area of the Comfort Inn. They put them niggas in the Comfort Inn, boy. and they giving the address of the Comfort Inn, where they remained overnight. Williams Jr., Williams Sr. remained in the area of the Star overnight. So they put them niggas in the Comfort Inn. They went back to their apartment. On February 24, 2026, Flix North America, which owns, Flix, I'm sorry, which owns Greyhound bus line, responded to a subpoena with records documenting that on January the 11th, which is the day after the robbery, Glover, Rogers, Gibson, and McDaniels traveled together on a Greyhound bus from Dallas, Texas to Memphis, Tennessee. Cell phone records for Rogers and Gibson, I think it's pretty much going to say, corroborated this travel. Surveillance footage captured at the Windows Tower January 10th, 2026 shows the black NK driven by Williams Sr. exited the tower's parking garage at approximately 2:30 p.m., immediately followed by a black Dodge Ram, black Dodge Challenger. Johnson's phone was connected to the internet for more than 2.5 hours, starting at 2:44 p.m., utilizing the tower just north of the Windows Tower. Verizon records include only the starting tower of a data session. Man. That's the problem with having dumb niggas with you, man. Y'all came here to commit a crime, but niggas gotta listen to their music in the car. Niggas connecting they fucking goddamn phone to the car, which put them in the areas that they needed to be in for the police. Cell phone records indicate that on January 13, 2026, Wright, Johnson, and Waters traveled together with the Dodge Ram from Dallas, Texas to Memphis. The Dodge Challenger Hellcat was stolen from the Comfort Inn in the early mornings of 2026. Hold on, get the fuck out of here. I had to just read this wrong.
No.
I know goddamn well this nigga ain't drive his daddy truck all the way to Dallas to go rob Gucci Man. And while these niggas are asleep in the hotel, they shit get stolen. Hell no. Somebody tell me I just read this wrong. This is my first time reading the whole thing. Somebody please read this and tell me I just read this wrong. Let me give y'all a second to read it. Hell the fuck no. The Dodge Challenger Hellcat was stolen from the Comfort Inn in the early mornings of January 2026. It was reported stolen by an individual, T.A., on January 13 at approximately 1:04 p.m. shortly after Wright left the Dallas area. They might have tried to finesse y'all. I think since they probably thought there's like, you know what, they might got us on camera when we went in, did that thing at the studio, right? So what they probably did is try to say the shit got stolen just in case the police start, tracking them and everything. They ain't thinking about the other vehicles. They ain't thinking about all the other surveillance and all that. But they ain't really thinking about, hell, we reported it stolen 2 days after the robbery. So even if it got stolen on the 13th, that's not covering us for what we did on the 10th. So you got some smart dummies here. They thought they was being smart, but you just did something dumb for no reason. So I don't think it was stolen. I think they just tried to do that as a cover-up. So after reading the incident report for the stolen Dodge Challenger Hellcat and analyzing cell phone records for Wright, Johnson, Waters, Rogers, Gibson, investigators determined they stayed at the Comfort Inn in Dallas, Texas from January the 10th to the 11th. Comfort Inn records confirmed that Gibson paid for 4 rooms at the hotel. Investigators, at least them niggas all had their own room. At least they did that. They wasn't that broke. So they all stayed at what was that? Okay, investigators reviewed surveillance footage from the Comfort Inn, observed Wright, Johnson, Waters, Rogers, Gibson, Glover, McDaniels inside the conference inn, all clad in clothing similar to what the suspects in the kidnapping and robbery appeared to be wearing. These niggas kept on the same clothes they robbed at the studio with. Oh my God, man. Really? I know you fucking lying. Below are stills from the offense location next to the stills from the surveillance footage. Now let's look at these dumbass niggas. So here get a nigga right with a big ass pink on his goddamn. Y'all gotta realize it be these big goofy niggas with shit that look weird as fuck. Them niggas that rob and kill the shit out your ass, man. Corday Johnson. He came in with it. He did right. He had on his shiesty mask, but then he got in the hallway. He thought he was home free. He took his mask off. So they got you in there, but they got you in the same shit. Oh, so right here is when he was at the studio. Here is where he's at the hotel. Here is at the studio. Here is at the hotel. Okay. Kadarius Waters, here he is with his shiesty mask at the studio because he probably felt like, hey, we know we gonna do something wrong, so we got to cover our face. He looking for cameras. He looking right at a camera. But when he get to the hotel, he ain't got his shit on no more. Why they ain't bring no female to do all the, signing them in the hotel and all that stuff is beyond me. You would have thought they would have brought somebody that had nothing to do with nothing. Had a car registered that don't connect to them. But, these people don't think, man. They don't think. So you got Terrence Rogers right here with his gold book bag, and now you got him at the hotel. You got Demarion Gibson. This the dude with the dreads. This the dude that went out to go get the guns for the out the car. You see him coming in with the so-called guns. And here he is at the hotel, probably with those same guns. DeMarcus Glover, here he is. And here the nigga is at the hotel. Look like he got a big wad of money with him. Here he is. Demarion McDaniel. Here he is with Supreme. This is a very unique, This is a very unique jacket. And he at the same hotel with that same unique jacket, 2 pairs of shoes, a bag, all of this stuff. All right, AFIS hits. I don't know what AFIS is, but we'll find out. On January 16, the AFIS quality latent prints lifted from the, that's fingerprint stuff, lifted from the crime scene were run through AFIS. That must be their database. That same day, a DPD forensic fingerprint expert received hit notification that the latent prints from one red solo cup, which is those cups that they offer them liquor, identified the left ring finger of Gibson, and another solo cup was identified as the right thumb of Rogers. So those two niggas can't say they wasn't there. All right, identification of the targeted suspects through Instagram. Williams Jr. at Pooh Shiesty. Okay, y'all got to remember, these are the victims now. Here's where we about to get into the shaky part where y'all might want to say, okay, according to the street code, Gucci Man, did you cooperate with the police? Okay, BP, we know that's the cameraman and the producer, or that could be the 2 security guards, and RD, which is Gucci Man, all personally knew Williams Jr. That sounds like the 2 security guards and Gucci Man that they're talking about. Or the producer, the cameraman, and Gucci. They all personally knew Williams Jr. Both by his legal name and the name under which he performs. Pooh Shiesty, at Pooh Shiesty, is a verified Instagram account, and the individual depicted throughout the accounts matches Williams. Depicted, however you pronounce that. There you go, Kwame. You got a word. Go make an 8-hour live about it. AFIS refers to the automated fingerprint identification system, a digital database maintained by law enforcement that stores compared fingerprints records. When fingerprints are recovered from the crime scene, qualified examiners can submit them to. They just telling you how they can get fingerprints. So Williams Jr., MM. So hold on, so he don't say nothing. It just say Junior. That's weird that they started out with Junior, or they just saying JR. I don't know. So MM and say JR, MM, and RD. Hey, look, y'all. Hold on. This is where people are gonna say Gucci Man snitch, right? It says JR, MM, and RD, who is Gucci Man, describe Williams Jr. as wearing a black Nike brand Shiesty mask, black hooded shirt, black pants during the offense. An online search of Williams Jr. matched the individual depicted throughout at Pooh Shiesty. This is where you can technically, according to the streets, unless they made a typo here, they're saying that Gucci Man was, along with these other two people, described the person that robbed him. According to the streets, you cannot cooperate, period. You can't describe the man that robbed you. You can't tell his real name. You can't tell his Instagram account. You can't say nothing. Hell, technically, you can't even call the police. You can't even be there when the police get there. Police get there and they say they ain't even supposed to be able to ask you a question, according to the streets. And I don't care if you left the streets. You still supposed to be a street nigga if you once was a street nigga. You're supposed to live by the street codes, even if you're a multi-million-dollar businessman, CEO. You still supposed to let a nigga rob you for millions of dollars and go and rap about it, call you all kind of bitches and hoes, make more money than you, and then probably come back and rob you again when they get big enough they can get away with it some more. That's what Gucci Man is supposed to do according to the streets. But it says it right here. RD, along with the two other people who got robbed, they describe Pooh Shiesty as wearing a black Nike brand Shiesty mask, black hooded shirt, and black pants during the offense. Now, a lot of people going to say, well, he didn't say his name. He just said that the person robbed him had on all black. According to the streets, you can't even say that. According to the streets. What's good, Cool Legal? So, Williams Sr. at Mob Ties Global. So, they identified Pooh Shiesty daddy. Who would do that? Only somebody that knowed him. The victims identified Williams Sr.'s Instagram account as Mob Ties Global. How else would the police know what Pooh Shiesty daddy name is and what's his Instagram account? Was it the producer? Was it the cameraman? Or was it Gucci Man that told them that? Y'all tell me. Who do y'all think knew both of their real first, last name and their Instagram account? Who would know that information? So for the people that say Gucci ain't snitch, he ain't got to snitch because they all on camera and all that. He ain't got to snitch, but he had to make an original statement and identify the description of the people who so-called forced him to sign shit, who so-called took his ring, his watch, and his earrings. Photographs on the account refer to Williams Sr. and Williams Jr. as father and son. So, right, Big 30, CEO Big 30. This is the third person that they identified. Now, who would know his real name? Who would know his Instagram account? Okay. So, MM, this ain't JR like they said earlier. This is a whole nother victim. MM and BP and RD. They make sure to put RD in all of these. who is Gucci Man, right? All identified right. So everybody that's saying Gucci Man didn't snitch, according to what you call snitching. Because you know the rules of snitching just switches up every 6 months, according to who you like, right? Right here it says RD identified right. A well-known hip-hop artist, also known as Big 30. So did he snitch on Big 30? Who knew Big 30 real name or his Instagram account? But they all identified right. A well-known hip-hop artist, also known as Big 30, as present during the offense. MM and RD, once again, Gucci Man, identified his Instagram account. They ain't even put in the MM guy or the JR guy. Now it's only MM and Gucci Man that identifying this man's Instagram account. And, you know, a lot of people going to say, nah, man, the police lying, man. That wasn't Gucci Man that told him his Instagram account. That was the other guy. They saying the other guy told him the Instagram account. That ain't snitching. He tell the man the Instagram account. No. They identified who Big 30 was. How else would they know who Big 30 was? Who Pooh Shiesty and his daddy was. They didn't know all the other niggas though. Those niggas got caught up because, you know, they thought they was being smart and not really. Okay, so they identified the Instagram account of CEO Big 30, which is verified by Instagram. The account contains photographs of Wright with Williams and Jr. and Waters, and the investigators located Facebook account associated with Wright, depicting him with Williams Jr. and Waters. What they say as a note down here. A shiesty is a popular, often black Balenciaga style face mask worn as a fashion accessory in urban drill music and streetwear culture. Oh, okay. So here's the niggas on Facebook, you know, all together, and one of the niggas that pulled off the robbery with them, and all these niggas got money on their head, you know, money on the table. This is the same nigga that probably had to go catch the Greyhound now. Got all this money, the same niggas living in an apartment, the same nigga that gotta drive his daddy truck to another city and all this shit. That's why I say, man, y'all be looking at these niggas and shit, seeing all these money phones and all that. These niggas don't be, man, a lot of that shit be prop money. Or them niggas make that money and spend it just as fast as they touched it. Just as fast as they touched it. And they better hope they got that for a lawyer. Because a good lawyer might can get them, you know, some reduced time. I don't think they facing the type of time people are thinking. Because there's loopholes in this shit. So, Waters, okay. Waters, this another one of the guys. So, they got his Instagram handle. MM and BP identified KD as a nickname for Waters and described him as Williams Jr., right-hand man. Now, this time, as y'all notice, they didn't say nothing about RD, which is Gucci Man. He don't know nothing about these guys. So he didn't have to, he didn't tell. Do y'all notice the difference? He told about the niggas he knew, but the niggas he didn't know, they not. So these folks ain't lying on him, because if they were lying on him, they'll say he told about all of them, right? He gave them all their identification. He only gave him the identification of Big 30, Pooh Shiesty, and Pooh Shiesty Daddy. That's what the paperwork say, not ears. Now, I'm not the judge of what is street nigga shit. I'm not the judge if you're a snitch or not. I think Gucci Man is a civilian, so he did what he was supposed to do. But the guys that look at Gucci Man as a super gangster and will be a gangster to the day he died and all that, he broke the code. I mean, it was a minor, you know, breaking of the code, because, you know, I don't think he's gonna come and get on the stand and say and point out Pooh Shiesty and his daddy and say, yeah, that's the dude that robbed me, and that's the dude that robbed me, and he did this and he did that. I don't think he's gonna do that. But he did at least point the police in the right direction of who did what. All right, that's just the the facts. That's the evidence. So okay, so they described him as the right hand man, which of course we see him right hand of him. So okay, so where we at now? Describes Water attire during the offense as a black hoodie with white stripes down the sleeves, which matches the individual captured on the surveillance video of the offense location. Investigators match Waters' driver's license photograph to the individual depicted throughout his Instagram shit. So they see him with the sleeves, but he's masked up. This is when he's at the studio. But remember, they also got him at the hotel, so he didn't have the Shiesty mask on, but he had on the same clothes. So when they see him barefaced it, they can match him up with the pictures that he got on Instagram. So that's kind of the only way. And you got to remember that somebody left fingerprints on cups. I don't know if it was the same guy, but Now you got the guy Damn Fool. This is Damn Fool, y'all. He looks like a damn fool. So Rogers, Damn Fool. BP identified, only one person identified Damn Fool. BP identified an individual he knew as Damn Fool 375 as present during the offense and described his physical appearance and clothing. Investigators located the Instagram account at Damn Fool 375, an associated Facebook account featuring photographs with Williams Jr., Wright, and other targeted suspects. Investigators matched Rogers' state identification photo to the individual depicted on these accounts. So this is Damn Fool, y'all. On surveillance footage from the offense location, the individual believed to be Rogers can be seen exiting the building carrying what appears to be the Louis Vuitton bag reported stolen. This nigga had to steal a Louis Vuitton bag. On January 15, 2026, Roger posted a video on Damn Fool showing him wearing a Rolex GMT Master 2 Batman Rolex with an oyster shell band that appears visually similar to the watch stolen from who provided investigators with photographs, a receipt, and a serial number for the stolen watch. Additional posts on at Damn Fool shows Rogers wearing similar to. Yeah, look at the Damn Fool. Look at the Damn Fool flexing the watch that he, robbed from another man. Here's the bag that the Damn Fool had too. Let's read what the bottom notes. So explained to investigators that this Batman Rolex with the oyster shell band is a rare watch and was able to identify it from the footage on Instagram account. Further research by investigators corroborated statement about the rarity of the Batman Rolex through internet searches. So you can't just find this watch just anywhere. And a nigga riding a Greyhound bus ain't gonna have this type of watch. A nigga riding a Greyhound ain't gonna have this type of Louis Vuitton bag. I don't care if you is hanging with Pooh Shiesty. The Damn Fool is sporting the damn watch. And they got you right here. Damn Fool. Got you all on video. You damn fool. So Glover at Twin NCMO. Identified the Instagram user Twin NCMO, okay, as the individual who choked, scratched, and wanted to shoot him during the offense. God damn, he wanted to shoot the man. Choking the man out, but this nigga, he was, like I say, he had some slavery flashbacks. Investigators matched Glover's driver's license photograph to the individual depicted on the account. And Wright's criminal history revealed a prior arrest with Glover. So them niggas got priors. Oh, man. That ain't going to be good on your point system. Instagram records obtained. Hold on. Okay, so They went to his Instagram account January 11, 2026, 9 a.m. A story featured a large amount of cash, a Rolex visually similar to the one stolen from MM, and a location tag of Dallas, Texas. So this dumbass nigga, after they robbed Gucci Man, this probably the money that they got from them niggas. If they would have just took the cash, bro, you good. Why take shit that you can track? And remember, the man had several watches in the bag. They must have just bought those watches. So the nigga's trying to flex. He's showing a receipt. He's showing a receipt like he just bought the Rolex watch. And he's showing all the money. And he's showing that he's in Dallas, Texas, the place where the crime was committed. Man, get the fuck out of here. January 11th, the video showing individuals similar with the visually similar to Rogers and Gibson flashing large amount of money and the watch. So from the video below, I don't know what this is showing, so let's see what this is. A story showing Glover with the Rolex that appears identical to the one stolen from MM stated he got a new rope believed to be slain for watches and necklaces. So they're showing off the watches. Then the boy starts showing off the chain. Oh my God.
No.
The boy got on a 1017 chain, but he ain't signed to Gucci Man. God damn. A watch you can, a nigga on the Greyhound with a rare watch and a 1017 chain and he not signed. Why would you keep the 1017, bruh? If you not signed to Gucci, why not just melt that shit down? Keep the chain, but you can melt that shit down. Fucking dumbass niggas, man. So Johnson, Baby Slime 375. BP, this is another guy that, you know, I don't know which one. It might be producer, might be the cameraman. Could be, well, the security didn't get robbed, so I don't think they're going to be really identifying anybody unless they just identify who they saw do something. Identify the individual he knew as Baby Slime 375X as present during the offense, describing him as a short, younger black male with darker skin who wore a shiesty mask and a beanie and held BP and others at gunpoint. A December 20, 2026 Instagram story posted by twin tag Baby Slime. Memphis investigator identified Baby Slime as Corday Johnson from previous gang investigations. So they already had investigations out on this nigga. So this might put together a RICO. If y'all niggas can get proved that all of y'all niggas are a part of a gang, hey, that superseded indictment might be a little ugly. I ain't lying. So McDaniel, Glizzy 375. So it's something about that 375 shit that might identify them as a gang. I don't know. That'd be for the police to figure out. I don't know. But me, just as a regular individual, you see a connection. See, look right here. Mucario, whatever, however you pronounce that, 375. All these niggas got a 375 kind of thing on them. So all you need is 3 people to, you know, be considered a gang. Yeah, I hope y'all know that. Or considered a RICO. Yeah, all you need is 3 people. BP identifies Glizzy 375 as a young black male with a low fade haircut who wore all black and a shiesty mask during the offense and threatening to shoot BP before Williams Jr. intervened. Online investigative research identified Glizzy 375 as an Instagram account associated with Darion McDaniel. A Memphis investigators confirmed the individual depicted on a account appears visually similar to McDaniel. Online investigative research and Memphis gang investigators confirmed. Yeah, they've been watching this boy. Message. Look right here. 375 is a song by Pooh Shiesty featuring Big 30. The number 375 is featured in many of the Instagram's account. Okay, they can say that's something about music. That individual depicted throughout Mucario, I think that's how you pronounce that. Please don't hold me to not pronouncing this nigga name or whatever name he done made up correctly. 375 matches Gibson's recent arrest bookings photograph. The account features the identifiers 375 and CMO and is followed by multiple targeted suspects. So, summary of targeted suspects involvement. So here's a summary. I think we almost close to the end. Goddamn, we still got a little bit more to go. We ain't got much more. We got 4 more, but we'll get to it. We ain't got nothing. We ain't got much more to go, y'all. Y'all hang tight. So the following is a summary of each suspect's involvement in the investigation. The following is a summary of each suspect's involvement and evidence trying each of the offense. All right, I got it, y'all. I'm getting tired of reading, y'all. So it's going to get a little, I got to take my time and focus sometimes because I'm tired of reading. I should have got me somebody to read this shit. I should have called Mom Boss up. Mom Boss do this shit no problem. I should have called my homegirl, that be reading real good for me. All right, DeMarcus Glover, they got his, Social Security or whatever, his birthday, whatever that is. So, this is his role. Eyewitness accounts state that Glover produced a handgun, AR, AK style pistol, and robbed MM of his personal jury. So, if they don't have the actual gun, if they didn't find the property on him, this could be something that he can beat without one of his guys snitching. Surveillance video and eyewitness account placed Glover at the offense location and following the offense at the comfort inn with other targeted suspects wearing clothing consistent with what the suspects in the kidnapping robbery appeared to be wearing. Glover posted multiple videos of himself and other target suspects on Instagram flashing cash and wearing what appeared to be stolen jewelry. But if they didn't find any of that stuff on him, hold on, let's finish before I speak too fast because it could be something else. Greyhound bus line records indicate Glover traveled with other target suspects January 11 from Dallas, Texas to Memphis, Tennessee. Glover's electronic leg monitor. This nigga was on. Man, stop it, man.
No.
Please tell me I just read this wrong, y'all. Glover's electronic leg monitor corroborates his presence at or near the offense location at the time of the kidnapping and robbery. This nigga was on home arrest, went all the way to another state, knowing that's against your fucking parole, to commit a crime for a nigga for a couple of watches and a little bit of change, bro. Come on, these niggas don't love their freedom. They don't love their freedom. You got 2 niggas committing a robbery, but these some real goons. I'll say that for real. These some real street niggas. That shit that Pooh Shiesty be rapping about, that's some real shit. These niggas don't give a fuck. You willing to go to another state with a leg monitor on? They really thought Gucci would not call the police. I think they was banking on that. They had to be banking on that. So he might get a violation though, like I said with Pooh Shiesty. But I don't think that's enough evidence if Gucci Man doesn't give the. I mean, I think those other guys, they probably willing to sit down and point them out. But if they don't actually have the gun, I think a good lawyer could fight that off, and he would have to cop a plea. But as far as the jury, I don't know if they would convict him without the actual gun or actually seeing it on camera. Possibly they could, but I'm just saying it's not strong. It's not a strong case. All right, let's go to the next guy. Demarion Gibson. I think this is damn fool. Ain't this damn fool? Surveillance video and eyewitness accounts state that Gibson left the office building and returned with the bag. Oh, no, this is the nigga with the dreads. Okay. Presumably containing firearms. So they ain't saying that it actually was the firearm because they couldn't see it, but he went to go bring back the bag that had the guns in it. Surveillance eyewitness accounts placed Gibson at the offense location and following the offense at the conference inn with the other target suspects, wearing clothing consistent with what the suspects in the kidnapping robbery appeared to be wearing. Cell phone records indicate Gibson traveled from Memphis, Tennessee to Dallas, Texas on January 9th and placed Gibson in the area of the offense location during the offense. Greyhound bus lines records indicate Gibson traveled with other target suspect January 11th from Dallas to Tennessee. Niggas had to catch the bus home. Ain't that some shit? Gibson's latent print was lifted from the crime scene, so he's one of the ones that took the drink and, you know, left his fingerprints on the cup. On January 11, 2026, Glover posted on Instagram video of Rogers and Gibson on a bus showing them flashing large amount of... How you going to be on a bus showing large amounts of cash? But I guess that was their deal of coming down there and helping Pooh Shiesty. Like, hey, man, it's going to be a lick, my nigga. After I got there and lay this nigga down, y'all can take whatever y'all want to. And that was their shit. So, Corday Johnson. Eyewitness accounts that Johnson held BP and others at gunpoint inside the recording studio control room. Surveillance video and eyewitness accounts placed Johnson at the offense location and following the offense at the conference inn with other target suspects wearing clothing consistent with what the suspects in the kidnapping robbery appeared to be wearing. Cell phone records indicate that Johnson traveled from Memphis, Tennessee to Dallas, Texas, arriving on January 9th. Cell phone records indicate that Johnson traveled back to Memphis, Tennessee from Dallas, Texas with the target suspect on January 26th. He must have not had to get on the Greyhound. He got to ride in the car with Big 30, I think. Darion McDaniel. Eyewitness accounts state that McDaniel stole jewelry from BP at gunpoint while threatening to shoot him. Surveillance video and eyewitness accounts placed McDaniel at the offense location and following the offense at the conference and other target suspects wearing clothing consistent with what the suspects in the kidnapping robbery appeared to be wearing. Greyhound bus line record indicate McDaniel traveled with the other target suspects January 11 from Dallas to Memphis. Glover posted a video Instagram account January 11 of an individual he knows as Glizzy, a known nickname of McDaniel, flashing a large amount of cash. So the niggas hit a lick on some money. I don't know how much money Gucci Man had in his pocket. Like they call him Guwap. He say he walk around with, you know, big pockets of money. So them niggas got to split up at least a little bit of money and some jewelry. Okay, Terrence Rogers. Eyewitness accounts state that Rogers searched BP's pockets and stole his wallet at gunpoint. Surveillance video and eyewitness accounts placed Rogers at an offense location and following the offense at the conference inn with other targeted suspects wearing clothing consistent of what the suspects did in the we pretty much, they saying the same thing about all these niggas. Let's see if it's something new. Cell phone records indicate Rogers traveled to Dallas prior to the offense and placed them in the area of the offense location. Rogers posted on Instagram videos flashing the stolen Batman Rolex. Oh yeah, this damn fool. He's the one that stole the Batman Rolex watch, appeared on his Instagram videos flashing cash and watches with other target suspects. Greyhound bus line records indicate Rogers traveled with the others. So they know that ain't your rare Batman watch, nigga, if you got a motherfucking catch the Greyhound. Target suspect January 11 from Dallas to Tennessee. Rogers' fingerprint was lifted off the crime scene. So next person, Kadarius Waters. Eyewitness accounts state that Waters produced a firearm, held the victims at gunpoint. Surveillance video, eyewitness accounts placed Waters at the offense location, following the offense at the conference inn and other target suspects wearing clothing consistent with what the suspect in the kidnapping robbery appeared to be wearing. Cell phone records indicate Waters traveled to Dallas prior to the offense and placed him in the area of the crime. Cell phone records indicate Waters traveled back to Memphis, Tennessee with the target suspects. So he didn't have to catch the bus. Lontrell Williams Jr., which is the Pooh Shiesty. So let's see what they're accusing him of. Eyewitness accounts state that Williams Jr. brought RD into the recording studio. So that's not RD saying that. Eyewitnesses saying that. Brought RD, Gucci Mane, into the recording studio and demanded that RD sign the release contract at gunpoint before taking RD's wedding ring, watch, earrings, and cash. Now, Gucci Mane is going to have to testify to that. He's going to have to testify to him, forcing him to sign the, for taking his ring, watch, all that shit. But there are some other people that can say, yeah, I seen him do that. But if he don't say it himself, then, that could be kind of shaky. Eyewitness accounts also place Williams Jr. in the room when the additional kidnappings and robberies of MP occurred. Now, that could be shaky. Cell phone records, electronic location monitoring, surveillance footage placed Williams Jr. at the offense location. Electronic location monitoring data also places Williams Jr. at the Staples location where his father believed to be printing the termination contract prior to arriving at the offense location. So he's been accused of taking Gucci Mane's shit and forcing him to sign the what's name. But if you don't have him on camera with the guns in front of him, if they don't find those guns and be able to get fingerprints off of those guns, it's a he say, she say situation. And if it's not on camera, which I believe it is, but I believe Gucci Mane or whoever, I ain't gonna say Gucci Mane, but maybe Gucci Mane and whoever owns the studio, I believe they're holding that footage back to have leverage over Pooh Shiesty and those niggas. Like, hey nigga, we keep it in 100, my nigga. I could send y'all niggas up the road, but I'm gonna keep it in the streets. But bitch ass nigga, you gonna give me back my ring, you gonna give me back my watch, you gonna give me back my shit, and nigga, you still signed to me. Or I can just let you go to prison and rot. Or you can go make me some money, and then, you know what I'm saying, when your contract is done, it's done. You go do what you do, but nigga, at least you'll still be free. I think that's the way Gucci Mane is playing it, which is a gangster way, by the way. You know, you ain't got to put the man in prison, but nigga, you still gonna be my goddamn bitch. And he put himself, you know, he probably gonna have to go, you know, finish his probation or whatever. He gonna violate. He gonna have to do the rest of his time. I don't know how much time he got left because I think he only got 63 months, and then he max out, and then he could fight the case from on the streets if they give him a bond, depending on what he's charged with. So there's loopholes here, y'all. So Lontrell Williams Sr., which is Pooh Shiesty daddy, eyewitness accounts state that Williams Sr. He was in the studio where the crime occurred. Nobody said he had a gun. Williams Sr. assisted Williams Jr. in procuring RD's signature on the purported contract release. I don't know if I pronounced that right. Procuring. I don't even know what that word means. I'm assuming in what it means. That means, yeah. Maybe I need to have what's name. But we'll figure that out later. Surveillance footage from the day of the offense shows Williams Sr. entering the building unmasked and later exiting the building carrying a backpack he did not have when he entered. Surveillance footage and eyewitness accounts place Williams Sr. at the offense location following the offense wearing similar clothing to what the suspects in the kidnapping and robbery appeared to be wearing. Subpoena records and cell phone records place him in the area of the offense location during the offense. Subpoena records and surveillance footage place Williams Sr. at the Staples location, believed to be printing the termination contract prior to arriving at the offense location. So Rodney Wright Jr., who is Big 30. It means obtaining something? Okay. I figured that, but, you know, like I said, I don't know if I pronounced that word wrong or whatever. I don't care, but we know what it means in the sentence. Eyewitness accounts state that Wright went to the recording room during Williams Jr.'s conversation with RD and returned with a bag containing firearms. Witness accounts state that Wright filmed the release of the contract. So he filmed the nigga trying to say, hey, he just let Gucci out his contract. I mean, not Gucci, but Pooh Shiesty out his contract. He was supposed to be the one filming it and standing in front of the door, according to them. Surveillance footage and eyewitness accounts placed Wright at the offense location and following the offense wearing similar clothing to what the suspects in the kidnapping and robbery appeared to be wearing. Cell phone records indicate Wright traveled to Dallas, Texas, and the vehicle registered to his father prior to the offense and placed him in the area of the offense location during the offense. Cell phone records indicate Wright traveled back to Memphis, Tennessee with other target suspects. They ain't let them niggas ride in the car. So here's the conclusion, y'all. Damn, we finally at the end. Shit. 64 points on this damn criminal complaint. Based on the facts set forth above, there is probable cause to believe that on January 10, 2026, in the Dallas Division of Northern District of Texas, DeMarcus Glover, Demarion Gibson, Corday Johnson, Demarion McDaniel, Terrence Rogers, Kadarius Waters, Lontrell Williams Jr., Lontrell Williams Sr., and Rodney Wright Jr. conspired to and committed kidnapping in violation of 18 U.S.C. 1201 A and C and is signed by Special Agent Brittany A. Garcia, Federal Bureau of Investigations, agent sworn and signature. So, like I say, the only thing that they have been charged with right now, as of right now, is kidnapping and conspiracy to kidnapping. There are no gun charges. There are no armed robbery charges. You know, there's no aggravated assault charges, no battery charges, no assault, no none of that. They only charged with these two things right now. But it is anticipated by myself and probably other people that there will be some maybe superseding indictments. Now, let's get to the next part of this show. Now, there are rumors out there, not just rumors, but, you know, evidence too, out there that the father of Pooh Shiesty has just been exposed as a snitch. Yes, the father of Pooh Shiesty had just been exposed as a snitch. And not just like, and I believe people been knew this shit. Because one of the niggas that's exposing him is, of course, Whack 100. Now, I know for sure because I go and check in on Clubhouse every now and then. And I know for sure that I've heard Whack 100 vouch for Pooh Shiesty's daddy, especially when they was out here saying that Pooh Shiesty was a snitch. Do y'all remember that? Do y'all remember that? So I know for sure he been vouching for this nigga. But now it has become, you know, headline news that Pooh Shiesty daddy is a snitch. So let me go to where I saw this at, and the guy showed the paperwork. And like I say, y'all can take it with a grain of salt, or you can believe it all. I don't know. Let's just look at the paperwork. Y'all tell me.
Imagine going into 2026.
So, shout out to the family. I always enjoy going to watch the family social media channel because the family is a really good content creator. And I'm going to drop his link in the chat. So, you know, if y'all want to go sub up to the family, y'all are more than welcome to. And y'all can go watch this video in full if you want to. But I'm only going to show a portion of it. Yeah, only take everybody's word with a grain of salt, man. You know, ain't nobody goddamn got know it all now. You know, so only take everybody's word with a grain of salt, even mine. And you do your own investigation. If you want to know something, you do your own damn investigation. You collect all your own evidence. I'm just showing you what I found. And y'all can agree, you can disagree, whatever you want to. I'm just helping you out just in case you want to know and you trust me. And you trust that I did my homework. You know, you can get caught up on everything, you know, that you've been hearing, but you're not sure. But if you trust Ears did the homework, so you don't have to. That's my job as a content creator. But hell, even you can go behind me and double check. So I got to use the bathroom real quick, but I'm going to play this part real quick, and then I'm going to go back and play it again because when I come back, I want to be able to react to what he's saying. So shout out to the family. Don't flag me, fam. I'm just sharing your content. I don't think he do. He's a good guy. He ain't petty like that. So, but he's gonna tell a little bit about, you know, the story and with Gucci with
I tried a ton of
Pooh Shiesty's daddy. He has the paperwork, so I'm a start a little bit before he starts showing.
Give me my slime over here. Give my up on, man. Yeah. They don't do here, bro. Give me right, man. Oh, slime over here for my guy, man. It's his birthday.
But instead of protecting that opportunity, prosecutors say the situation will spiral into allegations of a robbery, a false contract, and eventually a federal case. And over the last couple of days, new developments and paperwork connected to the situation has started resurfacing, including documents tied to Pooh Shiesty's father, paperwork that was originally supposed to be sealed, but eventually became public, that the family TV was able to get, which we'll later break down. And once you start reading through that, a lot of people begin asking a serious question. Was this really a robbery, like the internet has been saying? Or is this a contract dispute that escalated into something much bigger? Because when you actually look at the details, the jury people claim Gucci Mane was robbed for doesn't appear to match anything present in evidence. And even more interesting, the night didn't just involve rappers. According to reports inside that glass studio office where everything allegedly went down, there were 2 off-duty officers and an informant present that most people don't know about, meaning some would argue 3 connected to law enforcement inside that room where the situation unfolded, not to mention on camera. So now the story people thought they understood suddenly looks a lot different. Fam, listen, you know a couple days ago we did a story talking about Pooh Shiesty's father and his documented criminal history. We didn't speak on the citizen because that information was blocked from public view, but what the family TV was able to obtain was the plea agreement tied to their case, paperwork that, according to records, was supposed to remain sealed. And once that information started circulating again, people began looking at the bigger picture, because when you line the history up with the situation involving Gucci Mane, a lot of questions start coming up. For the last couple of days, the internet narrative has been simple. People saying Gucci Mane has been robbed. They saying chains were taken, rings were taken, watches were taken, and most of all, he told. But when you actually go through the paperwork and the evidence that's been presented publicly, that claim started getting shaky, because the jury shown doesn't appear to be Gucci Mane's jury at all. Instead, what prosecutors describe much more clearly is a contract dispute that escalated, a situation where multiple individuals allegedly traveled from Memphis to Texas over business. And that federal complaint shows just that. During that situation, prosecutors say a contract ended up being forced to be signed. Now think about that for a second. Nowhere in this complaint it said Gucci Mane or RD said his blank 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 was taken. But think about this. If you're the CEO of a multi-million-dollar company and someone forces you to sign a contract under pressure, legally speaking, that contract doesn't hold up, which raises a bigger question. If you were Gucci Mane in that situation, what would you do? But before we go over this one, I want you guys to remember, I won't give you no angle. I just give you the story. So with that being said, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. We'll jump right to it.
A lot of people took up to me with that in my whole life since I was a little boy. You know what I'm saying? When I forget a lot of stuff, I say, I have never snitched nobody, I never want to stay with no one, and I never will. That's how I feel. I'm a true G. I never snitch on a nigga. Where we from, we won't do that. For real. This used to allow us all to say, well, niggas I fuck with, my crew won't do that. We won't snitch on niggas. We stand down for ourselves. Like, if I gotta go, I'm gonna go. I done went before. I don't want to snitch on nigga to save nobody's life, not even my own. I die if I snitch on nigga. That's on my mom.
Fam, that was early 2000s Gucci Mane, a man who been through many scenarios to tell, but he didn't. A man who now, 20 years later after that interview alone, still got 1017 to be relevant. Now full-time CEO who rap occasionally. Fast forward to 2026, in a contract dispute with one of the biggest artists in the world, who some say went about things that's similar to Suge Knight and Eazy-E. Now before we go over that federal complaint in its entirety together, I want us to go back some years prior during the pandemic, towards the end, in 2020, when Gucci Mane had signed Pooh Shiesty, another well.
All right, y'all. So I'm back, y'all. I don't know how much he done covered or whatever, but let's go. I ain't gonna slide it back because I think we about at right where I wanted to to react to.
No artist he had signed was Fujiano and Big Scarr.
Okay, so we at the Big Scarr part. Cool. So in case people don't know who Big Scarr was, he passed away a couple of years ago from an overdose or whatever. I believe I did a live about that. He's a young guy, about 22 years old, and that was Pooh Shiesty's cousin, I believe.
Together they dropped music under the new 1017 and gained millions of views each track.
Call me a bag. Took a trip to walking, look like I fell in some glass.
Looking back, you ask, what if Pooh Shiesty, Fujiano, and Big Scarr, all three were stars? But unfortunately,
Yeah, I do know Fujiano. That's that nigga named Kwame Brown also. That's weird, ain't it? Because y'all remember when he got arrested and Suge tried to say it was Kwame that got arrested when he pulled up his paperwork. I just wanted to throw that out there.
when Pooh Shiesty got arrested in 2021, Big Scarr, real name Alexander Woods, unfortunately lost his life on December 22nd, 2022, at just 22 years old from an accidental prescription drug overdose at his girlfriend's house. His family reported the overdose involved prescription pills, and the Memphis Police Department confirmed there were no signs of foul play. May he rest in peace. A love of condolences to his family. But after that situation, things didn't really turn out how the family had expected, because it seemed Gucci Mane and his team had some type of fallout with Big Scarr's family. It was alleged that Gucci Mane wanted Big Scarr's chains back and only gave $10,000 for the funeral. I let you decide if that was enough or not. But listen to Big Scarr's sister voice her opinion on the situation. And I bring this up because,
and in case the homie's still here, in case the homie G4 is still here, this is what I was talking about, you know.
because some say this may have led to why Pooh Shiesty wanted to stir away from Gucci Mane. Not saying it's true, but it is a fact that these things happen. Mind you, Big Scarr's Pooh Shiesty blood's cousin.
That 10K went to a flower. His flower was high as fuck. We still got a casket. He getting cremated. He getting put up in a museum. Bitches would not be able to walk on my brother's grave. He ain't getting put in no ground. He ain't getting buried.
Hey, but she got to make that make sense, though. You saying you got to get a casket, but he getting cremated? If he getting cremated, what you need a casket for? Do people? I mean, I haven't had to do the financials of a funeral in a while. Last time I did one was my brother. We did not cremate him, but it was an option. And at that time back then, I know, you know, that was before a lot of stuff or whatever. But at that time, I think a cremation was like $1,500. It might be double or triple that now. But it was way cheaper than the actual, you know, all the other stuff. So if you're getting cremated, and this is no disrespect to the dead. I don't want to be, you know, sounding disrespectful, but I think 10 bands would be enough to get somebody cremated. You know what I'm saying? The man ain't responsible. I don't think Gucci was responsible for like just every single thing. You know what I'm saying? But showing support by, you know, a certain amount of donation or whatever, I think that was more than enough to show your condolences. And of course, you know, you might want your jewelry back, but I think that was kind of petty. Maybe he just didn't want the wrong type of nigga running around with it. You know what I'm saying? I get it. But at that point, man, it's kind of sentimental, bro. Let him have that.
With no chains. He not getting them chains back. Period. At the end of the day. Fuck them receipts that Annabelle uploaded. Fuck Annabelle. And them receipts. Like I said, we only received 10,000. What the other 10 is, I don't know. But
maybe you only received 10,000, but there might have been more that was sent. But to be that blatantly disrespectful for somebody to give you something, you know, out of the kindness of their heart, like he signed the man. I'm pretty sure he gave him an advance. You know, like there's a whole bunch of ways you can handle this type stuff, man. It be some real, you know, bullying type shit going on sometimes, man. People just be wanting you to accept the bullying type shit, bro. Everybody ain't just going for anything.
yeah. I'm at work with my feet up, making boxes. That 10K ain't getting shit but buy a bitch of some flowers, boo.
So a person that's, you know, and not to disrespect this woman, but I mean, you at work making making boxes and stuff, and you online telling people 10K ain't shit just to get some flowers. I would rather just go ahead and get the cremation, get whatever I can get done, the major part with the 10K. Go and get the cremation or whatever, and then all the other stuff, I mean, the family should be taking care of that. His cousin is Pooh Shiesty. Big 30. Well, where are all these guys, I mean, that got, you know, money back, got stacks of money putting it on their head and got money phones and diamonds in their teeth and all this shit. Why is it only Gucci Mane's responsibility? So I didn't agree with this whole thing. Now, I did agree that Gucci was being petty about that chain. But if y'all gonna keep the chain, sell the chain and pay for the rest of the funeral. You want me to send you 20 bands and you get to keep the chain and I done gave the man the advance money? That's a whole bunch of expectations, bruh. I'm just saying. And that's no disrespect to the family. I'm just being realistic.
This shit ain't here with no obituaries and flowers, boo. 10K ain't shit. My brother was way more worth, baby. My brother worth more than 10K. You bitches can.
And she's right. He's worth more than 10K. But, you know, that ain't Gucci Mane's responsibility. And he paid way more. He paid for the man to rap. The man ain't rapping. No disrespect. So that was that I think that was a little out of line. But like I say, Gucci should have just let them have that shit, let them grieve. If they had a problem with the little 10K or whatever, all right. Which had to be very disrespectful. To give somebody 10K to help them out with a funeral, thinking that they should have been able to do that themselves if you just signed a major deal. You know, but to still help out and people treat you like this, man, the next person probably won't get the same kind of, sympathy.
Quit playing with me. Quit playing with me. Yeah, Gucci son 10,000 and it was somebody else on another 10. So it was 20,000 in all.
And don't that sound crazy? Gucci son 10, somebody else son another 10. Well, why are you just mad at Gucci? So you got sent $20,000. That is enough for a funeral, especially if somebody getting cremated. What is there to be mad about? Maybe about the chain shit, cool. But not to say, oh, you only sent 10,000. Okay, I sent 10, somebody else sent 10. That's enough to cover the funeral expenses. Are you telling the other person that sent that 10 that they ain't seen enough? What the man was supposed to send, a meal? 100 grand? 50? That was the thing that kind of, I was like, nah, bro, that ain't cool.
But like I said,
So it was 20,000 in all.
Now, another situation that happened is when Pooh Shiesty was free. A comment Gucci had wrote in response to Big 30, 375-1017. Gucci Mane responds, Cap, stop posting me, dude. We met once. Either way, they made up. Gucci Mane and Big 30 had their music together after.
And that's the video that we showed a little earlier. If y'all wasn't here, y'all could watch it from the beginning. But we showed where Big 30 was, describing what happened when him and Gucci Mane met for the first time, and then all of a sudden, Big 30, Gucci Mane, like, man, we only met one time, bro. Why you posting all these posts of me and shit, acting like you know me? It was a little bit embarrassing.
Like TLC, 2 to 3 shells out the Jeep. No one gonna take care of me the way that I take care of me.
That's why some say the Big Scarr situation is more believable, because prior to the robbery in January, Pooh Shiesty was posting a lot of Big Scarr in his story, reminiscing. Some say now, looking back, may have been sending clues. Now, another person people are pointing out before we get into this federal complaint once again is Pooh Shiesty's dad, Lontrell Williams Sr. Now, we're not going to go over the situation that happened in 2004 with the DJ, because we talked about it in the first video. I'll leave the link in the bio, like I said once again. But we are going to go over his plea agreement in that case, and why he only served 2 days for that case, which was for a murder and an R, according to what prosecutors say, fueled by his animosity towards the DJ for not playing his music, instead playing Yo Gotti's music, allegedly. Now,
oh shit, hold up, y'all. I was looking on my phone real quick because somebody was texting me. Now hold up, somebody got mad because they wasn't playing their music. Hold up, who was this? So the defendant, Lontrell Williams, through his attorney. Oh, this is Pooh Shiesty daddy. Okay, we getting to the part of Pooh Shiesty daddy, y'all. So here's the paperwork, y'all, of his plea agreement. So this is what we supposed to be here to look at, Pooh Shiesty daddy paperwork. Say the defendant, Lontrell Williams, through his attorney, Howard L. Wagerman, knowingly and voluntarily agrees with the United States through the United States Attorney for Western District of Tennessee, through the undersigned Assistant U.S. State Attorney, to plead guilty to count 1 of the above number indictment, charging the defendant with violating 21 U.S.C. 846, and to count 2, 3, 4, and count 5 of above number indictment, all of which charge defendant with violating. Okay, so here we go, y'all. This is the paperwork.
federal complaint once again is Pooh Shiesty's dad, Lontrell Williams Sr. Now, we're not going to go over the situation that happened in 2004 with the DJ, because we talked about it in the first video. I'll leave the link in the bio, like I said once again. But we are going to go over his plea agreement in that case, and why he only served 2 days for that case, which was for a murder and an R, according to what prosecutors say.
Now, if a nigga getting charged with a murder and an R, I think he's saying the grape, and nigga, you want to do 2 days in jail? Come on, Pooh Shiesty. You trying to act like you didn't know? Man, boy, these rappers, boy.
Fueled by his animosity towards the DJ for not playing his music, instead playing Yo Gotti's music, allegedly. Now, during this time, Pooh Shiesty's dad did get arrested, but because his homie went to trial and he wasn't placed there, they couldn't charge him with the murder. They did charge him with the drugs that were seized at the time of his arrest. And during that time, even though it wasn't murder, he still agreed to be an informant for the feds. Now, fam, before we move forward with the rest of this story, we got to slow down and really break down something that most people skim over when they look at federal paperwork. Because buried inside a plea agreement is something that changes the entire conversation, and that's a potential 5K1 motion. Now, if you ever dealt with...
Well, for the people who are here and, you know, y'all have never dealt with the criminal world or whatever, if you ever hear someone talk about a 5K1, that's something from the feds, and this is a code to let you know that somebody's going to cooperate. So,
with the federal system, a 5K1 might just look like another number in a document, but in federal world, that number means everything. Let me break it down. First off, the defendant in this case, Lontrell Williams Sr., agreed to plead guilty to multiple counts.
Now let's read this ourselves, you know what I'm saying? So look at the paperwork, let's look at the pages. And anybody, if you want to on your own time, you can go and double check this paperwork in case you don't believe the family or you don't believe ears or whatever. So let's read a little bit of ourselves while he got it on the stage. 'Cause I don't think he's going to read all of this. Neither the government nor any law enforcement officer can or does make any promises or representations as to what sentence will be imposed by the court. The defendant understands that the accurate sentencing guideline range must be taken into account by a court before imposing a sentence, but that the court is not bound by the sentencing guidelines and can impose any sentence within statutory limits. Based on the defendant's ongoing and anticipated future assistance to the government. Wow. So this is the part he highlighting, y'all. Listen. Based on the defendant's ongoing, that means he's snitching right now, and his anticipated future assistance to the government. It is contemplated that the contemplated. I'm sorry, I said contemplated. There you go, Kwame. Got another word for you. It is contemplated that the government may recommend to the court a departure in the defendant's sentence pursuant to the U.S. Sentencing Guidelines 5K1.1. This is what they ask you. The minute you walk on a federal yard, let us see your paperwork. And if it got that 5K1, if it got this little sentence right here in it, niggas gonna fuck you up. This tells them you's a snitch. You are working with them people. This would be solely within the discretion of the government and is not a part of a plea agreement. Substantial assistance is understood by both parties to require good faith during all phases of the cooperation period. Yeah, you got to be telling, but you need to tell. Including the defendant's provision of complete and truthful information which assists in the investigation or prosecution of other individuals, and complete and truthful testimony at subsequent proceedings when needed. So, nigga, you gotta snitch whenever we need you to. You gotta snitch whenever we call on you. Nigga, hey, we got somebody that's close. Oh, you don't want to snitch, nigga, we'll bring that case back up. Now, don't let us drop this to the world. Because that's what they just did, right? They waited till these niggas did something. They know that these niggas might slip through the cracks. So now, let's make it hard for y'all niggas. Y'all see how the feds play? How do y'all think this paperwork just got out all of a sudden? Say, how can I read this shit? Hey, I'm tired of reading, so I don't know how I'm keep reading this shit. I want to just talk. I don't want to keep reading, but I know I need to inform y'all of what's going on. You know, do my breakdown. It is what it is. I appreciate y'all. Hit the Cash App if you appreciate the breakdown, man. At least hit the like button. That's free. You know, the like button to help too. If you're catching a replay, hit the hype button and the like button on the Cash App if you want to. Show some love. But it's clearly in black and white. This is Pooh Shiesty Daddy. And this was filed in April 15, 2009. So 15, 16 years later, this nigga been a snitch for 16 years. But Pooh Shiesty only what, like 24, 25? So while Pooh Shiesty was like 10 years old, his daddy was a snitch, and he possibly couldn't have known. He probably he hadn't jumped off the porch. He didn't know, you know, all this shit like that. He knew his daddy was in the streets. You know, he probably thought his daddy beat the case, and you know, nobody probably ever had this paperwork. But I highly doubt that nobody in Memphis knew that boy daddy was a snitch. I'm pretty sure everybody knew he was a snitch. They might have was scared of him though. Could have been scared of him. What you say? You say everybody gets the same deal or trial? Well, I don't know. Not the snitches, apparently.
Counts involving federal.
Oh, hold on. Did I read all that? Okay, let me make sure I read it all. So, truthful information which to assist the investigation and prosecution of other individuals and complete a truthful testimony at the proceedings, the defendant acknowledged that the government's determination of whether the defendant has cooperated fully and provided substantial assistance, the government assessment of the value, truthfulness, and completeness of the defendant's assistance is solely within the judgment and discretion of the government and shall be binding upon the defendant. So for 15, if this happened in 2009, y'all, how many niggas this nigga done told on in 16 years? Niggas ain't even know, because this shit probably got sealed. Niggas ain't really started getting that paperwork to about like 2018, you know. Niggas ain't started learning how to get this secret paperwork and all that. This nigga been a snitch for 16 years, y'all. And we been listening, and he been guiding his son. And Wack, I'm a little disappointed in you because we about to listen to Wack in a minute, but Wack was vouching for this nigga. Back when they was trying to say Pooh Shiesty was a snitch, Wack was vouching for this nigga, saying that his daddy was solid, bro. But now Wack about to start exposing that he a snitch. Y'all been knew these niggas was like that, bro. I ain't gonna say Pooh Shiesty. I ain't gonna hold what your daddy did against you. But you running with the nigga, and you claiming you don't fuck with snitches. You said this right here is a plea deal? If it's a plea deal, it still has the sentencing guidelines of a 5K1. I'm kind of trying to figure out what you're saying is cap. This is a plea deal? They're saying that according to the plea deal that, you know, here, you can read it. I'm reading it. Why would they put in the 5K1? When you cop a plea deal but you don't cooperate, they literally say in the paperwork you decline to cooperate. That's literally what they say. I have to show you some paperwork of somebody that did not cooperate, and you can see the difference. They'll say that you declined the 5K1. It says the defendant's sentence is according to the U.S. Sentencing Guideline 5K1.1. This would be solely within the discretion of the government and is not part of the plea deal. That's what it says right there, right here. This is not part of the plea agreement. Not part of the plea agreement. Substantial assistance, that's what it's called, snitching, is understood by both parties to require good faith in all phases of cooperation, period, including the defendant's provision of complete and truthful information which assists in the investigation or prosecution of other individuals and complete and truthfully testimony at subsequent proceedings when needed. The defendant acknowledged that the government's determination of whether the defendant has cooperated fully and provided substantial assistance in government assessment of value, truthfulness, completeness of defendant's assistance. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, if needed. If they need you, you got to come through. They got something they know that you know of, you got to come through. I'm just saying, I'm just reading the paperwork. Don't attack me, attack the paperwork.
Drug conspiracy laws. Those are serious charges that typically carry heavy federal prison sentences. We're talking about charges that can easily land 10, 20 years, sometimes even life, depending on the circumstances. But right after the plea selection, the agreement introduced something very important. It says the government may recommend a reduction in his sentence under United States Sentencing Guidelines 5K1. What does that mean? In simple terms, a 5K1 is a cooperation deal. It means that the defendant has agreed to provide substantial assistance to the federal government, and that assistance usually involves helping prosecutors build a case against other individuals. Now, that help can come from several forms. Sometimes it means providing detailed information about drug operations, suppliers, or co-conspirators. Sometimes it means helping investigators.
And the thing about that is, when you sign that agreement, they don't have to have you come and point somebody out and all that. All they need to do is pick you up, and you can just tell them some shit that'll just point them in the right direction to get shit started. Hey man, yeah, I know this nigga, he the nigga in the streets or whatever. Who is he? Or somebody just got murdered. Hey, we looking for, who do you know about? Hey man, word on the streets, such and such did that. That might be all they need. They might not need them to come and testify and all that crazy shit. You say plea deal without speaking on your co-defendant. I don't know if he spoke on his co-defendant or not, but remember, he wasn't required for his co-defendant. That's what he just said. Remember, the situation. He wasn't required, but when they came and picked him up for the situation, he got caught with drugs. So the drugs is what they were gonna hit him with, but he had to, agree to cooperate. Not from the original charge, which him and his co-defendant would have been a part of. They didn't need him for that. That's not what he snitched on. He just agreed to be a future participant whenever they need him, in order for them not to hit him with the drugs that they caught him with when they came to address this situation that he would have had a co-defendant with. That's what it's saying. What did this dude say? I don't know what the hell you talking about. I'm not about to try to read no dumb shit. Y'all niggas just get mad because your favorite celebrities y'all get mad because somebody read the paperwork. Y'all be getting mad because the nigga that y'all look up to, they be in paperwork. Show me some paperwork you see me in, sir. Yeah, weird ass shit y'all niggas be doing, man. Show me a police report. That's what you do.
Understand how a criminal organization operates, who is involved, where the drugs are coming from, and where the money is going. Other times it means actually testifying in court or in front of a grand jury against other people involved in a conspiracy. And in some situations, even help investigators make recorded calls identifying other suspects or confirming evidence investigators already have. But here's the key part most people miss. The plea agreement makes it clear that none of this guarantees a sentence reduction. The document literally says the decision is solely within the discretion of the government. In other words, prosecutors are the ones who decide whether the cooperation was valuable enough to be rewarded. And if they believe the defendant provided real help that actually led something that leads to investigations or prosecutions, then they can file a motion asking the judge to reduce the sentence. That's what a 5K1 is. And looking back, he got 4 years of supervised release, and that was it. So
4 years of supervised release. I mean, I don't know how much drugs he got caught with. I don't know. I wasn't there. But what they just said, there was a murder involved. He didn't have to testify against the guy. He didn't have to, be the co-defendant of the guy. But when they came to do the investigation, he had drugs on him. So they decided to, cop him a plea deal. And, the paperwork said that he will be cooperating. And if, they didn't feel like his cooperation was going to be good enough, they can come back on the sentencing. But obviously, they felt like what he told them was good enough to just put you on 4 years of probation.
apparently, they felt his information was enough to get a reduced sentence. And the feds, this is what they call black and white, proving if a person is an informant or not. And this is what we can call, quote unquote, being a snitch, if you living by that. So let's continue with the story. Fast forward to the first week of April of 2026. Senior had a bond hearing for the federal pickup alongside his son and other 8 alleged CG members. Pooh Shiesty got one on the 8th. I'll keep you guys updated on that. But now at this point, people want to know. We got all that squared away. What about Gucci Mane? Now let's go over this.
Okay, so that's all I want to get out of that video, because he was showing the paperwork, and I've seen the paperwork on other sites and all that stuff like that, but I didn't want to do a whole nother reading of that shit and all that, because I just read a lot. So I just let Buddy go ahead and break that down, read that down. So we know that Gucci Mane had to pretty much say he gave a description of the person that robbed him, which was Pooh Shiesty. Now, he did not, it didn't say in that paperwork like in detail of what the person said, how the person moved and all that. He just said what color he had on, the Nike Shiesty mask, he had on the all black, stuff of that nature, you know what I'm saying? So we don't see a whole bunch of what Gucci said in the paperwork, but we did see where they said that Gucci gave a description of the guy, right? Now, before we get to our last exhibit, oh, we got 2 more, I'm sorry. I want to jump into, what people consider snitching. Now, who else can describe it better than Whack 100? I don't know. You ain't gotta like Whack 100. Sometimes he keep it real. Sometimes he select the politic, in my opinion. But in this situation, I think Whack is pretty accurate on describing what is considered snitching. So for the people who, and like I say, he does do a lot of selective politicking. If it's somebody he like, he'll move the goalpost a little bit. But when it's coming to Gucci Mane, I don't think he's going at Gucci Mane. But what I think he's doing is he's explaining that Gucci is no longer in the streets. Right? So let's listen to an example of, people that are no longer in the streets, but still understand what snitching is. Right.
The rules of the streets is if you cooperate with law enforcement and give them any information on any name other than yours, then yes, you are a rat. These are the rules of the streets. For the last 5-10 years, everywhere I seen Gucci wasn't the streets.
I mean, we'll have to. You ain't from Atlanta though, Whack. So he might have seen Gucci in places that's not the streets, but we'll have to check with them niggas over there on Boulder Crest and them boys over there in East Atlanta. Has Gucci Mane still been in the hood over there in Boulder Crest, East Atlanta, and on Gresham Road and all that shit? Only those boys would know. Only those boys would know. So I think he's trying to play a case that Gucci Mane is no longer in the streets, so it's okay for him to report this crime.
A yacht, an exclusive birthday party, a weekend trip to Vegas where he's locked down in his suite, enjoying his friends, social media where he's signing the artist to his label. I haven't seen Gucci rolling a blunt, personally. So is Gucci still upheld to the rules of the streets?
Well, according to Gucci, I did hear Gucci say some shit like, nigga, matter of fact, let me play it. I did hear Gucci say some shit now. Gucci did say some shit like, nigga, I ain't going to no police, nigga. If it go down, nigga, I'ma smoke your motherfucking ass, nigga. That's what I heard Gucci say. You know what I'm saying? But I could be wrong. You know what I'm saying? Gucci might have changed his life. I don't know. Hold on. Can I find that video real quick? I'll find it a little later, man. But y'all will see the video in motion, though. I think y'all might have seen it before when I went to the bathroom. Is that was the video, right? Because Gucci did say, he'll never snitch. He ain't going to no police. He gonna keep it in goddamn. Oh, that video was old. Okay, cool. But there was a video with him and Pooh Shiesty on the video together, and he did, that wasn't that old ago. It was after prison, and he said, "Nah, nigga, he'd rather smoke a nigga, and he ain't going to the police. He don't believe no police." So I don't know. I'm just here speculating.
Is he a Crip? Is he a Blood? Is he a GD, a BD?
Gucci was claiming he was a Blood, though. On some real shit now.
He a Vice Lord.
So according to gang politics now, he ain't supposed to even give a statement.
Who does he hang with? I don't believe he hangs with anybody but his wife and his family. I believe he socializes and associates with his business partners and who he deems to be his friends. Listen, everybody better open their eyes up. Just because you playing the game your way, don't be the next man is not gonna play the game they way. So when we look down this checklist, is Gucci a street nigga, or has he crossed over into being a civilian?
Hey man, this nigga Whack need to get. They need to get this nigga Whack the Gang Member Lawyer of the Year award. Cause I swear, boy, when a nigga need to get their narratives, switched up. Boy, when it comes down to defending a nigga and, rewriting the rules or some shit, that nigga Whack, boy, he hell. Boy, if you need it, I ain't gonna lie, Whack is a good ally in a fucking hell of an enemy. I've seen that nigga do some fucked up shit, some ruthless shit over there in Clubhouse with some niggas. But if he rock with you, oh yeah, that nigga will move the goalpost for you. Like he did with Larry Hoover. When we found out that Larry Hoover gave a statement about the nigga that shot him, he made it, well, hey, nah, he could do that. But, certain niggas, boy, you better not even be in the same vicinity as a police.
Yeah, well, Gucci, remember, he shot and killed the dude at his house. That ain't the ways of a street nigga. That's the ways of a man. Remember, Gucci used to be, and he this, and he said this and this and that. Yeah.
And I think that's what a lot of people do go off of. Because everybody remembers the old Gucci. The Gucci before prison. I don't even think this the same Gucci, to be honest. I think they cloned the nigga. Because that nigga's stomach was big as a motherfucking basketball before he went to prison. And I've never seen a nigga go from what Gucci was looking like to what he looked like now. I don't give a fuck if you go into prison and you do fucking crunches every single day of your sentence. And you don't eat anything. Just the transformation of the man's the man came out, his goals was gone. His belly was gone. He ain't had no stretch marks, no nothing. Like he didn't bulk up. The nigga looked like he was 20 again. Should Gucci have crashed out? Hell no, he shouldn't have crashed out. He should have motherfucking called the police himself and pointed every last one of them niggas out. If you ask me, nigga, you talking about millions? Hell no, nigga. That nigga name is Lontrell Williams Jr. That nigga stay at such and such. Yeah, that nigga pointed the gun at me. That nigga did this. He took my ring. He took my watch. Man, that nigga was supposed to tell it all, nigga, for the meals. But, hey, some people have different opinions. He ain't in the streets no more. You's a CEO. You out here on yachts and shit, eating caviar with white folks, man. You ain't gotta still go by some dirty ass street nigga goddamn logic. Say Gucci grew up, you should relate. I do relate. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. Shit. Nigga, I'm a working man. You come in my house right now and you rob me, you think I'm gonna stick to some stupid ass street code? Oh, I ain't supposed to say nothing. I just supposed to go get it back in blood. I supposed to go crash out. Nigga, that's how I went to prison the first time. A nigga ran in my shit and robbed me, and nigga, I kept it in the streets. I went and shot up that nigga every motherfucking place I thought that nigga would be at. And when I seen that nigga in the streets, nigga, I was on his bumper, nigga. Bow. I was on the nigga's bumper the night when the niggas robbed me. Shit, I'm bow, 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 bow. I went to jail because a nigga tried to rob me. I went to jail for a nigga rob. Well, I ain't gonna say they ran in my shit, but they didn't get nothing. I come out the door busting. Pow, 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 pow. Skimp the nigga. That night, I'm shooting up everything. I'm shooting up niggas. Man, I ain't gonna put too much out there, but nigga, I was tearing up shit. Every time I seen a nigga affiliated with the nigga, pow, pow, pow. And guess what them niggas went and did? Hey, that nigga down. Hey, he keep shooting at me.
No.
That's what them niggas went and did. He said, hey, that nigga there, he keep shooting me. He keep shooting at me. Them niggas went and got there, put the police on my motherfucking ass, got my ass the fuck up out of there. I said, never again. Never again. Ain't no, these niggas ain't keeping it in the streets. That shit for a rap. That shit sound good on the song. That ain't way the streets working. So hell fuck nah.
My father 30 plus years ago used to be a crackhead. I think it's been 1994, 26 and 6. 32 years, I have yet to see my father in the form of a crackhead. So I can get mad all I want. I can't call Robert Lee Jones Jr. a crackhead. I can call him an addict. I can call him an ex-addict. But I can't call him a crackhead today because that's not what he does. He's a pastor. You get what I'm saying? I tell you guys all the time, I don't gang bang no more. Haven't gang banged in a couple decades, bro. Plus.
And now what I tell y'all niggas, I ain't thugging no more, man. I ain't out here goddamn wilding and shit no more, man. I'm a HVAC mechanic now. You could say Ears used to be a D-boy. A dope boy. And pause. I want y'all niggas to try to make that something else. Y'all can say Ears used to be a shooter. Nigga, that was 20 years ago. Ears ain't shooting shit now unless you come up in this on my motherfucking property, or unless you got there pull up on me and while I'm minding my business in the state of Florida or Georgia. Well, I done got my rights back. And bitch, I'm fearing for my life. That's the only thing you can say. Can't tell me I'm still the same nigga I was when I was motherfucking 18, 19 years old. I'm 42 years old now. You got to grow up at some point in time and find out what's more important. So I agree with Wack Hill. Like I say, Wack should be a goddamn street nigga lawyer, like in the streets. Cause if a nigga is snitching and he like him, that nigga will bail him out because he was bailing out Pooh Shiesty at one point. Not Pooh Shiesty, but his daddy. But now we about to hear on another video where he's exposing Pooh Shiesty daddy, which we already seen somebody else expose him, but.
My street moniker used to be CK Wack, Crip Killing Wack. We didn't have to know where you was from. If you looked the part, you played the part, you had on blue, or had to identify something from that side, lay him down. We don't need to know his name. We don't need to know nothing. Now, I don't give a damn if you got every color of the rainbow on. I'm gonna hit you with, how you doing, my brother? You can be Crip, blood, straight, gay, Muslim, Christian, I don't care. As long as you extend me respect, I'm gonna extend you respect. I can give a damn where you from, where you not from. From coming out the store and you sitting at the gas pump and you got kids in the car, you got blue chucks on, blue bandana in your pocket with a blue LA hat on. And you say, hey, homie, I'm trying to get to the house. I ran out of gas. My kid's hungry. I'm going to go in that store. I'm going to give him a $100 bill and say, fill up pump 4. Hey, homie, I just filled your vehicle up. Let me know if you need something else to get the kids something to snack on to you.
And that's some real nigga shit, bro. If I was a rich nigga, it'd probably be a lot of times I do that. Because even not being a rich nigga, I've seen niggas, that, in the streets or whatever and this and that. And I see a man that, and if I feel like they're genuinely just needing some help, I'll do some shit like that. I have done that shit.
You get to the house. I don't care where you from. I think this is the Gucci Mane side of things. I believe Gucci said, I came here to do business. I spent my time, my money. I got to pay for my security, the studio, the private jet I came in on. I had to leave the...
And this is definitely damage control, y'all, because usually if Wack didn't like Gucci Mane, he would say, nigga, I don't give a damn, nigga. You said you cooperated. But he knows that Gucci did do a certain little level of cooperating. And if you're a street nigga, that would make you a snitch. If you're a gang member, I don't mean you gang banging, even if you're a gang member. That would qualify you as a snitch according to the street code. And Wack is about to say that. But he has to exonerate, he has to make y'all feel like Gucci is not a gang member or a street nigga no more. You know, so he's painting this picture for you.
Comforts of my family, leave the security of me protecting my family to come out here and sit with this young man and have a conversation and see what his gripe is so we can work it out. We've already got millions of dollars together. And when he called him and told him, hey, this is where I got it set up. Come on, let's get to it. And, you know, Gucci, man, after we finish working it out, because he going to work it out, we get to the recording booth. They came in playing gangster. Does Gucci come from the street? Yes, he does. Is Gucci still street today? No, he's not. Is he capable of understanding and responding as he is? Yes, he is. Is this his daily practice? No, it's not. He's really a humble dude today.
Boy, this nigga Wack need to get him a motherfucking lawyer job. I ain't lying. This nigga Wack. Hey, tell me y'all ain't convinced. Yeah, he was capping for QCP too. Tell me y'all ain't a little bit convinced. This nigga Wack good now. I give him that now. He definitely making his case, boy. He definitely making the case, boy.
He's a man. You know, you ain't got a color.
This sounds like a closing argument. We done watched a lot of cases and we done heard a lot of closing arguments. And this sounds like a closing argument.
Or the streets don't make no man. It's the man that made bad decisions that went to the streets. And some of us was forced to go to the streets to survive in the streets. Did this? The rules of the streets is if you cooperate with law enforcement and give them any information on any name other than yours, then yes, you are a rat.
And there it is right there, y'all. I ain't lying. There it is. The rules of the streets. If you give any information besides anything but what you did, you will be considered a rat. If you are a street nigga. Those are rules of the streets. No exceptions. Nobody care if you're a businessman. If you claiming you a street nigga, you cannot cooperate in no way, shape, or form. You cannot say a nigga name, and Gucci broke that rule if he was considered a street nigga of giving another man's name and their description. And if we're gonna believe what's in the paperwork from the feds, which I ain't gonna say the feds are 100% credible. We know how they're covering up the Epstein files allegedly. So we know they will, lie. We know they will have bad information sometimes. But, depending on what you want to believe.
These are the rules of the streets. For the last 5-10 years, everywhere I seen Gucci wasn't the streets. A yacht.
Now I wonder if he changed. I mean, if guys from the streets, like guys from East Atlanta, if they say, man, shit, Gucci still be over here in the hood. Gucci still be claiming blood with us. Gucci still live by street codes. Now, when he might be out there in Cali, whenever you see him, He's on some corporate America shit. You see him on yachts, private parties and all that. But when he in Atlanta and he over here in our hood, he's still over here banging red. You know what I'm saying? I wonder will his perspective or his, narrative change.
An exclusive birthday party, a weekend trip to Vegas where he's locked down in his suite, enjoying his friends, social media where he's signing the artist to his label.
And like I say, the Gucci Man we're seeing, it's not the same Gucci Man. I feel like that Gucci Man is a clone. I know that y'all think that sounds weird, but I think they clone a lot of these rappers when they get locked up. Secretly, let them back out and start, letting them make money for the government. I think they did it to Kodak Black. I think they did it to Gucci. There's a couple of other people that, their name ain't coming to my head right now, but I believe, sometimes they do that to some of these niggas. But particularly with Gucci, my nigga, because like I say, that nigga came out just a totally different way. And people can change. I've changed. But I didn't come out smaller than I did going in. Most niggas that go into prison, they're not going to come out smaller. Now, they could come out healthier, but your frame don't change. Gucci Man had a whole different frame when he went into the chain gang. And if he wanted to lose that weight and shape up, I would have understood if he would have came out and he would have been buff. Like Boosie went into prison a little frail, skinny nigga. He came out in good shape, but he still had the same frame and he was just a little buffer. He came out in great shape. But Boosie didn't go in there with a pot belly and come out with a six-pack. Gucci came out looking like he was 19, 20 years old. So, yeah, that's just in my opinion. Y'all can say, that's too much conspiracy for me or whatever. That's just my opinion.
I haven't seen Gucci rolling a blunt, personally. So is Gucci still upheld to the rules of the streets? Is he a Crip? Is he a Blood? Is he a GD, a BD, a Vice Lord? Who does he hang with? I don't believe he hangs with anybody but his wife and his family. I believe he socializes and associates with his business partners and who he deems to be his friends. Listen, everybody better open their eyes up. Just because you playing the game your way, don't be the next man is not gonna play the game they way. So when we look down this checklist, is Gucci a street nigga or has he crossed over into being a civilian?
And is that really possible? Can you be a street nigga and, your rap reputation hangs on being a street nigga? Now, if you change your rap reputation, that's different. But we've seen Gucci since he's been out still stick to the street nigga reputation. Even though we know he's a boss. But he said that he don't snitch, nigga. He don't stand for that. He don't talk to no police, nigga. He'd rather handle the streets. And according to the street nigga code, you can't even give a statement. You can't tell the police what a nigga IG handle is, what his real name is, the description of the nigga and all that. Even though I find it hard for him to be able to not tell that stuff because he got a lot of stuff that's on the line that he has to have a report for. So I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just saying, like, it's two ways to have to go about this, man. You can't have it both ways. You got to be a street nigga or a civilian. You can't be both. You can't be both, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, Gucci, remember, he shot and killed the dude at his house. That ain't the ways of a street.
Okay, so I think this is going in repeat or whatever, because I think it did get to a point where somebody had it loop. So I just wanted y'all to hear that and hear the argument of, you know, what a lot of people would say if you in favor of Gucci Mane, you know, and I'm not opposed to him. I'm just saying, like, I'm just, you know, reporting it. I'm just calling it how it is, y'all. That's it. Now, y'all, when it comes to Pooh Shiesty, or whatever, daddy, of course, we have Wack, you know, the same guy that's, you know, trying to vouch for Gucci. Now he's about to tell about how Pooh Shiesty's daddy was a snitch. I think this the one. I hope it is.
Agreement was that.
Okay. Yeah, this is it. So when Wack ain't fucking with you, he gonna be on both sides. He gonna really go hard to get on your top. Pause. So here's him calling in the academics and telling about the information we did just see about Pooh Shiesty daddy being a snitch. This is only like 4 minutes, so we'll listen to a little bit of this and see what, you know, him in a whole different mode. And then after we listen to this, we're gonna listen to Govan Hernandez, which is the guy that was charged in the conspiracy of unaliving young Dolph. And he's going to tell what the streets of Memphis was saying about Pooh Shiesty and all them boys when they robbed Gucci Mane. And remember, he's not a fan of Gucci Mane. So he's going to say some things that probably not in the media from some inside belief or inside things. And, you know, just tell it from a street perspective. And I kind of, you know, I agree with his perspective because he's actually out there in the streets and what was going on. So we'll listen to a little bit of that. And I think that'll be the gist of my my presentation after that. So let's listen to this.
You know what our agreement was, Act?
What?
If you tell me I'm lying to you, which you have the right to as my brother.
You don't got no paperwork, Wack. Stop it.
That's what you think, Act?
Wack.
Okay, you know what you got to do when I send it to you, right? Here it comes. His daddy been a rat since 2009.
Stop it, Wack. Stop it.
And that's what we just seen the paperwork at, right? The nigga daddy been a rat since 2009. But I really wish I had the video, which I have to go through my collection and look. But I recall when Pooh Shiesty first had his old situation and people was trying to say Pooh Shiesty was a snitch. Act vouched for Pooh Shiesty and he vouched for his daddy. He say that he talked to Pooh Shiesty daddy. He was solid. All of that shit. But now y'all finding out that he's a snitch. Now that's the shit, you know. I might have to go to. Now I ain't going to fuck with Wack. I about to say I might have to go to Clubhouse and like, hey Wack, wasn't you vouching for this nigga? But I ain't about to get no campaign put on me. Fuck that. I'll let them other niggas. I ain't got no problem with Wack. I can call it out, but you know, I ain't got no problem. But hey, bro, I remember, bro. I remember.
Wack, yo,
okay. Hear what I just sent you.
Yo, where does Wack?
Listen, that's
daddy
the full
been a rat.
file. I'm gonna send you.
Yo, Wack, stop it,
No,
bro.
I'm about to send you where he ratted. Listen, the nigga been a rat since 09. I'm sending you all the work. Pooh Shiesty was 8 or 9 years old, so this is his pop, live and direct. Now, listen, you know the exposures. We sit back because I'm a strong representation when it comes to Gucci. That's bro. So I'm gearing up for when these niggas want to.
Y'all heard him right. He's a strong representation of Gucci. He fucked with Gucci more than he fucked with Pooh Shiesty. So we see why he just did what he just did, and we see why now all of a sudden this information is flowing. But I think Wack been knowing from the beginning. But as long as them niggas were paying the price, cool. I keep y'all secret.
Start playing. We gonna play back hard. Now, I'm sending you right now, as you see, the direct pages of the 5K1 stipulation. This nigga's a motherfucking rat. So now, since you want to tell me I'm lying, go ahead, right?
Wait, what?
You no, don't go study now. You got the full document, and I sent you the 3 pages where the nigga's a rat.
Hey, did you hear that they took off Gucci Mane's wedding band? I thought
Fuck all that. Shout out to Gucci Team Gucci. Shout out Keisha K.O. for keeping Gucci level-headed. Listen.
That nigga act tried to change the subject. Talking about, did you hear how they took off his man? Fuck all that shit, nigga. Nah, we ain't gonna say no embarrassing shit, nigga. We want to talk about goddamn how his daddy a rat. See, Wack is the master of this shit, nigga. We gotta shift this shit, get this shit off of the embarrassment of Gucci Mane, and get it on these niggas. Flood these niggas with all the shit you possibly can. And I don't blame them. Hey, that's your people.
Act if you go rob a nigga that got off-duty police as his security and civilians with him. That's on your dumb, stupid ass. Stupid. Dummy. And then what they did is they made a video and said, yeah, if you say something, we're going to release the video. He ain't got to say nothing. An off-duty cop obligation.
Wack, what is this? All right, I got it up on the screen. Memorandum of Plea Agreement. This is from April 15, 2009. This is the father, Lontrell Williams. He's a defendant. So the defendant, Lontrell Williams, through his attorney, knowingly and voluntarily agrees with the United States through the undersigned attorney to plead guilty to 1 count of the numbered indictment, charging him with violating Ooh, a lot of charges. Pursuant to this and third, he will join the government and the defendant will jointly recommend the defendant receive a 3-level reduction. Oh, wow. A 3-level reduction for acceptance of responsibility under the United Sentencing Guidelines. The defendant understands that if the court does not accept these recommendations, the defendant nevertheless has no rights to withdraw the plea. Neither the government or no law enforcement agency, the defendant understands that the accurate sentencing guidelines must be taken into account before before the court is not bound to sentencing guideline and can impose any sentence in the statutory limits. Based on the defendant's ongoing and anticipated future assistance to the government, it is contemplated that the government may recommend that the court do a departure in their sentencing pursuant to U.S. Sentencing Guideline 5K1.
Nigga, we are the motherfucking exposers, nigga. You sit on shit. Don't fuck with us, King Gucci, nigga. Pooh Shiesty proper, because he's a mice, because he come from his daddy, that's a rat.
Oh, shit. Now he's saying Pooh Shiesty mice. A mouse. I said a mice. Nah, that's multiple. So he's saying the nigga daddy a rat and Pooh Shiesty is a mouse because he come from a rat. They're reading the same paperwork we just read. He might have a little bit more of it. Like I said, I read it off of old boy shit. So it's no secret now, y'all. It's out there. It's out there. Now, before we get up out of here, let's go past let's get in our last exhibit for this presentation. Now, we're not gonna go through this whole thing because it's an hour, but I did listen to it a little earlier, and it was very interesting. Just the things that he was saying about coming from Memphis. Now, the guy that he's on the phone with, the guy that he's about to speak with, is, like I said, Govan Hernandez. If you don't know who that is, he's the guy that was accused of conspiring with Big Juke, which is Yo Gotti's brother, to get someone to assassinate Young Dolph. And he got those 2 guys that, he told them they was going to get the money or whatever, and they had him charged with the conspiracy. He ended up beating the charge. But he is deep into the Memphis streets, allegedly. I mean, he's close with Yo Gotti. He's close with Yo Gotti's brother. He's close with, all the street shit. So he's gonna tell some details that we might have not heard. So let's listen to this, and we'll be getting to the next shit.
Tapped in, man. You know, he from the streets, man. You know, from that environment.
So the first time I ever heard, and by the way, we're covering the whole news. You're live on here with me. We got 25,000 people watching right now.
Okay, bet.
It's a big breaking news day. The federal authorities raided Pooh Shiesty's father's house yesterday, but they've now said they have a criminal complaint that charges him, Big 30, his father, and 6 others with conspiracy of kidnapping and robbery. And it all matches back to a story that we heard, but I think a lot of people are like, man, it's got to be cap, because why would this even be a thing? But supposedly Gucci was kidnapped and forced to sign his release papers, and people were robbed in the incident by Pooh Shiesty and others. You're the first one who said this shit.
Definitely.
How the hell did you know? Like that?
Now, take note of that, y'all. When it happened way back in January, he was one of the first people that said it outside of Seti Nash.
That's the question, bro.
But I know a couple of the cats that was actually charged on the indictment. I know personally.
Really?
Of course he would, because remember, these niggas, Big 30 is signed to Moneybagg Yo, who is signed to Yo Gotti. Like Big 30 said, Yo Gotti took them out a whole bunch. I always took them out, gave them game, all that shit. He's connected to Yo Gotti. So, like he's saying, he know a couple of the niggas that actually did the robbery. So, of course, he gonna know firsthand details.
Yeah, for sure. So, I got, you know what I'm saying, I was hit up, when Seti was making conversations, and when he was talking about the jury and shit and all that was a real thing, you know what I'm saying,
And he's probably the one that told Seti Nash, because that's why he just said when Seti, he probably passed the information off to Seti Nash so he wouldn't look like he's too close to the situation.
So people actually got on live or Instagram and they were showing off the jewelry?
Well, I don't know about that. I heard that. I know that's a rumor, but I'm talking about, we actually spoke with people that had access to the jury. They were trying to, the jury was trying to be sold by some people.
And I'm wondering if, since the feds is a part of this, him admitting that the people who had it tried to hit him up, will that kind of tie him into a conspiracy? I don't know the law like that. That's something that could be questioned, though.
Not Pooh Shiesty, not Luntrail, by some other people from Memphis, Tennessee.
What type of jewelry was it? Do you know?
Wedding band, watch.
Really?
Yeah, his homeboy DP got his chain took. The cameraman, they stripped him, took everything.
So he's saying not Pooh Shiesty, not Big 30, but some other people from Memphis. Nigga, how you gonna be associated with the niggas that actually got caught up in the robbery, but you saying that, and you're connected to them through Yo Gotti or whoever, but you're saying it wasn't them that was trying to, help get rid of the jury. I think he realized he fucked up and he tried to clean that shit up real quick. That's just my opinion. Just my opinion. Don't come for me, Hernandez. I'm just doing my content, bro. I don't need none of y'all gangster niggas coming for me, bro. I'm just doing my content. Whatever y'all put on YouTube.
You still with that?
You know why I didn't believe it? Because I've seen a lot of people talk about it, and they said this is false because Gucci would never let a man take his wedding ring off his finger. Would never give up these items without somebody dying.
And that's what a lot of niggas was thinking, bro. When they first dropped this shit, a lot of niggas just couldn't believe it because they felt like Gucci was some type of Teflon Don nigga. Everybody and their mama gonna die fucking with Gucci. That's what they, feel like.
And I ain't gonna lie, I kind of believe, like, I don't know if it's hype behind Gucci. I believe everything behind Gucci. But Gucci was silent. That was the only weird thing about it. So you heard about this in the streets?
Yeah, I heard about it. Like I said, I know a couple of people that's involved in the indictment. Gucci, for the people that's saying that, they ain't never been up under the gun.
So he said he know a couple of the people that's involved, that's in the indictments. You mean like niggas like Damn Fool and the other niggas, you know, the nigga that went and got the guns, the nigga that choked the man out. Like I say, he know all these niggas. Nigga, Yo Gotti got motherfucking Memphis on lock, it look like.
Before. You know, you be up under the gun, they can talk out, you know what I'm saying? I done seen the tough. If a motherfucker got the hooks up on you, you know what I'm saying? You got to come clean or, you know, risk losing your life. And, you know, a lot of this shit, you know, that shit don't be worth your life. You know what I'm saying? Get that shit up, get your lick back. That's all you can do, you know? But he definitely, you know.
Did I hang up? I'm trying to show y'all.
Get your leg back, nigga. Get it back in blood. That's how the Memphis niggas play. I'm staying the fuck out of Memphis. I ain't lying.
Fuck it, because we're on FaceTime. What the fuck? And I hang up. I got Sneako's trying to give me the thing where I could just like when I'm FaceTime, y'all can see the person because like all right, damn.
Yeah, I told people from day one, you know what I'm saying? He got stretched or whatever, you know, motherfucker said I was capping.
Wait, hold on though.
Go ahead.
Because you're a very interesting figure. I think I think we almost connected a few times. I'm gonna be honest with you because I'm always honest. It's something about you like I kind of like.
Right, even LeBron said fuck Memphis, nigga. That nigga don't even want to go play in Memphis. Hey, I ain't gonna lie, man. Memphis, boy, hey, from the news and all that, man, y'all got some talent there. But man, y'all niggas is wild, boy. Y'all niggas some wild boys, boy. I definitely respect y'all land. I ain't lying. I don't even want to come there to visit, even though I heard it's a beautiful city. I respect y'all niggas turf. Y'all ain't got to worry about ears to the streets around there with no shit. I don't even want to come to work. Bitch can't pay me to come there.
I know that case is done, but I'm like, is this nigga like the one guy that's smart enough to be so evil that he did some crazy shit, got away with it, and he's still popping it? Like you're something else. I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. And also, respectfully, I have a lot of love for Dolph. Okay, but you're an interesting person, really interesting person.
Yeah. Nah, I appreciate your honesty. You know what I'm saying? But nah, bro, I ain't get away with nothing. You know, I'm actually innocent in this situation. Dolph, like you said, you know, Dolph was a good dude. He was a Robin Hood around here in Memphis, Tennessee, you know, so I ain't no security for no rap group. I ain't never wrote a rap song, so I ain't have no reason to do anything to Young Dolph, you know. So, you know, with that being said, you know, I'm a good dude, you know what I'm saying, loyal, honorable, and sometimes I'm loyal to a default. That's how, you know what I'm saying.
And that could be true, and that could be, you know what I'm saying, cap. We don't know. But I'm going to tell you what is true when you a street nigga, right? You really only give a fuck about you. You can see other niggas and you can have niggas that you ain't got no problem with. But money talks, right? So if you know, if you in the streets and say you just a nigga that, you know, move and shake, you just a businessman, you a hustler. You ain't got no problem with a certain nigga, but you know a nigga that got a problem with him, right? And you like, nigga, I ain't getting in the middle of your problem. But then that nigga put 100 bands or so in your face and say, hey, if you can find me some hitters, I got 100 band hit on a nigga, such and such. I know you ain't got no problem with him. I'm just saying if you know somebody that want to get this money, here and you can get your cut. A nigga will still go ahead and press play, even though they ain't got no problem with a nigga. It's business. You can like, man, yeah, that dude a good dude, but if that dude ain't never literally did something for you or put you in a position of, you know, pause, not, you know, when it comes to getting money or whatever, you might not have any special love for them. You might be like, yeah, it's a good dude. I heard he a good dude, but a nigga will take that 100K or that 50K. Or in allegedly his case, because only one of the niggas got paid. I think he got paid 20K. Hell, that means he would have pocketed like 80. Or shit, if it was a $250,000 play, which I'm pretty sure if it's Dolph, it had to be a big play. So whatever he paid for and whatever he kept, and he had the top-notch lawyers, he had the best defense team when he went to trial. Which is the reason it looked like he's at home to still, you know what I'm saying, still move and shake. And now he got a whole new YouTube career. He making real legit money now. So, you know, two things can be true is my point.
I end up in a lot of the bullshit I be in.
Okay, so now let me ask some connecting questions. And before I ask these questions, I'm not DJ Vlading you, but I'm going off theories. And you know, these are going to be questions that are going to be asked. The mere fact that you're the first one that brought this to light, when I'm thinking who would want this to be known, it all comes back to one person. Yo Gotti. Yo Gotti doesn't get along. Keep in mind, we're constantly seeing a Yo Gotti connection here, okay? Yo Gotti didn't get along with Dolph. You get charged with something. Yo Gotti doesn't see eye to eye with Gucci. You're the first person that brings. And by the way, you know, we all watch his XXL.
And this is what people are really asking, y'all. This is what I'm asking. This the type of shit y'all know. And I haven't heard this whole conversation in full. I kind of skipped through it so I can. And I was like, oh yeah, this is gonna be, you know, before I watch it full, I would rather react with y'all so I don't have to watch it first and then goddamn react. I only got to watch it one time, and I can give my initial opinion. But that's what we all thinking. Like, nigga, Gucci and Gotti don't get along. Dolph and Gotti don't get along. And then all of a sudden, this nigga, you know, name keep popping up. And we know these niggas work as a team. Not him in particular, but man, them niggas look like they got them moving like the mob. I ain't lying. But shit, that ain't my job to figure out shit. You know, folks ain't got shit on them. But I'm glad Act is asking these questions because, you know, the everyday guy, the everyday blogger, we can't get to these questions. You know?
Interview, Pooh Shiesty, he didn't say nothing bad about Gucci, but he did big up Gotti. Is the reason why you said this publicly is to kind of let people know, man, I know Gotti got that nigga wedding band took, man.
Now I'm gonna tell you like this, you know.
Yeah, that kind of is cause everybody gotta wonder, why would you take the nigga wedding band? Like, why you taking the nigga earrings and wedding band and watch? Like, it's like a humiliation ritual. And if a nigga like Gotti or a dude like Pooh Shiesty or his family members, they got more connections in Memphis to, you know, get some messages across. Right. If he got more pull in Memphis than he would have somewhere else, he can have family members get up with God and be like, hey man, Shiesty hurting right now, bro. You need to sign him, man. You need to sign him. And he probably sending the message back like, yeah, but he in the contract with Gucci, man. We got to get him out of Gucci. But hey, if you want to press play on that bitch ass nigga, get him to sign that contract. All right, well, shit. We get him to sign the contract and y'all nigga rob that nigga. Make him look stupid. Nigga, get that nigga, get him to snitch. Take his street cred. Whatever. You got 6 niggas. I mean, you got 8 niggas driving the motherfucking goddamn Dallas to go lay Gucci man down. Man, please. This wasn't no spare of the moment shit. But it was, I think it was a mix of desperation. You know, because I think, just my theory, I think Pooh Shiesty money probably was starting to look funny. I think his money was starting to look funny. He done did all this time. He signed that initial contract, which was in advance. You ain't been doing no shows. You got all this money going out, not coming in. You got Gucci Man pressuring you to get in the studio, but when you getting in the studio, that ain't making you no money because all the money got to be recouped for the label. So now nigga realizing he in a 360, realizing he number 12 on the Billboard chart, everybody waiting for his new music and all that, but it ain't gonna benefit him. He got 2 albums he got to make. He got a lot of work he got to do for free because he can't do shows. He probably would have been able to make money off of doing shows, but you can't do no shows because you own house arrest, which ain't Gucci Man's problem. So, you know what I'm saying? He's in a bad situation, so I believe he made a desperate move because he was in a fucked up situation that was initially self-inflicted. We tend to want to blame other people for self-inflicted wounds. That's a human thing to do sometimes.
I knew Juke personally. Like you know what I'm saying. Juke was a friend of mine. You know, never got a chance to be around Yo like that. You know, had a conversation one time over the phone a while back. With that being said, you know, Yo ain't even the type of person to move like that. You know, to go and do no goofy. You know what I'm saying, regular shit like that. To have Shiesty.
He trying to make sure he distances himself from Yo Gotti. I don't even know Yo Gotti. I knew Big Juke. Big Juke ain't here no more. So I could say I knew him, but shit. And he done beat the case, but I bet before that case he want to say I don't even know that nigga. You know, but you know, he done composed himself a little bit, yeah. Separate myself from Gotti just in case your motherfucker try to say I know him. Nah, I don't even know. I knew Big Juke. Which it makes sense about what they was alleging that hey he was the one that went to go find the steppers for the Young Dolph shit.
30 them to, you know, he don't want no nigga wedding band. You know, I think he was interested in signing. He was very interested in signing Pooh.
No, that's the ultimate checkmate though.
He was very interested in signing Pooh. So he's throwing breadcrumbs, but everything is, you know, plausible deniability. You know, so he's throwing the breadcrumbs. He wanted to sign him. Pooh Shiesty knew he wanted to sign him. He know he can't sign him without getting out of his contract. Now, he could have did what I'm pretty sure Yo Gotti schooled Pooh Shiesty on buying himself out of contract, because that's what Yo Gotti did. If you know the history of Yo Gotti's career, Yo Gotti bought himself out of his contract with cash money. You know what I'm saying? If anybody know, you know this is true. When Yo Gotti first hit the scene, Birdman goddamn went and goddamn tried to Pooh Shiesty Yo Gotti. And Yo Gotti must have really had some real niggas, you know what I'm saying, behind him, because he came to Birdman and bought him out his contract, and Birdman was real enough to let the nigga buy him out his contract. He probably wasn't in no fucked up situation like maybe how Pooh Shiesty is, which we know he wasn't, because he wasn't fighting the case or nothing like that. So he probably was able to bring street money and say, hey, here's your, if you sign me for $250,000, $500,000, I needed it back then. Nah, here, bro. Here go $1 million. Here go $1.5 million. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. Let me get out of that contract. And if a nigga really don't want smoke with you and they really fuck with you, but at the same time they gotta, you know what I'm saying, stand on business. If a nigga ain't gonna take no losses and you in good standings with a nigga, most niggas gonna be like, yeah, my nigga, I don't want to have you in no tied up shit. As long as you know, either give my money back or, you know, put me in a, you know, don't put me in a fucked up position. And, you know, they can move like that. You know, Birdman probably ain't want, you know, that shit, you know, have good relationships. Want to make sure you keep good relationships. But see, my point is, Gotti could have put Pooh Shiesty on the mindset of buying yourself out of the contract. Go see how much that nigga want, you know what I'm saying, to buy you out of your contract. Go offer that nigga $5 million to buy you out of the contract. Now, I don't know what was said, but of course, we probably would have heard if there was a negotiation of what a nigga can buy. You can't just tell a nigga, hey, man, sign me out the contract. Nigga, you got to at least offer a nigga something. Now, if he wouldn't have went to, even if he'd have went and say, man, bruh, I need to get out of this contract, but check this out. I at least got $5 million, bro. Get this $5 million. Gucci might have said, hell nah, nigga, because I'm going to make $5 million off you next week. Oh, shit. But if they had a good relationship, he might have could have negotiated a price, is my point. He might have could have negotiated a price, and the nigga might can go, you know what I'm saying, find some investors or something. Nigga say he'll let you out the contract for $25 million. You might have somebody that I'm like, all right, you know what? I believe I can make $25 million off you. Now, they might have to sign the nigga for like you know, another 5, you know, get that nigga another 5, but shit, you know, you might invest a good bit in the nigga if you felt like you could get that out of him. I ain't investing that type of money in no nigga. Shit. Not without no proven record, but right now, what he can make in the next year or two could be a lot. It's a lot of money. It was a lot of money. And it still can be, depending on how they spend this shit.
Your wedding band, I get your artist. That is like, that's a stake.
You can't leave the wife out now. You can't leave the wife out,
Wait, what wife? His wife, he ain't get his wife?
Oh, what you mean? Gucci, Gotti fucked her when Gucci was in jail.
Oh, man.
Oh, shit.
No.
Man, I know you fucking lying. I know you fucking lying. And see, we can't even put this shit past the nigga, because this is how the whole fucking beef started from the beginning. This is how it started from the beginning. He fucked the wife, she was in jail. Yes, that's how it all started from the beginning. And act so messy, he set this shit up. So he done robbed this nigga out his money, his chain. He trying to rob the nigga out his artist, because now his artist locked up. I don't know if that'll be a good thing or a bad thing for him. But you about to be tied up in a legal dispute, obviously, as far as with the artist. Which he done married the woman and she done put more money in his pocket. I don't give a damn about a nigga done talking about they done had sex with your woman, but if your woman has really been a real, whatever with you, nigga, fuck all that shit, nigga. You can't discard a great woman. This woman is putting hundreds of meals in this man's pocket. She probably finessed that nigga before she met you. Or before she started even believing in you. Before she started making that money with you, man. You can't let these niggas try to play these mental games with you and make you think that, the sex with a woman that took away her whole soul or some shit like that. That's how little boys think. Because if that's the case, okay, so what? If he did what he did while I was locked up, but she done flipped this money so many times and to put us in a great position and put me in a better position and all that, man, I ain't worrying about that shit. Small thing to a giant. But that's just, my mentality. I don't, some niggas, they got this bravado.
You can't leave the wife out now. You can't leave the wife out,
Wait, what wife? His wife, he ain't get his wife?
Oh, what you mean? Gucci, Gotti fucked her when Gucci was in jail.
Oh, man. Oh, stop it, man.
Come on, man. What you the king of this?
Those are rumors, man. Those are rumors, man. Yo,
man, that ain't no rumor, man. Gotti went on Breakfast Club and told you that shit, man. Man, he was fucking the brakes off of Keisha KO, man.
Okay, so let me ask you this, though.
So he's talking about public information, though. And, of course, he's trying to troll Gucci. You think Gucci ain't going to see DJ act when they start putting these clips out? You think that ain't going to end up being a clip? So not only did they, rob this nigga, it was supposed to be to troll him. Because they didn't think he was going to snitch. Because if you do snitch, it's going to fuck up your reputation. It's a lose-lose situation. If you don't snitch, you got robbed out of your jury and your contract. If you do snitch, now you're labeled as a snitch. And these niggas might technically get off. Pooh Shiesty might get, the violation of his probation. He might get an intimidation type bullshit or whatever. Nobody seen this man with no gun. Gucci will have to go get on the stand. And they still might beat that shit if there's no gun to present that got fingerprints or any of that shit. They ain't got the video. If them niggas don't snitch. Them niggas gonna set the fucking president. What's on camera? Not the actual robbery. The actual robbery is not on camera. They said it on the news. Do you want to should I replay what they played today? The news played today when they went into the courtroom and they say, no, we don't have video evidence. They did not find any guns or evidence at the houses where they arrested them at. The kidnapping is not on video. It's just what they said against what they said. So it definitely can go where Pooh Shiesty, might do another 5, if that. Because his role, if it's not on camera and they don't got the gun, what his role was, it's disputable for a good lawyer. I'm just saying. I ain't saying like it didn't happen or nothing like that. I'm just saying by law, and it ain't about what you know, it's about what you can prove. That's what I'm saying.
And by the way, I've heard you say some of these things. You're right. You're right about that. Do you feel like you made the block hot by saying it online?
No, I'm gonna tell you why. I don't feel like I made the block hot. When I first brought it, the only thing I said was, "Hey, Gucci, you know what I'm saying? When we heard about that other little shit that just went on, we're gonna run that later on." So, when I said that, a lot of people that tapped in knew what I was talking about, but I didn't get into no specifics in the first video. I ain't started going into great detail. It's when when other little shit started coming out with other bloggers and shit like that or whatever. So my first, I think when I first brought it, introduced it to the internet, I was very respectful and very careful on how I worded it.
Do you have any problems with Gucci?
Do I have any problems with Gucci?
Or do you guys know each other? Or does he know you?
No, I ain't got.
Man, that nigga had to repeat that shit. He had to think about that motherfucking answer for a minute, man. You ain't got no problem. You'd have said that real fast, I believe. That boy said, do I got any problems with Gucci? Let me think about it.
I ain't got no problems with Gucci. I just always thought, a lot of the shit he did, was some sucker shit, by, it's just like, you're going to go and how he went and, made friends with everybody that he was into it with, except Gotti. You made up with everybody. And it's all about a bitch,
Damn. See, this would be one of those situations where, though, you saying that you don't like a nigga that ain't personally did nothing to you, but it's about somebody else's situation. That's, technically, somebody that you rock with. And, and I agree with your shit. You know what I'm saying? When you see niggas react about a female or whatever, but you don't know the extent of what niggas got going on. You only hearing one person's side and another person's side. So I ain't mad at neither one of y'all niggas. I can enjoy either one of y'all niggas or not enjoy either one of y'all niggas' music. I'm not a huge fan of neither one of the dudes. Not saying I don't like any of their music. Yeah, both of them got, memorable, legendary songs. Or, was definitely very influential in the hip hop industry. But neither one of them, I don't have no bias when it comes to this situation. Because I ain't no fan of neither one of them. I'm just calling it how I see it. Yeah, I went, if you see this live, we went through every single detail. We went straight to the Department of Justice. We read every single detail. We looked at every single screenshot. We looked at all of that. We looked at the 2 charges. They got 2 charges. The kidnapping, attempt to kidnap. That ain't got nothing to do with no guns. That ain't got nothing to do with no aggravated assault. That ain't got to do with nothing, no robbery. None of that stuff. They tell about what's supposed to be a robbery and all that shit, but they don't have guns on camera, and they're saying that they don't have this video of actually inside of the studio. Now, if they had the actual stuff going on inside of the studio, I believe either Gucci or they got the video footage out of the studio. And if they did, that's probably the smartest thing that they did and got the video. But nobody has said that yet as far as the victims You know what I'm saying? They ain't say, hey, the niggas took the camera and, you know, the video shit too. But I would think they would have some sophisticated shit where a nigga can't physically take the camera. It ain't the fucking A's. That shit going digital. I'm surprised the police ain't even pull up. Why the shit was going on? You know what I mean? There's a lot of shit. But them niggas got out of there pretty smooth without any guns being seen. They just saying somebody brought in with a bag, this and that, because you do have two witnesses that are cops, right? And they're going to have to go in there and describe every single thing. But when it comes to Pooh Shiesty, what they saying he did, you would have to prove he had the gun. He went in a room, and you're saying that the only witness that's going to say that he had the gun is Gucci Man? No, I don't think Gucci Man gonna come in there and say Pooh Shiesty held me at gunpoint. And that's gonna fuck up the whole case. In my opinion. I ain't a lawyer. But I've been right about a lot of goddamn, you know, shit we've been talking about with the court shit. Except for Nature Boy. I was wrong about that. But it's okay. I ain't saying I'm perfect, but just in my opinion.
By the way, that's another thing. You're the first person who said that. And when I went to do my research, I said, "Wow, that's fucking accurate." He did sign a bunch of Memphis artists, and then he dropped it.
He signed a lot of these. He was just doing it just to antagonize Gotti. Like he didn't even never put none of this shit out. He just was doing it just kind of antagonize Gotti, and that was some lame ass shit, you know. So it's just a lot of moves he did that made me kind of, you know, lose respect.
Now I do remember that people was accusing Gucci Man after they had that little situation on from the Breakfast Club, and you know they kind of I believe it was either Gotti or Gucci that, you know, told that it was about a female, and then Gucci started going through Memphis and trying to, you know, I ain't gonna say he was trying to, but shit, he was signing all the, you know, up and coming artists, but Gucci can't sign them if they're not signed. I mean, if they signed already. So it's kind of weird that somebody say he coming through and signing artists and then dropping them just to antagonize Gotti. Well, shit, why they wasn't signed already? And then it's up to them of what they do with their money. You know what I'm saying? How you manage that shit. Niggas that made this shit, like when you sign somebody, you supposed to babysit these niggas. But I get it. He could have possibly, you know, hid their music and stuff like that. But obviously that wasn't what was going on because Pooh Shiesty and, you know, and Fujiano and all them, they, you know, they did their thing. So if it just depends on the man has an eye for music and, you know, an eye for talent. And obviously he do. But the work ethic is a whole different thing. You can have all the talent in the world, but if you ain't got no work ethic, you know, and some of them niggas probably didn't. Yeah, it depends on, and a lot of them niggas was dropping they self. Them niggas was going to prison. Them niggas was getting killed. He's like, you know, no disrespect, but Big Scarr. He didn't drop him. Who else he had? I'll have to go and see the other people, but a lot of them niggas was getting locked up. And of course, Gucci done had a lot of people done died. I can't remember who else done died up on this label. But yeah, these niggas catching bodies and shit. As soon as he signed them.
I mean, I ain't never been a fan of his music. I always thought he was an ABC ass rapper anyway. You know, so you know, Jeezy, Jeezy, I was always a Jeezy fan because Jeezy could actually rap. Like this nigga really can't rap. So
yeah, I'm gonna keep it real. When Gucci came out, I did like only song I had like Gucci when he first came out was I ain't even like So Icy. I was like, man, who the fuck is this shit crazy? But I guess it's, you know, them niggas push that shit to Atlanta, boy. They force that shit on you. I had a nigga that was in my dorm. I was locked up when Gucci, you know, first hit the scene. And he was a nigga from Decatur. And all he was telling me about this Gucci shit. Then I was listening to that shit. Man, I can't listen to this ABC ass shit. But then he made Hard to Kill. After he got that murder charge, caught the murder charge. After that now that shit was hard. Pause. That Hard to Kill, and then when that nigga started making all those Whip Chamberlains and you know what I'm saying, the goddamn and doing his thing with with Juice Man and shit like that. That shit was ill. That was so I seen his talent, but I didn't see it at first with like his first shit. That shit was real bubblegum. But he got better. And shit like Lemonade, and he just got a style that it kinda grew on you. But I wouldn't have believed in him out the gate. Yeah, I was more with the Jeezy shit.
Side of that, I ain't got no problems with Gucci. He just do some lame ass shit, and I just been checking him on it.
Okay, so all right, so now this is public. This is a really crazy story.
Yeah, speaking of that Hard to Kill album, man, I'm gonna have to I might ride to that on my put that on my playlist when I get ready to go out of town. That's one of them shits you can play from start to finish.
From what you heard or what word is on the street, was this like some shit that was, like they knew maybe they were talking to Gucci and Gucci just not going, and they're like, all right, we about to go do, like, if we're not leaving Dallas without we get the paperwork signed, or is it something that is just shit went left while everybody's kicking it? Because the feds is trying to claim this was like,
hell no, man. Gucci planted that seed itself, man. When he did that sucker shit to Big Scarr. It's like you supposed to be worth however much money you worth.
I don't believe in that logic. Just the way he's starting it off. I don't like what he's saying right now. Now, I'm a fan of Big Scarr. Before he passed, I wasn't like no crazy fan, but I had his music kept popping up on my Pandora, and I liked it. Before I knew who he was, I was like, I don't know who this nigga is, but I was bopping to him. You know what I'm saying? Then I found out about that. I was like, oh, I remember seeing his name when I'm looking at my when I seen his songs come up on my playlist. But I ain't even know what a nigga was from. I ain't know he was connected to Pooh Shiesty or none of that shit. I was just hearing his shit. He said, is another Pooh Shiesty? Hell nah, boy. Hey, I ain't gonna lie. In the early days, that would have been some crash out shit a nigga probably would have did. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't lying. Nah, nigga, you gonna sign this paperwork, boy. The fuck you talking about? But yeah, yeah, man, Gucci got a lot of classic songs now. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't taking that, like, Gucci era was sick now. I ain't gonna lie. And his work ethic was different. That nigga, if you was in Atlanta around that time, bro, him and OJ Juice Man, bro, that nigga had the Whip Chamberlain, the whole series and all type of shit, bro. Every time you had a store, niggas running up with you with the new Gucci Man this, Gucci Man that, man. He really was a pioneer of that shit, you know what I'm saying, in Atlanta. I gotta give it to him. And he went through a hard era, T.I., and Jeezy. It was like the city was really, shit was on fire, where it was competitive. But see, the thing about it, you saying he made 25 off of why he was locked up. But I don't know what it is that the man signed Pooh Shiesty for. You signed somebody, right? You gave them their money up front. Bro, you satisfied. If I give you $2 million, $3 million, you ain't have shit, bro. You ain't have no contract. And I put all this money behind you. Whatever I make, bro, you can't be concerned with what I make if I gave you your shit up front. Because if you don't even make nothing back because you get locked up, what if you wouldn't have, you know what I'm saying? I got to still push your shit out there because you can't do shows. You can't promote shit. I got to wait for 5 years. Then you get out and cool. We making music. We can do shit, whatever. But you still limited to what you doing. Now you coming, you asking me to sign you out of your contract. Nigga, that ain't how the game go. The white man ain't gonna do that shit for you. Now, he could have went on ahead and made some type of move with him. I think if Pooh Shiesty wanted out of that contract, the real thing to do on both of their sides, Pooh Shiesty should have came with a number and say, hey, let me buy myself out of my contract, bro. Whatever money you gave me, let me get that back times, you know what I'm saying? Because this is business. But you got to make a proposition. You can't just say, sign me out of my shit, and you ain't even make a proposition that's fair to both of us. You know what I'm saying? And I have to really see some paperwork to see that Gucci made $25 million while he was locked up. Ain't a lot of niggas making $25 million. You know what I'm saying? And if he did, it's because of him getting locked up. If he wouldn't have got locked up, would he would have made that type money? I don't know. And it got to make up for 5 years. If he made $25 million, that means he had to make $5 million for 5 years straight. But I'm pretty sure who was paying for his lawyers and making sure he's straight on the books. And then, according to Pooh Shiesty, on first day out, he said $3 million was in the bank. $3 million hit the bank first day out. That's what Pooh Shiesty said, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Did that nigga not say 3,000 hit the bank first day out? So that means you was satisfied with the 3 million. That means you was satisfied with the 3. Now you're worrying about what I made. You got 3 million before you can even prove that you can stay out of prison and just keep rapping. Or you can prove that you can go platinum. Prove that you can make a love song or something that's gonna, you know what I'm saying, make your shit classic. I'm just saying. Y'all got to think about the business part of this shit now.
Wait. And for some of the people watching, could you explain what do you do to Big Scarr? Because Big Scarr passed away, didn't he?
Yeah. So Big Scarr, he's from the city. He's a very talented artist from the city. From Big Scarr from South Memphis.
Yeah, I was fucking with Big Scarr though. Salute R&B Garvey. Salute Kello. Yeah, I was fucking with Big Scarr though. Salute G Mama Body. I said G Mama Bobby. I'm sorry. G Mama Body. Be trying to talk too fast sometimes.
Anyway, that's Shiesty cousin. He signed in 1017. He ended up passing away on he overdosed by mistake. And so when he died, instead of Gucci being concerned about paying for the funeral, his first request was to the family. He wanted the 1017 chains back.
And see, and I kind of had lost my point, but I don't agree with this mindset that he's coming with this with, or any people that been coming out. I ain't targeting him. But if you done signed the guy, you gave him they advance and you gave him their opportunity and everything, and they pass away or they get locked up, why do I still owe obligation for a voided contract? Yes, I can care about this person, but hell, I made an investment. Can I get back my my stuff? If you work at a company, let's say you work at a Fortune, some type of company, right? And they give you a laptop to take home for company work, right? That's kind of what a chain is for an employee. You give them something, you know what I'm saying, to represent the company. If they get fired or, you know, they pass or something like that, and it's very valuable, yes, the company might request you return that because there's a sense of value to it. If the person that we gave it to is not going to have it. I don't want it to be in the wrong hands. Now, you're saying that before you worried about how you pay for somebody's funeral. I don't think the rap game has like no life insurance policy. I'm not sure. I got to ask a rapper. You know what I'm saying? But most of them say they don't have a life insurance policy. Yeah, the chain was a gift. I don't know the stipulations of the chain. When he gave the man the chain, was it, hey, you can keep the chain, or you keep the chain as just like, we just want to make you look like a rapper, but this is company chain. This is company chain. I don't know how the niggas do it. You know what I'm saying? Was it a company chain, Gucci Man, or what? I don't think it's beyond the man right to ask for it back, but I think it is petty to ask for it back. To be honest, I do. Think it's petty, but it's in his rights. Just keeping it real. Paying for the man's funeral, it would be petty not to. But it's within his rights not to. Like, even that ain't his responsibility. It's unfortunate, but it's not his responsibility. But donating 10,000 and still getting shitted on, that ain't cool either. Cause somebody else donated 10 and he donated 10. Well, why was I supposed to give more than other people? Why I supposed to give more than the family? If the family come up with 10, I come up with 10, somebody else donate 10, that's $30,000. But people trying to put something in their pockets though, that's the thing. What the chain got to do with, the man passing? I'm about to try to help out with funeral and shit. You talking about I'm not worrying about, before I'm worrying about the funeral, I'm worrying about the chain. Yeah, give me the chain. Maybe I'm about to sell the chain to try to give more money to the funeral. How about that? Maybe I'm about to take that chain, go get about 10,000 in cash, and I can put 10,000 with that, and I can send you probably, $15,000 to $20,000. That could have been the plan. I don't know. But I don't understand that, like where people are obligated to get more than, what it is that they're putting in, when it comes to a company. You don't know Gucci Mane, nigga. You didn't grow up with Gucci Mane. He just happened to be the CEO of the company that was giving you an opportunity. So he don't owe you like no over loyalty, like y'all came up together, like y'all home, like y'all hometown homeboy.
And, it's just crazy. You supposed to be Gucci Mane. And you worried about these little bullshit ass chains. No disrespect to Scarr, because I'm sure they were some trophies to him and his family, but to Gucci, that should have been the last thing on his mind when his artist just, mistakenly OD. So, and then, they had to go through hoops to get a nigga to send some money, for the funeral or whatever. They had to blast him on social media to get him to do that. So he just, he just had a sucker attack and all that shit. Pooh Shiesty and them didn't respect it. So, that's where it started. And, and it's like a domino.
And I bet it was a whole bunch of pressure in Pooh Shiesty's head to have to, do something or get a get back to Gucci because they felt slighted. It probably would have distanced a lot of people if Pooh Shiesty was like, nah, I don't look at it the way y'all do. Like, it ain't his obligation to do that, this and that, this and that. We're going to be grateful for, what he did to help. Blase. I think that would have been more productive, but I don't know.
No effect.
So where did Gucci and Pooh Shiesty fall out? Because I'm watching one of the videos, and I think it's one of his earlier videos. I don't know if it was 762 Goblin, but he has like the end of the video where he's showing off, yo, I just got my 1017 chain, and Gucci's on FaceTime, and it looks like he's pretty loyal, or it looked like they had a decent relationship.
So are you referring to a video that he shot since he been home or before?
No, it's an old video. But we never seen any like signs that it went back.
Yeah. So again, when Scarr died, Shiesty was locked up. So that's why we never really kind of like seen how Shiesty felt or the fallout, because Shiesty was locked up. Fast forward to him getting out. Now it's time to address what you did to my cousin.
Ooh.
Finding an
And see, if that was the mindset that he had, we can understand that. And when he's trying to get in contact with Gucci and all that, Gucci, from a different perspective, he got to be like, what you mean what I did to him? I didn't do anything to him, bro. All I did is try to help do shit that I'm not obligated to do. Y'all don't tell them white folks to do that shit for y'all. That's crazy. Y'all nigga died, do y'all call the white folks and be like, hey, you supposed to do this and this and that, and you know what I'm saying, get mad? Hell nah. The white folks say, nigga, if you ain't had the insurance policy, now we might help you. If you ask nicely. If he would have signed the goddamn contract with the white man, shit, they probably would have did less than the 10. I ain't lying.
Don't fuck with us, nigga.
My bad.
Hey, so look like Pooh Shiesty didn't forget about what happened with Scarr. He was trying to rectify some stuff.
No, ain't no way. That's his family. That's his blood. He ain't gonna go get his family for Gucci. You know, and you know, there's a lot of shit that Gucci was doing. It just kind of showed you.
And see, that's the thing. You know, that's his family, that's his blood, and that's correct. But at the same time, you got to acknowledge if something wrong has not been done. You've let your family convince you that the man did the man wrong some type of way because he's telling y'all to give him back the property. I get it. It's sentimental. I get it. If you don't want to give it back, how can you still be mad about me still sending 10 bands? How can you still be mad about me still sending money? That wouldn't be correct to me. I'm sorry. Can't agree to it. And still say that somebody did something to you. Now, if he wouldn't have sent a damn dime, then you could have said, damn, my nigga, you ain't had no sympathy. But he still wouldn't have did something to you. He signed the man, he gave him an advance. If he gave him advance, people have to, especially these rappers, they need to invest in life insurance policy. Some of the times y'all niggas advances be more than people will make their whole fucking, career. Now, from my understanding, they got to pay that shit back. It's just a big ass loan. Well, shit, take a big ass loan and invest that shit. Yeah, invest it. Make your money back, buy yourself out your contract, and go on about your fucking business. Just like any other loan. Borrow the money, do what you need to do, flip the money, give them folks back their money with the interest, and go on about your motherfucking business. And stop fucking crying when you fuck up the money and then acting like somebody did you wrong.
You know, a lot of them Atlanta niggas some stuff. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Just look at them niggas, man. You know what I'm saying? Woody Ho ass, Wood Dreaker, I call him Wood Dreaker. Woody a sucker, Gucci a sucker, you know what I'm saying? Thug turned out to be a sucker. I fuck.
Damn, my nigga. I ain't gonna lie. The A looking bad. And Memphis do, if you're gonna look at it on a street shit, on the street nigga shit, yeah. If you look at Atlanta and Memphis, them niggas probably look at, I see them niggas probably look at them niggas like they sweet. Because yeah, niggas is sliding, niggas is, taking lives and all that. But when it's coming down to it, them niggas are pointing fingers and, you know what I'm saying, calling the police and talking about niggas behind their back all on the phone and shit. You know what I'm saying? Shooting innocent kids and on accident and hanging with niggas that snitch, but they only ain't a snitch if they homeboy. And, like, them niggas done violated, niggas in dresses and shit. You don't be seeing that type shit out of goddamn Memphis like that. Not at all. Be honest. Ain't none of them niggas wearing no dresses and shit to try to get ahead. Them niggas got their own dance. Niggas got their own style, own sound. And if you look at it on the gangster side, them niggas really is sliding. Really doing all that shit. And they ain't even participating really in that drill music shit. Well, it is, kind of. Yeah. I guess you would consider Pooh Shiesty shit drill. But shit, them niggas, you know what I'm saying? You got to give them niggas their props. I ain't lying.
I fuck with Lil Baby though. I fuck with Lil Baby though. I fuck with Baby. Yeah, Baby just got a whole ass nigga hang. Baby just got a whole ass nigga hanging around from Memphis, Tennessee. Yeah, nigga named Sibo. He better be glad. He my brother's brother. But anyway, but that's a whole other story.
But now this nigga done went, hey, you see what happened when you let a goddamn nigga off of goddamn papers? Boy, that nigga, hey, I been hearing this nigga Hernandez, whatever his name is, shout out to him. That nigga done went to goddamn, when he first was going through that trial, boy, he was acting innocent as a motherfucker. Now, boy, it's like, boy, that nigga better be lucky, this and that, this and that. I'm like, boy, that nigga here done turned up a little bit.
But yeah, man, a lot of them Atlanta niggas, them niggas some whole ass niggas, man. But there's some real niggas in Atlanta too, though. I fuck with some real niggas in Atlanta too. Shout out to my boy Ghost. Shout out to yeah, for sure.
Gucci has like this reputation in like music. That's why people are shocked. Like he has this reputation.
Me and Gucci had the same attorney.
You from Memphis, Hemi? Shit, shout out to Memphis, man. Shout out to motherfucking Memphis. I do got a couple of homies from Memphis, but Govan, my bad. Yeah, Govan Hernandez. Ain't that's his name? I ain't trying to butcher the man's name, but I know who he is, but I be
Manny Aurora, who just represented me in the dog case, that's who represented Gucci.
Yeah.
Gucci went outside, closed his eyes, squeezed the trigger, and luckily hit a nigga, man. He got an accidental murder charge.
Nah, I thought it was a full-on shootout.
Man, it wasn't no fucking shootout, man. He shot the man, didn't know he shot him. The man died in the woods, man. They found the man in the woods 2 days later. Gucci didn't even know he shot the man. He was shooting with his eyes closed.
Now that's when you're just trying to goddamn, you got it when you're going at your enemy and you just throw some extra shit out there for the people that don't know. I don't believe that, because from the police report, he was chilling with some girls when, the niggas tried to come and rob him. And you gotta show some type of heart to buck a robbery in any way, shape, or form. Cause most niggas are just gonna lay it down even if they got a gun on them. You know what I'm saying? So the buck the jack, and I'm speaking from experience. Trust me, it gotta be just in you. Cause if you ain't never seen a nigga run straight up kicking your door or rushing your door and put a gun straight in your motherfucking face, and this nigga masked up and you don't know who this nigga is, and a nigga had you trapped in a house, multiple niggas had you trapped, and you decide to not cooperate, especially start bucking, you got to be an extra kind of, throw it off. So I have to admit, when y'all be like, is there something wrong with you? I do understand that, and I've learned to tame that animal. Because I'm a dummy. I would fucking do that shit. I did that. But you ain't gonna tell me Gucci, accidentally did some shit if niggas done ran down on you in some type of way, you bucked, and at the end of the day, one of them niggas regretted it. And nobody got away with what their mission was. If the mission was failed, nah, you can't just tell me a nigga was shooting in the dark while you got several niggas running down on you. I ain't buying that. Govan. But I do like his character though. I like what he do on what's name, but I sense a real nigga out of him though. But he doing his part, man. Salute to him.
Gucci is an accidental killer. Like he ain't no Gucci. Yeah,
he playing his role very well. I like the way he moved. I'm gonna keep it a little honest. You know what I mean? Well, a whole bunch of honest, but I like the way he moving, you know what I'm saying, out here in the YouTube streets and in the real streets. Because if that's true, he's a dangerous man. And if you are a real gangster, that's how you would move, in silence. Now, until he do something stupid, in silence, beating cases, if that's what they want to goddamn, if that's what consider you what you supposed to be in these streets or whatever, or getting out of the streets or whatever, shit. Hey, he's doing his job good. But he's definitely keeping his ears to the streets because you wouldn't be able to know this type of shit unless you had some street ties to some, high officials, which we know that, he claimed he don't know Gotti, but, he was cooler with Gotti's brother, which would have gave him access to a lot of industry shit.
Gucci ain't like that for real. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Gucci ain't like that at all.
Well, he portrays it pretty good. He says, what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. He
say he's smoking up Pookie Love?
Yeah, he should have been some kid in Denzel Washington because he'd do a good acting job. Yeah, but ain't shit gangster about him at all. Just think about it, man. Real gangsters act. I wouldn't have never went into the environment with Pooh Shiesty and them like that, not prepared. That lets you.
So that's my question.
That nigga said I would have never went in the environment with them niggas like that. God damn, see, that nigga, you signed to a nigga, this ain't no drug deal.
Gucci must have thought it was cool. Yo, you're my man.
But that's so good. That goes back to my point. It makes my point even more. If you are a real street nigga and you a gangster, if I done got into it with your family and I done disrespected your family, your blood family, and your family that died while you was in jail, I'm not coming to meet you unprepared.
Yeah, look like you definitely.
But he might have felt like he was prepared. He had 2 security. That's the police. Now, for Gucci not to be getting high, I don't know how he missed that, move when a nigga talking about go get that bag and all that shit, and you got a nigga with 6 niggas and all that shit like that. But he probably like, well, yeah, that looked a little suspicious that 6 niggas got to come in way from Memphis. So that's why I don't think that's the real Gucci man. I think that is the clone. Because the old Gucci, the experience of the old Gucci would have put him on what was about to happen, in my opinion.
He probably was thinking, well, Pooh Shiesty on papers. He's in a halfway house.
Man, Pooh Shiesty could have been on goddamn motherfucker lifetime papers. Man, when it's about some blood, man, and the disrespect, and she got, they got to check the temperature. You know what I'm saying? See what he here for. And Shiesty, that's just how they is. I used to tell people all the time, them young niggas, I don't run with Shiesty or nothing. I know 30 personally, but them little niggas will do something, they'll say something. So and if anybody say
he don't know Shiesty, but he know 30 personally. Yeah.
that they wouldn't. I mean, they lying. I mean, I don't fuck with them. They ain't no friend of mine or nothing. But I ain't gonna sit up here and lie on them niggas. So I knew what was gonna happen anyway before it happened because I know what kind of niggas they is.
Hey, did anybody from like Shicey's side hit you up and be like, bro, you making it hot? Chill, nigga. Like,
man, a motherfucker know not to call my phone at. I ain't Woody or no motherfucker, man. Motherfucker know not. Man, motherfucker know, man. I'ma call them everything but a child of God. They call my phone. They ask me to do any motherfucking thing, man. So, I ain't in no game. Can't nobody muzzle me. I do and say what the fuck I want to say.
Yeah, so nobody could have been like, yo, bro, man, you making it hot right now, man.
Like, only person could have did that was God.
That's the sound of an American.
See? Hey, that's the thing about, down in the South, man. It's a good and a bad thing. Sometimes the structure don't be there when it comes to that gang shit and all that. Niggas just make sure they play their position, when they fuck with people. I don't know who that nigga linked with, but that nigga had a hell of a lawyer when it was time to goddamn go to court about that shit. I'm just saying. So whoever he fucking with, yeah, they ain't bullshit.
That's what it is.
Holy shit! So the part of Memphis because I think they said, is this place that they raided this Cordova? That's in Memphis or close to it?
You say who's talking? That's Jovan Hernandez. That's the guy that they said had the 2 guys that end up killing Dolph. He was the middleman. He was the one that they put on trial for it about Dolph's murder, and he won the trial. I mean, he beat the case. They was saying, Yo Gotti's brother got killed. They were saying he paid this guy that's on the phone. He paid him to find the shooters to assassinate Dolph. That's who he is. So, and of course he says he's not affiliated or he don't really know Yo Gotti, but he was close friends with Yo Gotti's brother, who is not, who is now deceased, who is allegedly the one that put the hit out on Dolph from the beginning. So you see the connection, but the police could not see the connection, or they couldn't prove the connection. So it ain't about what you know, it's about what you can prove. So he's not a fan of Dolph, but he ain't gonna diss Dolph. But there ain't nothing they can do. They done tried him. They can't try him again. He come out right now and say, yeah, nigga, I did it. Fuck it. They might try to get him for something else, but they can't go back at him for what they, for that same shit that they tried the first time. But they probably could pressure him with something else and try to find out who the other participants is. But
yeah, court dog. It's just like the suburbs. It's still Memphis. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so where I'm from, Orange Mound, which is the ghetto, basically. The hood.
Which is where all them dudes was from. That where them two dudes that assassinated Dolph. That's where they was from.
I can get to Cordova in about 20 minutes. It take about 20 minutes.
What about his father? What's his father's reputation? Like, is he just a businessman? Or was he from the streets? Because they're kind of like lumping his father.
I'm gonna keep it. It's some crazy shit. Now I'm gonna be the first one to tell you this. And mark my words, you're gonna hear it today.
What?
You finna see a bomb.
And that bomb is what I showed y'all before we got to this video, and that's Pooh Shiesty daddy being a federal informant for 16 years. Now, you think these niggas in Memphis, do you think they did not know this, or they might have known it? I mean, they might not have known it. I don't know. I would have think they would have done, got rid of that rat. But for some reason, they allowed his mouse, as Wax said, to shit, But I guess, I don't know. I ain't trying to get in them boys' politics. I'm just saying. You got to make it make sense on all levels. Did they know? Or is this some new shit for them too? It's possible.
Explode on social media about Pooh Shiesty daddy in the next couple of hours. Mark my word. If it don't, I'm just give me your account information and I'm gonna send you $5,000 wherever it need to go. You're gonna see a bomb in the next 2 hours about Pooh Shiesty's daddy. With that being said, to answer your question,
and damn, but see, I just think he's keeping it real right now, because why would he put it out there? Because wouldn't he kind of technically be on Pooh Shiesty's side? You know what I'm saying? So I can respect where these niggas coming from. They ain't even trying to harbor they rats and shit, like we've seen some of these Atlanta niggas do. I can respect that. As an ex-street nigga. Never, gang banging or nothing like that. But just there's certain G codes that I definitely still agree with, that I'm not against. And exposing your rats and, stop harboring your rats and shit, I can agree with that. But I wonder if they knew before now. That's all. That's the only problem. How long y'all knew? Yeah, I think Govan being known. This nigga here is clever. That's something I respect about him. Definitely. This nigga is clever. You can tell.
I'm gonna keep it G, keep it cute. Lantrell, he always been respected in the streets. He had the monetized record label and shit back in the day. I ain't got nothing bad to say about him. You know, he's a gangster. You know, he come up from South Memphis. He come up in that environment. So, and he ain't no bitch ass nigga. He'll shake something.
Okay, that must be what it is then. Niggas might know, but niggas might be just like, nah, niggas scared. Like, fuck that shit. It ain't worth it to be trying to call a nigga out and lose your fucking life. Cause that nigga, he might have did this and did that. Shit. Who wouldn't be scared of a nigga that goddamn, you know what I'm saying, that can get you murked and get you locked up. Like, that's a dangerous ass connection. Shit. You know what I mean? And have the influence over, got a whole bunch of young niggas that'll do what the fuck ever. Then have your son be the leader of these reckless ass young niggas. Boy, it can get real ugly. And the fact that he started a record label, so he gave a whole bunch of young dudes a studio where they can rap till they good, and then put them on to, you know what I'm saying, a person like Yo Gotti or a person like Gucci Mane, or, you know, knowing that the scene is hot. But it's a double-edged sword.
But with that being said, what's been happening in the next couple of hours is gonna be crazy.
My whole chat is saying call wax. There's paperwork. Is that what? He gave me. Oh man, Memphis is imploding, man.
Y'all see, I should have played this one before I show wax, but it is what it is.
Yeah, man. You know, she crazy, man. She real shicey. It's shicey season right now.
You know what? A couple years ago, I think everybody used to look at Atlanta as like, oh, it's a bunch of real street niggas down there. Now we look at like Atlanta like, all right, these are the guys cooperating. But Memphis got like this, they got this reputation in Memphis. Memphis is Mr. Go Get 'em. Like,
yeah, man, you know, we ain't like the YSL niggas, man. You know, we don't, you know what I'm saying? We don't go breaking nigga calls, man, and get on the stand and get everybody indicted and then say, I don't recall. You know, we don't get down like that in Memphis. You know what I'm saying? You know,
wait, what's your beef with Woody? What happened? Man,
so, you know, when I first brought the shit to the net about Gucci, he woke up the next day, instead of calling me because he had my number, he woke up, went online, and his exact words were, you bitch ass niggas down there in Memphis, yeah, laughing and playing with Gucci, yeah, we're gonna catch you. We're gonna catch you. You know how retarded ass talk, you can't even pronounce the words right. You know what I'm saying?
Oh shit. How you gonna be picking on people with speech impediments, Govan? Nah, I ain't gonna lie, I don't like you for that now. Nah, I'm just fucking with. But damn. So Gucci got mad immediately and just blamed the whole fucking Memphis. Allegedly, according to him.
Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
According to Govan, man, he said that man goddamn just got mad at the whole fucking Memphis. But I think I did see that on Instagram. So at least that's something that could be confirmed. You know, it ain't just him. You can't say he lying about that. So I trust that's true.
Niggas sound like Crip Mac was his English teacher. You know what I'm saying? But so when he said that, you know, I ended up checking him, and you know what I'm saying, I snatched it out the air because I knew what he was talking about, and I just, you know what I'm saying, I've been on his ass like back pockets ever since, and I just, you know, I don't know, I'm sure Charleston, I don't know if C-Dub told you, but you know, we've been trying to set it up. You know what I'm saying? You know, where I can kick shit out of Woody. You know what I'm saying? On that, you know, on brand risk.
Wait, you do a boxing match with Woody?
Yeah, me and Charleston we've been promoting. Charleston said something. I think he said something to Aiden, and yeah, we ready. I kicked the mental health meds out of Woody.
God damn, Woody. Nah, Woody don't want to fight, nigga. Woody want to shoot. Yeah. And Woody little is a motherfucker, though. You know what I'm saying? But I think Woody got that Napoleon complex, nigga. Woody ready to go to war. Fuck all that fighting, nigga. But for a bag, man, shit, you know what I'm saying? But shit, you know, Govan, I know he don't look like he ain't no small nigga, though. From what it looked like, but shit. I think that'd be a good, you know what I'm saying, good one.
ass. I'm ready right now. Set it up. I kick the shit out of Woody. Did you see how Woody was boxing on that motherfucking YouTube and his name?
Oh, I seen it, Appetite.
If that's how Woody box, he better stay his dumb ass at home fucking with me.
Wait, how old are you? Woody's like 35, right?
And I'm 46, and I'm gonna kick the shit out of Woody. Set it up,
All right, no, we can set this one up. This will be a good one.
I catch him.
Yeah, that's gonna be a good one there. I'll look for that one there. I ain't lying. I meant to go over. Did we go over the Blueface one? We gotta react to the Blueface, and I can't remember buddy's name, but we kind of missed that wave, man. But they was debating if, because Blueface didn't get paid, and they was debating if what's his name, Aiden Ross rigged the fight or was betting on old boy, and it was a whole controversy. But
listen, Mike Tyson's best friend on Boogie, he called Charleston White last week and said he had just got off the phone with Woody, and Woody said he agreed to fight whoever. So Charleston told him, he said, man, I got Hernandez over there, I want to fight Woody. So we've been waiting. I catch a red out to Miami to kick the shit out of Woody.
Hey, I could easily set that up. I'll hit Aiden after this. That's an easy setup right there. Especially, I think people would love to see. People would love to see, you guys kind of like go get in the boxing ring after everything. People like and hate both of y'all.
Okay, so I'm gonna go forward a little bit because I ain't heard all this or whatever, but I want to get to the part where he's about to tell a little bit of details about, what happened actually during the robbery that you don't hear in the court. Let's just say that. So let's.
Whoa, what's that? I just.
Get to the meat and potatoes. So, of course, they was talking about him and Woody want to get in the ring and all that. So we skipped all that shit. They didn't start getting into the paperwork stuff. So let's hear some of this.
Pooh Shiesty shit, because me in that situation, I wouldn't have done that on house arrest in the halfway house.
Okay, you've been reasonable. There we go.
Okay, hold up. So we went up a little bit too far, but he's saying that hell nah, everybody got to be thinking that like, damn. I see the move that he made and the move that probably the daddy made, but I don't know why. I understand why, but it just was a bad move, right? Because you really need all those guys to be able to make sure this move was gonna go successfully. If you're gonna do some stupid shit like this, if you're gonna be this risky, cool. Because you gotta have some bigger guns than this nigga's security. You gotta outgun and outheart this nigga's security. So these niggas set this shit up like a robbery. Like a, dope robbery. These niggas experienced. And this nigga go in here, make the nigga sign the contract. But see, out of experience, if he had experience, when Gucci said no, he shouldn't have made it be a controversial thing. Keep it cool. Your boy done already brought those things in there. So you should already be able to go ahead, reach in there, grab that. So that way it wouldn't have alerted the other guys. Because remember they said that one of the dudes seen the controversy going on in the studio room, and he went and texted the security guy to come in. Y'all supposed to be drinking and kicking it and distracting those stupid motherfuckers out there. All while they in there thinking we turning on the music, they thinking we in here goddamn rapping and shit. And you sign these motherfucking papers. Very discreetly. Let everybody goddamn, you know what I'm saying, tell this motherfucker to walk out the other door. With your security. Or no, make y'all ass stay right there because all my people, now they can get the fuck on. We ain't taking shit. We ain't taking shit with this signature. Got the fuck up on out of there. And, you know, you might not have the same problem you having right now. But that ain't the way it go, like Gucci Man said. And I think that's what they about to, you know, get into. You probably got to do this shit, get it notarized, do it in front of some lawyers and all that shit. I don't know. I've never been in this situation. I'm just using my common sense. If you trying to do something that's this important, at the least you probably got to at least get it notarized. I mean, I don't know how these things go, but I'ma just assume that you at least got to get it notarized or something. Do it in front of your legal representation or something. Can't just do this shit in a closet, you know what I'm saying? Nobody seen it or whatever. When it comes to a termination of what's name and it be valid, where it won't be disputed. And you can't put that toothpaste back in the tube when you go to court and now you can't drop no music because all your shit tied up in court because he disputes the shit when he's not under duress. So it's a lose-lose. But taking the nigga all that, the jury and all that shit, yeah, that was, he might have got paid more just to humiliate that nigga like that. I don't know. Gotta be. I'm trying to make some sense out of some shit that don't make sense. It had to be some kind of underlining to think that a nigga gonna pull a move that bold. And the think that a couple of pieces moved in the right place, it could have been a real gangster move. There was just some areas that are too sloppy, especially when two of the niggas in there are on house arrest. Yeah, that's too sloppy, bro. I'm just saying.
Hey, bro, come on now, dog.
Right,
Come
man.
on, man.
No.
Yeah, two of the niggas that's gonna help do this, two of the niggas that's gonna do this shit can't be on goddamn house arrest. One nigga, maybe because I'm the main nigga. But, you know what I'm saying? Man, but I don't see the point of creating a contract dispute, how that's going to help your situation. Like I say, he should have set up this little meeting. I think they had to fake it like it was going to be a studio meeting because that's probably the only way Gucci Man would meet up with the nigga. He don't want to meet up when you telling the nigga, hey, man, I want to meet up and talk about my contract. You think Gucci gonna show the fuck up while a nigga talking about I want to meet up to talk about my contract? Hell nah, bro. You know, we talk about that shit on. I ain't about to waste my time doing that. But if you tell them, hey, let's get some music done, you and you know what I'm saying, bam, that's money. But then they switch that shit. Hey man, I want to get out of my contract, bro. I tell you what, let me give. What about 15 million, 10 million, whatever the fuck? Pay whatever the fuck to get out that motherfucker. That's what you're saying. But I don't see how you can ask a nigga out their contract when you just got out of prison. And you ain't even out of prison yet. And you can't rob a nigga doing that shit too. But them niggas is grimy, boy.
Halfway house. The feds are claiming that he uphold first. Do you believe that? That Pooh Shiesty uphold first?
Man, what Shiesty said that new song, when he said about Dirk,
He said we had 300 shots up in this car before.
Nah, don't let Dirk verse go to your head. Ain't nobody slime as me.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. That kind of answer your question. Ain't no, you know, he mean it, I guess. You know, ain't nobody slime as him. So you know.
Is that a Memphis thing or this guy's just one of those type of dudes? Because I ain't gonna lie to you, he seemed like
I ain't gonna lie. That ain't no Memphis shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's some Pooh Shiesty shit. You know, because I mean, me in that situation, I wouldn't have done that on house arrest in the halfway house.
Okay, you being reasonable.
But he would have did it, just not on house arrest. Oh man, I caught that immediately. Yeah, there ain't no Memphis thing, man. We not all of us gonna do that shit on house arrest. But shit, yeah, we done made a nigga sign that contract. You know, Suge Knight made the blueprint. And somebody had to show Suge Knight that shit. Shit. Somebody had to show Puffy that shit. Nah, them niggas, you know. Suge Knight did that shit to Vanilla Ice, allegedly. And then Suge Knight did it to Eazy-E, I believe, or something similar to that. The shit ruthless now. So this is something that's probably been practiced throughout. No telling how the fuck, you know, Young Gotti got out of that contract.
Yeah, I wouldn't have done that. You know, I would have waited. I ain't gonna say it wouldn't have happened, but it wouldn't have happened at that moment.
You know the people, or you say you know some of the people that was with him. Do you think that maybe those dudes who might be in the streets are looking at him like, yo, prison better not change you, nigga. Like, yo, you know how we supposed to give it up? Do you feel like he was maybe like, not necessarily peer pressure, but he had to kind of move how
No. Shiesty ain't got no peer pressure. You know, that was his shit over there. You know, he called the shots over there, so it wasn't no peer pressure. If anybody was peer pressure, you know, from what I'm hearing, it was the daddy, Latrell. You know, when the situation happened, Gucci allegedly looked up at the daddy, and the daddy was like, you know, showed some type of sympathy and empathy for Gucci, but it was out of his control.
Really? So the daddy, like, basically Gucci appeals to him, like, yo, bro, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
And the daddy kind of feels bad because the daddy probably was actually wanted to do business.
I'm finna give you a little extra. I'm finna give you a little extra bonus right here because a lot of this shit I'm saving. I got a real big interview coming up, but you know
He got a real big interview. I wonder where he gonna do that real big interview. I really do. I'm not being, you know, sarcastic. I'm trying to think of where he can do a real big, which I ain't saying that he can't. I'm thinking like who he fucks with and, you know what I'm saying, who he would get that content to. I don't think he fucks with I don't know if he fuck with Vlad. I don't know. But I don't really know who he fucks with like that. So we'll see. Depends on probably who judged him. I mean, or, you know, really went hard on him doing the trial shit. So I don't know if Vlad, you know, I don't know how that went. So might be Vlad.
fuck with you though.
Yeah, come on.
Before Gucci, before the shit was over with, Gucci said he looked up and said, after he signed the papers and they made him sign the papers, he said, "Oh damn, y'all know this ain't how this shit go. We still gotta go to the lawyers." And motherfucker told him, "Man, you gotta shut your bitch ass up for a nigga shoot you on GP."
Oh,
damn.
What?
Oh no, I
Tell a nigga, shut the fuck up before we shoot you on GP. He trying to tell y'all dumbass nigga, y'all know this ain't how it go. You can't just make me sign a paper and send it to Instagram and say, "Hey man, Pooh Shiesty ain't signed no more to Gucci Man." And think that nigga good after that. You can go pop some bottles and fuck some bitches. Hell nah, bro, this ain't how it go. You gotta get lawyers involved and shit, dumbass nigga. Hey, nigga, shut the fuck up, bitch ass nigga. Nobody want to hear none of that smart shit.
Before the shit was over with, Gucci said, he looked up and said, after he signed the papers and they made him sign the papers, he said, "Oh damn, y'all know this ain't how this shit go. We still gotta go to the lawyers." And motherfucker told him, "Man, you gotta shut your bitch ass up for a nigga shoot you on GP."
Oh shit! Oh no! Yo.
Yeah.
So Gucci tells him, yo, because that's actually true. So with release papers, because I was even thinking like, if I'm Gucci, I just put a unrecognizable signature. That's something I could shoot down later to say that doesn't match the rest of my signatures, right?
But you know, if you sign something, if somebody's forcing you to sign something under duress, it's not gonna hold up in the court of law anyway.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I think they was looking at it like Gucci would be a bitch to come out and say, "Yo, don't let him out the contract because he had a gun to me." So it was just gonna go to like
they was gonna go on. They was gonna go off of that. You know what I'm saying? You know. So I get it. You know, but. And again, when people were saying Gotti had something to do with it, like they can't know because.
Yeah, is that a direct quote though?
What?
So now he gonna act like he know him though. He said he can't know him. Well, how you know? Cause you said you don't know him. You just know his brother. You cool with his brother. Well, we got to know how that goes around here. So, but hey, I don't blame him. I know what he doing. I'm just saying sometimes he be slipping, and I be showing y'all when I be catching him slipping or whatever. He cool as a motherfucker. We got it. But you know, but anyway,
So you're saying they're pointing a gun at him. He's signing these papers.
like he say, you can't sign the shit under duress, and like he say, the other people are gonna call the police. So that's why I said if he would have did it in the room, hold a man at gunpoint or whatever it might be, and nobody else was around and they could have disputed it, that would have been a whole different thing. But they did this shit so sloppy, and I'm assuming that this is a practice. This is not a one-time thing, but this is a time where somebody got caught doing it. This cannot be the first time this done happened. I'm telling you.
Something to do with it. Like they can't know because.
Yeah, is that a direct quote though?
What?
So you're saying they're pointing a gun at him. He's signing these papers, and he said this is not how it goes. And the nigga says, "Man, you better shut your bitch ass up before we shoot."
For a nigga shoot you on GP. That was it.
They were bluffing though, right? They wasn't gonna shoot no Gucci.
Hey, listen, a motherfucker. This how bad they disrespected him, man. Man, they went in his ear and took his earrings out, unscrewed them.
No, what?
They treated him like a real hoe. Unscrewed them.
They unscrewed the earrings.
Unscrewed the earrings, nigga.
Hey man, you know how bad it make you feel to have a nigga unscrewing your earrings with a gun pointed at your head, and it's a nigga that you put money in his pocket, and you don't know if these niggas are, like, there's some shit in the movie telling you to sign some papers that ain't gonna matter anyway, but in this nigga head, he think that you signing these papers is gonna let him out of his contract. The nigga tricked you to the studio to rap, and now you telling me the nigga got guns to your head and telling you to sign the paper and unscrewing your motherfucking earrings, and taking off your watch, taking money out your pockets, robbing your cameraman, robbing your producer, choking out your producer, robbing them, going in their pockets, taking their fucking shoes, their fucking earpods. They did everything, like, and then just told the nigga to walk the plank, just get out of here. And you actually thought, and they did a good job of concealing the weapons. That was impressive. And you telling me they was expecting just Gucci Man to not report it. Get it back in blood. But Gucci was there with the police. Now, if Gucci was a street nigga, that would not be acceptable. From the beginning, before we have any kind of discussion of if he snitched or not. But he is not a street nigga. He is a rapper. He's a celebrity. So yes, you are allowed to have the police with you. He is not a street nigga by definition, just from the first factor of it. In my opinion, I'm not a street nigga. I'm just saying from my perspective of what I thought this shit's supposed to be 100% about. This is why I would never want to even be about it no more, because the rules fluctuate too much, in my opinion. But from the from the whole of this, the man is being protected by the police, right? With security. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, as a fact. These niggas are not being protected by the police. They are their own police. They are the niggas that they rap about. They are the niggas that we thought that Gucci was, if he was a street nigga. These are street niggas. Now, these are gangsters. I mean, you could say they stupid. You could say whatever. But, of course, You know, we're talking about people who will organize, put some shit together, and execute that shit to an extent. And this ain't the first time we seen this, because they did the shit when they shot the man in the ass about the shoes. If they wouldn't have shot the man in the ass, Pooh Shiesty wouldn't have went to jail. I think they was having too much fun robbing niggas, setting niggas up. Because that's what they did. That's how the nigga doing the time right now from the Florida shit. So, the shit, you know, but these guys are what niggas like Gucci would rap about. Like I say, from the beginning, they came as those niggas, them YNs. This man had security, and they realized that they were outgunned. Not out-trained, outgunned. If they had the type, but you know, their training was keep the suspect alive. Being that they freed Gucci Man, but shit, nigga, I want the tight goddamn security. If I got Gucci Man, nigga, I want some fucking Navy SEAL type niggas. You know what I'm saying? Some niggas that done goddamn used to serve for the president or something, nigga. Y'all niggas making that type money. Nigga that would have shot every last one of them niggas in the circle. Pop, 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 pop. Did some John Wick shit in that bitch, nigga. Kick in the door, shot the nigga with the AK and shit. You know what I'm saying? Would have been in the bulletproof fucking car outside. I don't know. Y'all niggas be acting like y'all got money like that shit. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you got your two police, but these niggas got more niggas than you, and they realized that they was outgunned. And then realize, okay, just do this little shit. Like, how you convince some niggas to do some shit like this? Then you rob the white boys out of their money, and there actually was money in this lick. And he was just expecting him not to call the police, because they was playing by street nigga rules, and this nigga was hollering street nigga, street nigga, street nigga. And they didn't realize they don't, you know, that shit don't mix. That shit like salt water and fresh water. And that's what Govan is saying when he's saying, I can't believe he meeting up with some niggas like that and not, you know what I'm saying, be put on game. But Gucci probably looking at it like, man, there ain't no dope involved. This nigga really tried to rob me for my signature. And some shit I got insurance on. That shit crazy. It ain't nothing that can't be, you know, called the police on. But at the same time, like you say, you ain't got those guns.
If I tell you a duck, you pull a truck, hook that motherfucker up.
Say what?
What?
That nigga said, if I tell you that a duck can pull a truck, hook that motherfucker up.
Earrings. Unscrew the earrings, nigga. If I tell you a duck, you pull a truck, hook that motherfucker up.
To be honest.
Man, I might gotta steal that. I tell you a duck can pull a truck, hook that motherfucker up. Hook her up.
They took the wedding band off. Did Gucci take the wedding?
If I tell you a duck, you pull a truck, hook that motherfucker up.
So they took earrings. They took the wedding band off. Did Gucci take the wedding band off himself? Yeah, or did they rip it off his? I'm wondering how physical they got with Gucci.
Hey, Gucci follow instructions real well under pressure.
I mean, shit, I would too. I'm not gonna, I mean, I would too.
Yeah.
Holy shit! Sure. So they're yo, give me this, give me that. Yeah. And this is after he signed or before he signed? And why the added disrespect? If you wanted the signing papers, why take things from him?
Yeah, so the signing was the first. He signed first, and then he, was relieved out of the items.
Damn, they confiscated it. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, for sure, man.
And the other dudes, so where did
he had a homeboy with him too? He had a homeboy with him named DP. He got stripped too. The cameraman got stripped and choked. Cameraman got choked.
Why did he get choked? He was like uncooperative?
I don't know. I guess motherfuckers was just trying to show their bravado, showing their main business.
What do you mean stripped? You like stripped of their possessions? Like, oh, give me a chain?
Yeah. Nigga took cameras. And
okay.
Nigga took all kind of shit.
Damn. Not the Canon. Jesus. Not the Canon.
Cameras. They took the cameras from the cameraman.
Oh man, not that.
Yeah, Gucci brought a cameraman with him too, because he thought he was finna snap up with his artists and shit. You know.
Oh, so Gucci thought he was vlogging.
Yeah, Gucci brought a cameraman with him as well.
Man, yo, I ain't gonna lie to you. You're right about that line. Yo, Shiesty got a. Yo, he tell you exactly who he is. Part of the song, he said, my grandmama told me to cut the grass. Whole time I'm the snake. I said, yo, what? Nah, there was something about that song. I'm like, you know, sometimes you hear.
God damn, that nigga said my mama told me to cut the grass, but I'm the snake. God damn. I guess it ain't just rap. So who gonna fuck with this nigga now?
So you'd be like, this can't be all make-believe.
Yeah. That's one of them joints right there.
Oh, man. No, this is crazy.
Yeah, for sure, man. That shit wild.
So, in the 2 months afterwards, what do you think Gucci's thinking? Is he not like, yo, all right, one of them pussy niggas gotta die? Or is he like, yo, the undercover cop or you know, the bodyguard cop was there, so I can't do nothing, because if anything happens to these niggas, it's gonna look bad on me. Because I gotta imagine Gucci probably go back to his war shed and probably say, man, all right, yo, shit, on some dirt shit, I got 20 on him, 30 on him, 50 on him. Like, yo, these niggas gotta go.
But I think you know, man.
But the thing about it, the further you get away from the real streets, and you sitting, you know, on that throne for so long, and you know, you've been around and you haven't been in the come up of a lot of people's shit. You ain't tied. He ain't tied to the streets like Shiesty would probably be tied to the streets now in his career. See, that's probably a lot of times why he was signing a lot of niggas from Memphis, because he probably seen that it was creating some divide, because niggas was feeling like they needed opportunities, they wanted opportunities, and of course, Gotti can't sign every fucking body. You can acknowledge that there's a whole bunch of talent. And of course you had Young Dolph, and he was signing a bunch of talent. And shit, it was a hotbed. Memphis is still a hotbed for fucking talent, especially in hip hop. Well, I say only in hip hop that I know about. And maybe country too, I don't know. But shit, I ain't mad at him for tapping the market.
You know, with his wife, you know, she runs shit. You know, she wear the pants over there. Between that and him taking all that medicine and shit, I don't think Gucci on nothing. You know what I'm saying? I think it's a whole totally different guap. You know.
Of course, the man ain't on nothing. I think they're just trying to provoke that nigga.
So you think Gucci like washed up in terms of that mentality?
Yeah, I honestly do. I think he done became so successful in life. You know, he love his family, he love his kids, he love his wife, and I just think he look at shit like, you know, he got too much to lose, and I ain't saying that's the wrong way to think, you know, just other motherfuckers just retarded and die by their respect, you know, and I'm one of them, and so yeah, I couldn't be in that. I couldn't be in that situation and be like, I'm finna go to Sunday school. No, I couldn't.
Hey, by the way, you know what I thought this?
Man, stop, man. That's just trying to tell y'all to go crash out, man. But he said that though. I ain't gonna say now that's telling y'all to, because that's just his personal decision. He just said he one of them. He ain't going out like that. But shit, just different niggas feel different ways. Like you say, he's a man. He cares about his family. You got to be willing to crash the fuck out. But I don't know what it would. That's what it would be if Gucci retaliated in some type of way and tried to go find some young niggas to do the sliding for him and all that. He too far out of the game and too out of what they call it, out of touch with the same niggas that a Pooh Shiesty will be in touch with still in this point of his life. He still got the young niggas behind him and shit. You know what I'm saying? Even when he coming home, these young niggas are more gravitating towards him and all that stuff like that. And Gucci, you been, like you say, on private yachts, and he's still hungry, so he's still gonna have the street influence, but you're gonna have the boss, you know what I'm saying, respect. But that can be dangerous though, because that can make it, you know, when you got a street nigga and people that you fuck with in the future under pressure because of a relationship that you had to deal with in the city with an artist or something like that. I can imagine that can be problematic. Because if Gucci signs somebody and say Yo Gotti signs somebody and they don't like each other or whatever, it could trickle down and be having Memphis, beefs and shit throughout the city and shit like that. And, we've seen how that went with like Black Youngster and, then he crashing out, going at goddamn Young Dolph. I don't know. I never seen them actually address why they had a problem besides, him getting signed to Yo Gotti.
The song was capping. No, not the song. You know what I thought? The story was capping first because it reinforces the song too much. When Shiesty said, he said 30, pass me that Drake. then he says, unfortunately, I'm the CEO and the top shooter for my gang. Yo, he said my grandma told me keep the grass low. Whole time I'm the snake. He said I smelled this plot up from 3 miles away. You can't outsnake a snake. Yo, I'm sorry.
You can't outfox a fox. You can't outsnake a snake.
Nah. I ain't gonna lie.
He mean that shit.
Jesus Christ.
See? So all he need to do is get out of this contract. He ain't even got to beat this case. He could semi-beat this case. When I say semi-beat this case, I mean anything under 5 years. He could do another 5 years and come home and nigga goddamn still, get on. He could probably make money from being locked up and just get a new deal. If he could get a new deal and get locked up, that'd probably be a good thing for him. Cause that nigga probably will find a way to rap from the prison and he'll be the hottest shit out there. You rob Gucci, man? Come on. And you gonna actually come home to tell about it? And that'll require none of them niggas to snitch. And the way the FBI been rolling lately, y'all, that whole shit, you can't beat the feds, they got a 99% rate and all that fuck shit. Nah. They fucked that all up. Yeah, nah. I ain't saying they still won't fuck you up, nah. But right now, yeah. Niggas, niggas is sliding on technicalities. And I think right now we only seeing them charged with kidnapping and attempt kidnapping, I believe. They ain't got no conspiracy. They ain't got no gun charges. They ain't got no aggravated assaults. They ain't got no armed robbery. None of that shit. We looked at the paperwork, y'all. We looked at it straight from the Department of Justice. Unless there's going to be a superseding indictment with all of those things that I just named. We really ain't, this is something that's escapable. Because there's not enough charges that will really bury these niggas. Now, I know the sentencing guidelines and the points, all that shit like that. I get that part. But the loophole in this shit is kind of hard to prove an armed robbery. I mean, it's hard to prove a kidnapping if you ain't got no proven weapons. Because the jury ain't gonna be some motherfuckers that know anything about any of these niggas. So you're gonna have to convince a jury that a whole bunch of niggas stopped a whole bunch of other niggas from leaving out of a room while a guy was signing the contract without proving that there was guns to stop them from leaving. That's gonna be a challenge. Cause then a lot of shit's gonna get thrown out. Any mention of guns is gonna have to get thrown out. And you're gonna have to convince a jury that these men stopped some other men from leaving and you didn't sign a fucking contract. It ain't about what happened, it's about what can be proven. In my opinion, I'm just saying that would be an attack that I would take, and I'm not a lawyer. Nowhere near it. Even though I went to pretend lawyer in school. You know, like all the other YouTubers.
So you think Gucci just been probably just like falling back, probably thinking or knowing that this is gonna happen?
Yeah, Gucci knew. Gucci probably knew. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure see that bodyguard he had. They've been rocking for a minute. You know what I'm saying? For what my people told me, and I know the bodyguard had to tell Gucci, man. You know I got to do my job, Gucci. You know what I'm saying? And and Gucci was probably like, I'm sure Gucci probably wasn't against it. I'm sure he want Pooh Shiesty to suffer some kind of way. I wouldn't have wanted Pooh Shiesty in jail. I would have wanted him out. But different people handle things differently.
Well, here's the thing. At the end of the day, he's still signed to Gucci.
Yeah.
And even though I think they're trying to go around it, like based on what we heard, and now that's it's a federal complaint, there's no way any judge would actually grant a injunction to stop Gucci's contract or any type of relief to let Pooh Shiesty walk. So he's gonna be with 1017. Oh shit, my bad. I think maybe. Shit.
So now. Sorry. So now, if that's going to be the case, do you find some type of way? How do you now meet up with a nigga and say, all right, I'll release you from your contract? What's the realest thing that Gucci man can do right now? After the nigga get his time, just go. I'm like, hey, bro, I'll meet you at the jailhouse. Well, he already locked up, so just go on up there, go sign it at the jailhouse, release the nigga from his contract. He done. It's over. Then sue him. Drop all charges. We don't. That would be the real nigga shit, I think. I don't want to press no charges. Do you want your jury and stuff back? Did you find it? If you got it, I'll take it. But if you ain't got it, nah, drop all charges. We don't give a fuck. Yeah. We release him, but we about to sue him for whatever we thought we was about to make off of $50 million. But if he plead guilty to anything within that shit that he charged for, that's on him. Ain't got nothing to do with me.
Yeah. Oh shit. I just seen some crazy shit.
That'd be supposed to be real nigga shit he's supposed to do.
Oh man. This is crazy. Yo, chat, why didn't y'all tell me? Let me see. I think his phone died, but why didn't y'all tell me Shiesty was like, it's like Hall of Fame, nigga. I don't think them niggas lied in one rap. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Dirk, table. I want to figure out the details. I want to they pull a gun on him.
My bad.
Nah, it's all good. It's all good. Jesus Christ. Nah, this is pretty interesting. So they said it was 3 victims. It looked like you've kind of outlined. No. Well. Oh, it looked like it's 3 victims plus the undercover cop. So it looked like it was Gucci, the cop, the cameraman, and the other guy. You say his name is D something.
Yeah, DP.
DP. Okay. And then Shiesty comes.
Okay, yeah, he said that nigga name too quick. Cause we just gonna know this nigga, that nigga, and that nigga. Definitely know these niggas, and I wouldn't put it past them. Oh, matter of fact, I bet if I got there and go check on my dog, Stan G. Hey man, oh man, I know Stan G done got down. He all in this, or he might got to stay away from him. I don't know. Matter of fact, Stan G was the first nigga. I remember doing the reaction. Stan G did was the first person that brought Jovan Gomez to YouTube. I hope I'm saying the man's name right.
Was with 8 other people.
Correct.
So you don't think the father knew about this, like, while they were on the way there?
No. He knew. Yeah. Come on, his dad a gangster. His dad like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure he know. I'm sure he.
But the same time, it's not like he ain't said nothing disrespectful about Pooh Shiesty daddy. He said that he a real gangster. You know what I'm saying? But he did say something about the paperwork. So I don't know. I guess you could be both. I don't know. Or people can respect you still for, doing the gangster stuff. But you could still be proven supposed to be a Fed because the paperwork says that the man, will cooperate and did the, 5K1. So I'm confused. Like I say, these street rules, they motherfucking fluctuate. They move all around. So I'm just, we just keeping up just in case we got to tell anybody. Just for research purposes, educational and research purposes. In case we got to educate somebody about the street rules. We always want to know how they go.
He knew something. Well, you know what I'm saying? They had some type of conversation. If not, he would have been there.
Whose idea do you think it was? Right after it happens, looked like they must have panicked because maybe money was slowing up, but there's a couple niggas that took Greyhound.
Whose idea was to strip Gucci?
No. Whose idea was it to? Because they said like 2 or 3 of the individuals went back from Dallas to Memphis on a Greyhound.
Apparently, you can go from.
Damn, he should have left that question out there. I think the nigga was about to answer who idea was to script this nigga. Which, when they say script, that mean Rob.
So you said whose idea was it for them to get back on the Greyhound?
Well, I would think that's not a very popular means of travel for if y'all associated with a big rapper. I think you only do that to try to conceal where you're going.
Yeah, you're trying to conceal travel. Yeah, that you was even there.
Yes, exactly.
But a lot of them cats in those situations, they don't really be thinking, because I'm sure.
And they did think that they was doing some smart shit. Them niggas tried to, catch the Greyhound back, thinking they going low key. They traveling with the guns and shit. Probably, I don't know. They had to be. Well, Big 30 had to have the guns, but he probably didn't want to have a whole bunch of niggas ride with him.
They had cell phones with them.
Yeah,
they do. Yeah, so they can go back. They can ping the cell phones. So getting on the Greyhound, you ain't do nothing but waste your time. You know what I'm saying? Because that ain't gonna keep you off that motherfucking phone tower and pinging.
Do you think that Pooh Shiesty is cooked?
Yeah, he got a Chinese name. One gone.
One gone. Stop.
He said that nigga got a Chinese name. One gone. He did that joke with Charleston White. I thought it was funny too, when they was talking about Young Thug. I think he want to get him a Charleston White role. I mean, kind of position out here, just on the opposite side of the bullshit what Charleston White do. I mean, as far as like the disrespect on people's, deceased, but kind of a troll kind of way. Laughing at these niggas like they was laughing at you when you went through what you went through. So I get it.
Hey, well, hold on though, because you once got a murder charge, right? And people would think that you were.
I didn't have a police officer that's sworn to testify against me either.
So you think that's gonna be the guy to testify?
Who you think? Listen, what I'm going to tell you is the true factual. The police officer is the one that started this whole investigation. He's the one that made the first initial statement. And with that being said, he is going to be the star witness.
And that's true. So if the police officer was the first person to report this, so if it wasn't going to be reported by Gucci, so I'm wondering how soon after they left was police contacted. That would be a very important point in this timeline of things. We're just trying to get an understanding about what happened. And I'll have to go and look in the That'll be something I have to look into. Cause that'll tell a lot. They immediately called the police soon as they got in the car. I mean, what time did them, but they did have the times of when they passed like tolls and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I guess that don't tell you when they called the police. So yeah, that's an important question.
And there's no jury in America that's going to believe Pooh Shiesty and his attorney over an officer of the law.
But even the officer of the law, you gotta have evidence. You gotta have these guns. You gotta have these guns on camera. Something. You can have this story and all that, but I don't think it'll fly. Well, I don't know. It'll be tough. It'll be tough. And I mean, the most they can do about Shiesty is he can just max out on his time that he's doing right now, and he could still be fighting this case from the streets. Realistically. Especially if they just keep these two charges that they got them charged with right now. You got to prove a kidnapping without guns as evidence. And you're not even charging them with robbery. Now, we do know it might be a superseding indictment and the robbery might be coming later, but we're just talking about for right now. There's no robbery. It's just kidnapping. You gonna take that in front of a jury and take out guns? Yeah. It's just gonna. I'm just saying. I'm just I went to pretend lawyer in school. I'm just saying that's common sense that you learn in pretend lawyer in school.
I mean, I agree with you. If it comes down to that, I mean, that's a tough sell, right?
And I ain't wishing nothing bad on the kid, because I ain't got nothing against him, but I'm just keeping it G, you know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody going police officer. And not in the police officer, it's different. It'll be different if a police officer was getting on the stand testifying to something that another witness told him. This police officer is going to be testifying to him getting robbed as well.
And that is a good point. But a point that I would be looking at is Shiesty didn't point the gun at those other individuals for them to do anything. He only robbed Gucci Man. So the other guys can't testify and say Shiesty robbed them. Now those other guys, their role is their role. What a good lawyer's gonna probably try to do is get all of these cases separated and try to, get everybody to try to separate it. And like, I'm just assuming nobody snitches. You're going to have a hard time making a damn armed robbery that's not an armed robbery. They're not charged with armed robbery. A kidnapping without guns being involved. That's going to be a hard sell. Attempted kidnapping and kidnapping of grown-ass men and saying that but you ain't saying they robbed. It's in the complaint. And you can get an indictment for it. But you gonna need some guns. I'm just saying, if you think that, because I don't know, it might not go through the grand jury because they gon' like, how do you have a fucking kidnapping without the guns? Where are the guns? We need to see the guns. This might not be enough to go to trial. Will we have some more breaking news? Charges are dropped for Pooh Shiesty. He still signed the 1017. He'll be doing the rest of his 63 months, and then he'll be free to make all the music he wants to. He takes another 5 years probation for well, not even probation. All he could do is just finish out his time. I don't know how much time he got left, but they say he got a 63-month sentence. Shit, when that's done, it's done. Unless he got another charge that nigga, that charge won't be coming back up for another year. Unless they feel like he's a threat to society, which, of course, he is kind of being a threat to society. You know what I'm saying? With what he got going on. For, with doing what he's doing. Shit, yeah, that kind of is, but I'm pretty sure somebody gonna vouch for him and say he's just a music artist. We never seen no guns. We never seen any of that stuff.
Interesting.
Not only was he a witness, he's a victim as well.
Hey, why didn't the police officer just tell them, like, yo, I'm a cop, right?
Man, them little niggas they don't give a damn. They don't care.
Really?
You can't, you see that from, what I'm saying, from what done transpired today. They don't give a damn. They could have had the Secret Service in that motherfucker.
They could
have had the Secret Service in that motherfucker.
Nah, this is gonna be crazy right here. I don't think this goes to trial, honestly.
Man, I'm gonna say this. The only reason why it might go to trial is because the number that they're gonna be offering Shiesty is gonna be so crazy.
Well, how much did he just do? He just did like 4 or 5?
He just did like a nickel. But the thing about it is, you're on federal probation. Your points are finna be so high. Then you finna have, they done charged him. Did you hear all the charges that they charged him with today?
And see, that's the thing. He's saying all the charges that they charged him with today, but unless I'm missing something, I'm looking at the what we looked at. Unless I'm missing something, this criminal complaint, it only got kidnapping, conspiracy to commit kidnapping, which are some serious charges. And it talks of some firearms, but I can't see you if you don't have them on camera with any firearms and all you got is bags and shit like that. And yes, you can show them leaving with bags, but you got to prove that they robbed them. These are just, allegations. This could be spent. He could act like he bought that shit. You know what I'm saying? Hell, I seen one of those watches that had a receipt beside it. They could say they was buying all this shit from these folks. And they just came at security. Everything went smooth. Say, hell, try to say, oh boy, just got signed. Yeah, he just got signed. This is his bonus. You know what I'm saying? Gucci was in there trying to sign everybody. You know what I'm saying? 2 people in there, they was about to get into a fight, but you know what I'm saying? They got a little drunk. Hey man, I done seen crazy shit get spent. Yeah, I done seen crazy shit get spent. My bad, y'all. I was looking at the paperwork again. So let me get back to the video.
Yeah, what was it? Kidnapping, conspiracy of kidnapping, I'm guessing robbery and
Yeah, right. The bringing guns from state lines.
Weapons and stuff like that, yeah.
Yeah, all of that shit, man. They said they had a cohort robbery and, man, this shit, man, they probably offer him on a deal. Will you take 20? They might go down to 20.
Really?
Might. That'll be a deal. If he get a 20-year sentence on this case, that'll be a steal.
You think so?
I think if he fought this case, I think it'd be okay. For the fact that unless he has an ass of probation that's left. But if his sentence was 63 months from what he did originally, of course, and that was federal, I believe. I have to double check. Once his 63 months is up, that's up. Now, him facing the charges of this, he can fight it from the streets. And they have to prove that at gunpoint, which they don't have on camera allegedly, but I wouldn't be surprised if it came out. They got to prove that they got kidnapped and there was a conspiracy to kidnap without proving that guns were used like they got in this criminal complaint. I'm just saying. That's it sound good, sound scary, sound like a slam dunk, but let's just keep it real.
I'm thinking a 10-piece. He just did 5.
Hell
give him
no.
a 10.
Hey, listen. He on 5 years of probation alone. You got to do the probation time first.
Okay, so like I say, if he got 63 months, but maybe he was about to come home on house arrest and all that. So if he got 5 years, did he say 5 years or 5 months? But if he got 5 years, he about to go do all that 5. You can bet that. You could bet that. But that don't mean he'll get found guilty for this bullshit. But they will drain that nigga bank. They gonna make it hard for that nigga. But no, telling no. Hey man, we in 2026, nigga. These days you could slide Trump. Shit, you could slide Trump $100. You could slide Trump $1 million. Couple of million, boy, them motherfuckers will get you up out of there. I ain't lying.
Hey, listen. He on 5 years of probation alone. You got to do the probation time first, Hank. That's 5 years alone. When you start talking about the guns with the switches and
yeah, but you talking about the guns and the switches, but we don't see that in the paperwork. And that's off of the, you know what I'm saying? Maybe he's seen some paperwork that we ain't seen, but off of this paperwork that same shit that Act looking at with the seal at the top, United States District Court, all that shit. It talks about the guns, but they're not charged with the guns. Unless that's coming in the superseding. I'm just saying, until then, we ain't going to talk about that until then. That's all I'm saying.
The kidnapping and the conspiracy, man, they said 30.
We see the kidnapping and conspiracy, but like I said, we don't see the guns.
He locked the door, he stood on the door, held his back up, and wouldn't allow the people to leave.
I'm not gonna lie.
Allegedly, because they gotta prove that. They gotta prove that. You ain't got none of this shit on camera? Okay, that's your word against my word.
Whatever song they was gonna make about this shit, I guarantee it's a hit.
Yeah.
Yo, 30 locked the door, hand me my Drake.
Man, and everybody, you know what I'm saying? I think everybody except 30. But Shiesty got a fucked up record. His daddy got a fucked up record.
It's 30. One thing about Shiesty, I want to give him credit. He held down that jail stint like a G, like he was built for it, and he was good with it. Do you think 30's like that too? If they give him 5-10 years, he gonna be as solid as Shiesty, or Shiesty does a different breed?
Yeah, he would never tell on Shiesty. He would never tell on Shiesty. Yeah, he'll go to the grave before he do it. You know what I'm saying? And I done seen a lot of niggas tell that I didn't expect to tell, but I just couldn't see a situation of 30 telling on Shiesty. Now, I ain't gonna say what he won't do to another motherfucker, but I just couldn't see him telling on his cousin Shiesty.
Man, this is one thing. I haven't read the whole complaint yet. I'm still waiting for them to fully unseal it. I'm wondering how many people they're gonna claim had guns, and I actually believe it with this. These sequence is so clear. You know when a nigga tell you a story or something happened, and you kind of gotta like go back and try to.
So y'all, this was a day ago when they was doing this. This was a nigga like sounding like he was happy, like, yeah, they got them niggas. And then when the shit came out, I think the day it came out, what's today? This March 30. So I think it must have came out after these niggas said what they had to say when it was fully unlocked. Because, it's clear as day. I went through every fucking word on that motherfucker. Straight from the government profile. So, what he was expecting
to figure out what's a real sequence. This seems so orderly. It feels like a cop gave the report. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It don't feel like a cop did get a report. A cop did get it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, he streamed. So, chat, he streamed on Twitch 3 days ago. And I'm wondering, do you think he knew any of this was coming?
Yeah. Well, I can't. I can't say that because the way the feds they said it, well, the way they said they played it, they didn't pick, they didn't pick everybody up at the same time, for the most part, and they probably was just tapping phones, and the way.
Salute, Stream Master. Shout out to you.
The way Shiesty them move, I'm sure they weren't doing no talking on the phone, so the feds was just trying to see if they could probably get some more evidence by letting them be out here for a couple of months and hit the phones, tap the phones. Once they realized that they weren't dumb enough to be talking on no phones, then they'll go ahead and go with whatever evidence they have. And
I kind of believe they ain't give a fuck. They was like, man, shit, that's, we'll let them niggas kill each other, some rap beef. It'd be some more news to keep everybody distracted from these motherfucking Epstein files. Yeah. They was hoping y'all niggas was going, shit. It would have been better for them for y'all niggas to shoot each other, shit. I mean, this shit is definitely a distraction from the Epstein files. Trump really needed fucking Pooh Shiesty to unalive Gucci. I ain't lying. It would have been, shit. Nobody would be asking about the war, Epstein files, none of that bullshit. Especially the black folks. Tell me I'm lying.
go ahead and get the indictment.
Yeah, no, that's insane, man. That's insane. Okay, so let me see what else. Did they sell the items?
Now, I'm gonna tell you something. What I was told today, and they've been confirmed. I haven't confirmed it yet, but I was told that some of the items were found during the search.
Really? So
yeah.
Now remember, this was yesterday, and we updated the news where they said, the white folks, we listened to what they say. They didn't find none of the shit. When they went in front of the court, in front of the judge, now old boy Pooh Shiesty don't go to the 8th, so we'll be keeping up with this shit. But they didn't find nothing. So they only got 2 charges. Everybody don't jump to a conclusion that the man about to be locked up for the rest of his life. Yes, he might have did some stupid shit, but the loop that's in the law, I don't know how you gonna get a man for kidnapping and conspiracy to kidnap, and you got a whole criminal complaint about guns, and you don't have the guns to present. But hey, let's just wait. Pooh Shiesty can sit in prison for 5 years while he on probation. They do have the right to do that because he is the property of the United States of America. And they just, gonna go for it like that. But after them 5 years, but if he possibly beat this charge, which if Gucci Man decide not to participate, it's going to be hard to say some men kidnapped me and the main person that's saying they got kidnapped and forced to sign something in their watch and their earrings and their wedding ring got stolen and they don't know who did it. That person say they got amnesia. They don't remember who did it. It was just some guys in black that you sat outside with and had to call the studio owners to come and open the door and let the security in and everything like that. And then they just magically turned into some people that you don't know and took everything for you, but no, not really. Did they have guns? No, they really didn't have guns, but they kind of got guns. I don't want to testify. I got to be a street nigga. So you can't have it both ways. Because if there's a break in the iceberg of the testimony, when you got the main person that got the earrings and they had to sign the contract and all that, all the shit, the person that lost the most, they are not going to participate. Because that's the only person that Pooh Shiesty robbed. So that's going to be his case right there, unless they do a RICO. Now then we're talking about a whole different situation. But on that paper, it didn't say shit about no RICO. So just going at these specific charges, man, that man ain't going to prison for no motherfucking kidnapping. Without no guns to be shown, but the guns are in the complaint. That shit ain't gonna get across the street when it comes to the court. So they better be coming with some more shit, which it might be a RICO coming. But until then, shit.
It's no way. It's no way they would have a chain, a wedding band, none of that.
I hope that's not true. I hope that's not true, but I was told that some of the items were found.
Hey, by the way, shout out to my man Jay Weathers. He said, yo.
And that will end up not accurate unless something else comes back out. We're just saying what the white folks saying. That's it. They came out and said no. They didn't find shit in the courtroom.
Shiesty's a felon with a gun. That's 10 years by itself. He'll also get a gang enhancement. Are there gang enhancements?
But he ain't got the gun. We don't see no gun charges. We don't see no gang shit.
In the Fed chat? For being a gang member, the points are going to be too high.
Hey man, that's what I was telling you. Like the points, like the base offense level gonna be so fucking high. Like it's gonna be hard for him to take their case. I mean, for him to take whatever number they give him, because the number gonna be so high. They might offer him a 30. They might say, "Go on, take this 30, so you won't get life." It's hard for niggas to sign for 30 years. That's hard to do.
Jesus.
Yeah, but a nigga, you right. It is hard for a nigga to sign for 30 years, man. Nigga, take that shit to trial. Bitch, I'd take that shit to trial with a motherfucking public defender. If I let a bitch just give me 30, you might well give me life. Bitch, fuck that. You gotta prove this shit. If I ain't do it. But if I did it, I guess, you have to measure that up. But in this case, I would just, weigh the odds. But, everybody don't have that critical thinking, especially you thinking under pressure. It's easy to think all this shit and be able to research and look at the shit from the outside looking in. But the person that's in the situation, they behind a wall, they in a totally different situation. And Big 30, he in the situation he ain't been in, obviously, because if he ain't got no record, then that means he ain't, really suffered the consequences of what he been doing. Pooh Shiesty, he know what's up as far as he done did the time, but I think he got soaked up into the pressure of having to keep it real with the family and the emotional drain on, man, you disrespected my cousin and we need to get back for that, what I'm saying, all that shit like that, and that shit backfired. But at the same time, it might not have. We in 2026. Man, shit.
When you were locked up, and obviously you maintain your innocence, but like when you were possibly preparing for maybe because I think in Memphis, first degree murder is automatic life, unless I'm wrong.
Yeah.
What the fuck they get first degree murder from? Goddamn, y'all niggas go, man. What the fuck? Y'all see how niggas just be padding the stats and shit? What the fuck? How the fuck do we get here? All right, man, we about to wrap this shit up.
Yeah, if you lose the trial, hell yeah, automatic life.
What was your thoughts? Like, especially when you were incarcerated, were you thinking like, damn, man, I ain't never gonna get out of here?
No, I was I was holding on to the belief that I just felt like I didn't believe that God was gonna allow the system to take my life away for some shit that I honestly didn't do.
Now that's some real shit, because when it came to when people were speculating about his situation, right? And that's why I say salute to bro, because I can respect that shit. I'm pretty sure he probably thought his life was over, because nigga, it did look like he was, from the blogs, from the people talking, that they was gonna have a slam dunk case. He was the middleman in between the niggas that got caught He was the man that hired the shooters to execute Dolph. Now they had the shooters, point blank, no problem. They went on ahead, pleaded guilty, got their time. But now you trying to say this man paid us to do it, that's a little harder to prove. But at the time, it looked like it was a slam dunk because you got one nigga that's going to testify against him, which supposedly the guy that's saying that he paid us. But the guy that would have had to say, yeah, I paid him, he would have had to tell on somebody else. But that guy ended up, losing his life. But even then, who knows? He probably wouldn't have said nothing. I ain't gonna lie, these niggas are showing a level of loyalty that, you not seeing on, in some other areas of the world.
And I felt like God knew my heart. And I can lie to you, I can lie to whoever, but you can't lie to God. So with that being said, that's what I held on to, and that's what kept me strong throughout the process. Lead up to trial.
Oh, shit. Hey, by the way, chat, I'm getting some new info. I think they're saying there's some pictures of apparently it was a white cameraman and he got roughed up. There's some pictures of him with some bruises and cuts.
Yeah, that's the cameraman, I said that from the beginning. I said when I was saying like, okay, well, the off-duty police officer, he might keep it G. You know what I'm saying? It might not tell. I always said from day one, if they go pull up on that white boy, that cameraman, Pooh Shiesty ass out of here, because ain't that motherfucking white boy gonna tell.
Yeah, no, that's
when them feds and shit get to talk about perjury and all of that shit. Yeah, he ain't gonna come clean.
Here's a quick visual to show how.
All right, hold up. We got a commercial.
Insane. Okay, here we go. I think we got it.
So I think we got the gist of it, man. He's about to show well, hold on. I don't know. We might miss something. We ain't got that much to go.
Because I feel like Lantrell, you've been in the streets long enough. You know what I'm saying? You've been out here too long, bro. Like, you supposed to tell your son, do it, yeah. Okay, take your turn.
Man, this is crazy, huh? Pooh Shiesty was like the hottest rapper out right now, too.
Yeah, man. Yup. He was, man. He could have went about that a whole different way, man. He ain't have to do that. I wish, and I'm gonna keep it all the way G, man. I blame his daddy, because I feel like Lantrell, you've been in the streets long enough. You know what I'm saying? You've been out here too long, bro. Like, you supposed to tell your son, like, I'm gonna ride with you right or wrong, son, man. We can do this shit another way, man. Man, come on, man. You got so many motherfucking millions of dollars on the table.
Yeah, that's the realest shit he done said through this whole thing now. And not saying he ain't said no real shit, but I'm saying, like, that is the realest. This man was supposed to tell his son, nah, this ain't the way we gonna go. We gonna find another way. Repeat that, sir.
And I'm gonna keep it all the way G, man. I blame his daddy, because I feel like Lantrell, you've been in the streets long enough. You know what I'm saying? You've been out here too long, bro. Like, you supposed to tell your son, like, I'm gonna ride with you right or wrong, son, man. We can do this shit another way, man. Man, come on, man. You got so many motherfucking millions of dollars on the table, man, waiting on this, man. Come on, we gonna go out like this over this? That's what I would have said.
Yeah. But, hey, yeah, that's some real shit. Because it ain't like that was a fucking surprise, man. He knew exactly what they came to do, man. You ain't had these niggas drive way up here to damn the Texas or whatever to meet up with Gucci with you, and you just came to do some recording, bro. Cut the cap. And I'm wondering why Gucci goddamn, didn't see that shit coming. Once you seen all them niggas. Like, hey, man, we ain't about to have all y'all niggas in the studio and shit, bro. Y'all niggas got to sit outside or something. Which I'm pretty sure that's how Gucci gonna move from now on. Nah, nigga, one nigga in the studio at a time. Niggas getting searched and all type of shit. Whether you my artist or not. For real. See, you see how niggas about to fuck up the game? You can't even meet a nigga one-on-one no more. Y'all niggas, your homeboys and all that shit can't come in talking about they shiested up and all that shit. Hell nah. All y'all shiesty niggas sit outside.
I think Shiesty was getting into it with Wack.
And then Shiesty on that bitch in a Nike Shiesty shit, boy, that nigga doing free promotion from Nike.
When he first came out, because they were saying that, I think Wack was saying that there was some stuff about his paperwork, and he came out and he made a video and he kind of posted his paperwork.
Yeah. And shout out to I talked to the exposers and shit this morning, and man, they ran across some more shit that just came about on Shiesty. Not to mention the bomb that I'll tell you, but that's being cooked up as we speak. That's about to get dropped on his dad. But yeah. I don't want to say too much, but yeah, Shiesty, it's some new shit.
We already went over that, y'all. So we already knew what the bomb was. His daddy, been a snitch, been a federal informant or cooperating with the feds from a charge back in 2009. We just wonder how long people been knowing about that. It's mighty funny it's coming out now, but I mean, hey, I'm a little confused. But hey, we appreciate y'all for letting us know. So we'll know about the, if we feel like there's any selective politicking going on. We just the viewers. That's it. I don't want no smoke.
Shit that came out about him today as well, so I don't know.
About
I ain't
Shiesty?
seen with my own eyes. It was it. Yeah, on Shiesty too. But the bigger, the bomb that's about his dad. But some more stuff that goes to what Wack was saying.
But we gotta admit that, bro, you was wrong because this was a day ago, and the things that you was predicting, like saying that they got these gun charges and all this shit, that wasn't the case. So, like I say, just take with a grain of salt what all these people are saying. Wack 100, DJ Academics, I don't want to pronounce that man's name wrong again, but I think it's Jovan Hernandez. I think that's what it is. And yeah, just all these motherfuckers, even me, shit. I'm just giving y'all what the information that's put out there so everybody can be caught up if you chose to rock out with ears to the streets. I think we can wrap this up.
Came out today, and I'm sure you'll hear about that soon as well.
Oh wow! By the way, chat. So the Department of Justice finally put it on their website. So this is where we get to see some of these pictures and stuff.
Oh,
so he's just getting to what we just went over.
Wow! So they got pictures of the victims.
Well, they got some stuff. Hold on, I'm clicking on it right now. We're gonna look at it. It's a Rogers. I'm not too sure who that is. They got the rolling, and it said here's from Glover's account. He got the watch and he got the chain. He got a watch and the chain. And it says outline. Some of the evidence is the ankle monitor, cell phone, data records, license plate, rental.
So this, like I said, this was yesterday, and they were speaking before the paperwork was seen to be out, and it ended up not being as accurate as he wanted to be. But hey, it is what it is. That's why we read it ourselves. We're looking at what was said or whatever, but we did see the paperwork of Pooh Shiesty daddy. We have no idea if he knew about that. Yes, Wack 100, he spoke on it, what a snitch is, and I think that was pretty accurate. But at the same time, it seems like they're trying to exonerate Gucci Man, and he's not a street nigga anymore, according to, the rules. So, cool. I don't give a shit. But I was just coming at y'all with the ears to the streets news. When it just comes to the urban news, man, I hope y'all enjoyed the show. We're gonna wrap it up. Let me make sure I check the chat and show some love to the chat. Shout out to Crucial K, Boss Man Blake.
Now all this fucking king talking, my nigga, I beg to differ. You waking up a killer, I'm talking about.
Shout out to Stream Master. Shout out to 40 the Splatter, Joshua Hawkins, El Humbro Negro, Appetite, Shot It.
Who say they bigger than
Shout out to
I wanna know. I've been
Matt
the
Garber
truth since
with
the
it TV.
beginning. See
Cool
these
Legal,
niggas, they
Iceberg,
just talk a lot. Can meet
Triple
me in
S,
the
salute.
parking lot.
Him and
I've been
McFly.
the truth since the beginning. It's time to
421
put these
TV.
niggas' mind in the right place and make these niggas show respect in the right way.
Crazy.
I'm a
Salute.
big
Perez,
dog, you niggas
salute.
just a lightweight.
G Mama Body,
And
salute.
I
Carl
chin
Belton,
check a
salute.
nigga
Salute
for
to
what
the
he
crazy
might
big
say.
dog.
So many
Salute
dark
to,
nights, a lot of bright days.
Derek Hardaway.
Serving junkies at the guard. So many night plays.
KD,
Too many
salute.
niggas walking around with these pipe dreams. I know what it
That
might
T, salute.
got the
Super
crown
T,
on the
salute.
right, king. You looking at the boss,
G
nigga.
Mama
Ain't
Body,
no
salute.
might be.
It's deep.
I know they tired of me. These niggas, they won't fight me. But more than likely, they sweeter than some ice cream. Catch me on the right scene. I promise I'll be Billy D. So tell me, who the one that made your team? Who the one that made your roster? I ain't asked the king. That saddens me. Now you just made some tragedy. Now it's a waste of time for you pussy niggas to battle. All this fucking king talking, my nigga, I beg to differ. You waking up a killer. I'm talking about a gorilla. I'm so sick of pussy niggas and how they get in they feeling. All that talking, I'ma end it. I've been the truth since the beginning. Who say they bigger than me? I wanna know. I've been the truth since the beginning. See these niggas, they just talk a lot. Can meet me in the parking lot. I've been the truth since the beginning.
Hey, hi hater, goodbye hater. Assalamu alaikum, I holla later, no holla later. My mind on paper, split your tomato. Hasta luego. Bout to hit the fucking block with a circle the size of an ego. Bout to spread the block. I'm all on the bread like some mayo. You a tough guy, so you say so. Bullets be size of tomato. The way these niggas be capping, I hope your head fit this halo. Then I go dig up in your hole. Then I say bye ho, I got ghosts. I been the truth in this, that's why she let her cruise shit. I'm slightly retarded, so you know I gave her that stupid dick. This is not a word, but y'all gotta know I'm the truthest. Leave your head where the roof is and leave your mouth with no tooth. Stay in her mouth like a toothpick. I'm easy, cool and ruthless. She called me Bill Cosby cause a nigga stay in her pudding. Nigga, my pimpin' game old like a nigga named Rufus. It's about to get ugly like Whoopi. Y'all niggas is goofy.
Now all this fucking king talking, my nigga, I beg to differ. You waking up a killer. I'm talking about a gorilla. I'm so sick of pussy niggas and how they get in they feeling. All that talking, I'ma end it. I've been the truth since the beginning. Who say they bigger than me? I wanna know. I've been the truth since the beginning.
Yo, Crucial Gang,
See
what
these
up?
niggas, they just talk a lot. Can meet me in the parking lot.
What up?
I've been the truth since the
This that
beginning.
big boy talk, straight from the stove top. No one is damn sick, better get your damn Clorox. So weathermen predicting snow, that's when my birds flock. I'm tryna lock down the coast, you tryna lock down the block. That's a big difference, 3.5 ball pitching, 7 grams, quarter water whipping, 28, now you old flipping. Gotta move low key, cause niggas snitching. Money talking, my palm itching. What you smoking, what you sniffing? Got medicine for your sickness, my stomach growling, I gotta get it. I'm bagging up the damn epidemic. Got a vaccine for when you're itching. Side effects, you might start twitching. I must admit this shit wicked. Sold my soul for every digit. I'm the best in the booth or in the kitchen. My crown heavy, my head dipping. I'm timeless, nigga, I age different. No cut, my weight different. King shape on the throne sitting. Red dots is no missing. I body shit, I'm the mortician. Who bigger than me, go get him. I'm in this booth, I'm grave digging. I'm button pushing, I'm bold pickers, I'm rolling.
All this fucking king talking, my nigga, I beg to differ. You waking up a killer. I'm talking about a gorilla. I'm so sick of pussy niggas and how they get in they feeling. All that talking, I'ma end it. I've been the truth since the beginning. Who say they bigger than me? I wanna know. I've been the truth since the beginning. See these niggas, they just talk a lot. Can meet me in the parking lot. I've been the truth since the beginning.